to define this on our Tech Studio. Let's just put channel 1 and 2, download that, and let's put channel 5 sub, download that. We have those sitting in our download folder now. Let's pull this over, denote this here, just like that, and then we'll take our little sub, denote that here. We're just going to assume that we know that there's a Y adapter right there. So there's our subwoofer and our channel 1 and 2. So there's a Y adapter and 2 sets of RCA cables. So it adapts male to female on each side, and then we take 2 sets of RCA cables and run our RCA inputs. Now the Rockville has 5 channels of outputs as well, but we are running a Blaupunkt epicenter. So let's take our line tool, and so this is the input and this is the output. So we're gonna come right here from, actually I did this whole thing wrong. Yeah, we gotta back up. I did this wrong. Okay, so 2 channels feed the RXH F5. The front channels go directly from our Bluetooth adapter. The other 2 actually go here to our Blaupunkt. Okay, so that goes here. And then also we could place that here. Then this actually feeds channel 5 on the Rockville, and place those there. So this is channel, actually let's move this channel 5 sub here to the center. Get our placement tool. There, that's a little bit more easy to read. Let's put it on top of everything as well by dragging the layer to the top. We could actually put these lines below the Rockville, or we can move the Rockville RHX5 up. We'll just do that. So if you just drag it up the layer wise, now it's on top of the line, see? All right, now we can place our channel 1 and 2 back on here. We had that totally incorrect. I just did it wrong. I wasn't thinking about the epicenter. There's our channel 1 and 2. And we got our channel 5 feeding the Rockville. Then the Rockville will feed the front 2 speakers with channel 1 and 2. Let's get our line tool. And we're going to go here and here. Whoops, I forgot to place it. And then eventually we'll move the SCAR audio up. But now we have our sub channel here going to our subwoofer. That's 1 voice coil. And then we come out of that to another voice coil. Let's undo that. That didn't come out good. And we need to move everything up. Let's move the SCAR audio up. Above everything, put it on top. So that just moved this font up to the top. Now let's move the subwoofer up to the top. I think it's this one. That moves it on top. Oh, it didn't? Come on. Okay, it didn't move it up. Let's see why. Come on. Okay, there it goes. Now the sub is on top. Now we need some text to indicate the voice coils. Let's go back over to Text Studio here. Let's do VC1 4 ohm and VC2 4 ohm. Go back to our drawing here, VC1 4 ohm. Drop that over here. VC2. Oh, I forgot to place it. VC2 4 ohm here. These are going to be parallel. So one voice coil feeds the other voice coil, which would lead a 2 ohm load on the amplifier. Let's go note that. 2 ohm load. Let's see if I can spell. Did I spell it right? Drop that in from our downloads folder. And that goes right here. There is the basic design. Now the only thing that isn't shown here is the power. So we have a, up here we actually have a, let's go ahead and do that, the power. So let's go back to our orders here. So we have a 48 volt to 12 volt reducer right here. Let's save that. And we will drag that over up to the corner. Here's our voltage reducer. And that is our power section. And we can label that. Let's go to our Text Studio here. 48V to 12V. That's our voltage reducer. Come back to our drawing, drop that in. And put it somewhere over here. Small. So this feeds both the Blaupunkt and the power amplifier with 12 volts. We could probably draw that line, but let's see. Let's see if I can figure out how to make the line tool. Well, it's black. How do you make it red? I'm not sure how you do that. Not sure. So for now, we know without drawing lines that that's going to feed that, and it's going to feed this guy. Whoops. Edit, undo. Let's place that. Let's go back to Text Studio. Let's go back here and change this to, I don't know how we do it, blue, or change the color. Color. Red? Let's see. Oh, that didn't do it either. Okay. Filling color. That didn't work. Gradient. Text. That's perfect, actually. 12V. We'll download that. We'll drop back into our drawing here. Drop that on there. And let's actually put it right here. And then draw a line from there to there. And we can duplicate that layer. Duplicate. And just kind of pull that down here. Edit, transform, scale, drop it down. So we know that's 12 volts. We could probably change these lines to red. I'm not sure how you do that. I just put the 12V on top of the line. So there's our voltage reducer. There is actually going to be a master switch before this underneath the seat so that I can switch off everything when necessary. So there's no power to any of this stuff. And then also there's an inverter that we can also connect to this 12 volt reducer so that the cart has 110 volt actual plugs to plug in anything for the house. So let's save this image. We'll save as a copy. Let's put it in projects. We got to make a new project. Designing my golf cart audio system. And we get that. And let's put it as a JPEG that we can use it in our video here. Golf cart audio. Save that. It's going to ask you what quality. Let's do full. And now we have the video here. Now I'm going to put that video up on the screen right now for you guys to see. So this is the design of the golf cart audio system, and I'm just going to go over it quickly with you. So we start with a Galaxy Tab A7 Lite on the left. We are using Bluetooth there to connect it to the Bluetooth receiver, which is not labeled here, but it's the blue thing. Actually, let's go ahead and get that labeled. That's the only thing that's not labeled. And actually we changed our style. Let's put it back to blue. And let's go Bluetooth receiver. Download that PNG. Drop that down here. Before this gets too crowded, that's about the last thing that I want to put on here. All right, let's file, save as a copy, JPEG, overwrite the old one. It says, do you want to replace it? And your quality is going to be full quality. All right, here we go again. So the Galaxy Tab A7 Lite feeding a Bluetooth receiver. This Bluetooth receiver has these RCA outputs. We have Y adapters coming out of that. We have a male to two female for each output. Two sets of RCA cables feeding the amplifier. One set goes to the Blaupunkt EP1600X for bass, comes out of the Blaupunkt EP1600, feeds the fifth channel of the Rockville, which is a mono channel for the bass. We have a SCAR Audio SDR12 here, 4 ohms per voice coil in parallel will produce a 2 ohm load on the Rockville amplifier. The Rockville amplifier will be running the Infinity 6.5 inch two-ways in the dash for now, and we have the option of adding rear speakers later to the rear output of the Rockville RXH F5 amplifier. And that's basically it. That's the whole audio system, give or take a few little accessories, and we have those ordered, and some things will start trickling in. As things get here, we'll go over it. Guys, this is Supercar Street Racing. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you guys have a great weekend and a happy new year.
Crazy.
Here
we go. Look at the racing nuts.
Hi, Randy.
Okay, so pool is getting drained today. So we've got the hose running over into the pond there. And he's got his pump over here. He's priming it. And then we will be able to see on the security camera up there. So he's priming the pump now to drain the pool. Here we go. there as it goes to water. Check that out, guys. Pool is draining. It's actually going a lot faster than I thought it would. That thing takes the water out. So we will time lapse that, but you can already see the water level coming down. Leave that on. Checking out the video from last night. Of course, I'm so critical. I see some spelling mistakes, which are just careless, but I was editing it late at night and it was getting close to bedtime, and you know, things happen. But today we're going to be taking a look at how you wire up a regular receptacle in the wall. But remember, I'm not an electrical, I'm not an electrician, I'm not certified, but I'm going to try to show you guys how to do it anyway. The car is acting weird at low RPMs. It's like surging. Anyway, add it to the list of things that are going to break on this car probably. We are headed to the best place on earth, Wally World, Walmart, to pick up some vital groceries for tonight. And then we'll be working on the how-to video, how to wire a standard home receptacle in 4K, nevertheless. But first we gotta hit Wally World. And, you know, if you're going to Wally World, you're going to Walmart Liquors, which is right on the end there. So you get your food, then you get your drink on, right at the corner there. Yeah, this is Walmart, where sometimes you can't even find a freaking parking place. It's so busy. But I park right here in front of the grocery area, building all these new apartments around it. Wouldn't you like to live right next door to Walmart? That'd be amazing. All right, we're gonna park and go up in this guy. And want to talk a little bit about what it's going to take to wire up a receptacle. Now, this is just a standard receptacle that you can buy at either Home Depot or Lowe's. It's a duplex receptacle. That's what it looks like right out of the box there. It's your standard Decora. This says decorator. So it's either Decora or decorator. Now, the difference being, Decora is the square type of plug, and the standard plugs are the round kind. So these tend to be a little bit more
And then when you have your AC wiring versus your DC wiring, so your AC wiring generally will have
the wire is. This is probably 16. So it's not going to be running some high amperage level. It's probably just designed for a low amperage circuit, which is fine. You just need to know how many devices you're going to be, or how many receptacles you're going to be having, and how much your actual circuit breaker is designed to handle. And this comes in These are workman pliers. These guys are designed to deal with cutting Romex. So they're thick, they can cut through this no problem. Workman's pliers, you gotta have those, link in the description. Standard Phillips screwdriver, gotta have that, or a flathead for these. Don't rely on a power tool. That last little crank is what gets you your accurate and your reliable connection. And so you take one of your really small, they make little electrician screwdrivers. You take this little screwdriver, you push it in this notch here to release the wire out of these small holes if you ever need to replace these guys. So let's add that to the list of things you need. You need a small flat blade screwdriver if you're going to use the quick release and quick connect on the back. receptacle and then the box, you're not going to be able to terminate that anywhere, but go ahead and hook it up here. Now what you want to do for stripping the wire back is take off about 1/4 of an inch of wire. These handy auto strippers don't work well with this So how do you do that? Well, it's pretty simple. There's a little tab right here. It's a little copper tab. And if you have a set of needle nose, which I will get out now. You know, I have some needle nose in here somewhere. Any pliers will work. You take this tab, you squeeze it with your pliers here, you turn it and turn it and turn it, and this will break off on both sides. You got to do it both times. What does that do? So that separates the circuits here. That makes the top 2 screws independent from these bottom 2 screws. That way you can have your bottom part of your receptacle switched from a switch and your top part constant, or vice versa. So in that case, if you're not familiar with electrical wiring, you would need from an electrician, but basically the output of your black wire from your switch would go to here, and your white wires would all combine together inside the box, and that would go to here, and then this bottom would be switched, or the top if you do these top 2 screws. Doesn't matter if you do top or bottom. But if you separate this little tab here, this becomes a separate circuit. But let's concentrate now on how you do the wiring. I can tell already this is a little bit too short, so I'm going to take off some more of this guy. So you just squeeze and turn, not too hard, you'll clip right through the Romex sheath, but okay, that didn't do it all the way. So if it doesn't, just try again, and next time I got it, notice I made a little notch by pressing too hard. And now that we have our bare wires, let's look at the back of the quick connects. There's 2 holes right here where you push in. All you do is push. Clearly labeled white right here. So take your white Romex wire, push that in. Now look at this. It went in. Look at that. I want to show you guys up close, but it went in and that guy is not going anywhere. See how I can't take it out now? All right, so that's what you want on that. Take your black wire, and once again, it's clearly marked. hot wire here is your black. The other one's neutral. Take wire. Get a little bit closer here to the camera. Take your black wire, push it right inside that hole. And notice how it went all the way in with no bare wire. It went all the way. So about half an inch was good. A little bit less than half an inch maybe. Went all the way in to the back. Now this is good. It's wired. Now, if you are just using quick connect, now you can take your nice electric drill and run these in. Run the other side in like this. Now, more than likely inside your electrical box, you're going to have more peeled back than this from the Romex insulation, because you need to be able to bend this about like this, like that, to push it inside the box. And notice I made a U shape. That's how you push it inside your electrical box, to then use these two screws to screw it into the box, okay? And then your wall plate goes over the top of that. Now, don't forget your ground. Now let's talk about the way you bend the wires for screws, because we got to do that for this ground right here. So you always want to bend your wire the direction that your screw is turning. So in this case, it's clockwise. So we take our workman pliers, we go to the end of the ground. Ground doesn't have a quick connect. All we do is turn like that. Notice I made a nice hook right there, okay? All right, now we take our ground. You'll see the green screw at the bottom. You always want to go the direction your screwdriver is turning. It's got some safety catches right here, and we just wrap it around the safety catch so that the wire touches these two little metal tabs that are there. That keeps the wire from backing out. I don't know if you can see it there. There's a little tab right there, and there's one on the other side. Now, we take our manual screwdriver, since we're using screws, and it wants to pop out, of course, and we tighten. And a lot of times it's going to come out, so you got to keep pressure on it. Like that didn't stay in all the way. It's not properly in there. It's got to be in all the way. And if it gives you problems, take out the hook and make it a little bit more pronounced. Put that bad boy back in. Hold pressure on it like this while you're screwing it in. So I'm pushing on the wire with my thumb to keep that pressure on so it doesn't back out. Give it a good nice twist there. Really tight, all right? So check it out. So that's how you properly put in the ground. And then you take these back wires, you make that U shape, and you push it right into that electrical box. And then you screw that in, okay? This receptacle is ready to go. Let's pretend this other end is connected somewhere up in the wall, okay? So we're good to go on that one. Now, let's say you don't want to use the quick connects. Well, there's another way to hook this up. So let's talk about disconnecting this. The ground's always going to be there. you have to, and also manipulate it. That's what they're for. Makes working with wiring easy. Now I've got a nice U right there. See that, guys? All right. Take that and put it around the screw now. And now what you do is you pull pressure towards, you put pressure on that screw. Go ahead and tighten that up while you have pressure on it. And once it gets tight, go ahead and bear down on it. That guy's in there all the way. See that? And it's always white on the left, remember that. Now this other guy, your black wire, actually turns backwards. Into the quick connects. Now, one last thing that I like to do, and this is all just literally up to whether you feel like doing it or not. Take your electrical tape here. Got a set of regular electrical tape, a roll here. Of course, it's annoying, you can't find the end, but take that electrical it is properly wired, and you have put a receptacle in, guys. Can you believe it? You did it. I got faith in you guys. If you need any help, hit me up. Feel free, leave me a message. We can email back and forth. First things first, go out and get all these tools you need. Be prepared. It's nice to have all the tools you need and not have to do anything, you know, halfway. These are tools that are a necessity if you're doing electrical work. I do a lot of my own electrical work here, so I keep my tools. In a few minutes every time you're done to put your tools back. You will always have them the next time. And the Romex and everything that you need, all the electrical tape, I'll have links to that in the description. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you next time. Peace. All right, we are out here. New Smyrna Beach, me and Joe, and then right across the street from our hotel room, there's the burnt down bar. I forgot what it's called. But yeah, so we got the perfect view of the burnt. Welcome back to part 2 of getting my mailbox fixed, guys. And today we are going to be finishing up this project with some landscaping. And we do have everything in the back of Rich's truck right now, so let's get moving. We have successfully gone to Lowe's and gotten new pavers after my old ones got stolen. So today we're going to be reinstalling pavers here. They actually didn't steal them from here, they stole them from the driveway, but that's the mission today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's do it. All right, we're back at Supercar Street Racing and we have our new pavers today. And so this mission is quite simple, and cars are going to be coming by, can't help it. All we have to do right here and right now is get these pavers into this area by the mailbox. But first, we need to do a little bit of leveling out. You can see there's some humpage right there and some in the front. So I think that what we have to do is just dig a little bit of dirt out here and in the front. But I'm not sure because it looks bad over here, but not right there, if that makes sense. Maybe we should just fill in. No, because this over here is pretty high. All right, I see what I got to do, I think. right, I'm still kind of figuring this out. I've never done this before, but I think the move is to just try to follow the contour of the ground because there's so many weeds and roots and stuff. So I'm just going to kind of go for it here and start on this corner. But there is a sprinkler head right there, so we can't go over that. Man, the bugs are real. I got to get bug spray. All right, we're back with some bug spray on, and the cars are just going to keep coming. So we kind of have to accept that is our fate. I don't know how you... Kind of just need to raise this side up. Just squat down. That's the move. All right, we got our paver base laid down here. All we got to do now is go get some soil and go ahead and fill this all in with soil and put some flowers and stuff in here and call this dumb project a day. All right, we do have a car coming, but the very first thing we're going to be working on today is we're going to go ahead and get these two plants planted. We can plant more stuff later. They didn't have a whole lot of selection at the store. So I'm going to go ahead and get these two guys in and get this project started while you guys watch. All right, we got our landscape light right here. I cannot for the life of me remember what I did with the bulbs for these, but I do have bulbs that fit it. These should have all come with bulbs, but maybe I didn't even check and I used my own last time. But I have a few of these to put in. Now we just have to figure out the wiring situation and run it to the existing wiring. It looks like there's plenty of slack here. So I'm just gonna do that now. I'm just gonna plant this right between the two plants. Oh, it ain't gonna go there. Just like that. And then I already have connectors on here with enough space to put in way more lights. We could actually do more than one if we want to. I have space for 2 more lights on these connectors. And I am dumbfounded about where the bulbs are for these lights because I know I had them at one point, but such is life, I lost them. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and power these on and test. They are on. They are all on, guys. So these are gonna be for the mailbox to light up, and the other one will light up right in the center of the nice new plants. Now all we have to do is put some topsoil and then rocks in, and we will be good to go. All right, guys, we got some topsoil in here. I really didn't have to put it everywhere, but I wanted to get it kind of leveled out. Now we're gonna go ahead and add our rocks in. Just spoke to the hardware store. They are out except for one bag, and the bag that they have is busted open because that's why I didn't buy it. So what we're going to do right now is go ahead and water all this stuff down. It will turn a nice dark color when it is wet. and we'll go ahead and clean everything and get the dust off. Yes, I have to wait until they get more to finish this project. That is going to be that project. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this little journey of the drunk mailbox shenanigans. And we will see you guys very soon on the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. And today we're going to talk a little bit about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci 18 and why you should do the same thing for your video editing. Welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day today, and I'm glad to see you back on the channel. Go ahead and do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button, and let's help grow the channel so that we can enjoy looking at some of our favorite things here. And today we are talking about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci Resolve 18, which you see running right here, and actually rendering our video for the Amazon Fire TV experience on the Amazon Echo Show. So backing up a little bit, I started using Premiere Pro several years ago, probably about, I don't know, it must have been at least 10 years ago. I've used it since the very beginning. However, most recently when I started growing the channel, I was able to get a much better editing system. As you see here, I have an RTX 3080 TUF, and I was finally able to do some good editing on this channel and try to bring the channel up to a standard that will get more views and actually generate some interest. To make a long story short, I have a brand new computer here with a 12-core AMD processor. I've got the RTX TUF 3080, and I've got two monitors here that aren't even 4K. That will be the next upgrade to the channel, some 4K monitors that I can edit on. For right now, these only do 1080p, but you can see back here in the background, DaVinci Resolve running amazing, doing our rendering for our new video for the Fire TV on the Echo Show. So what's the first reason I switched over? So honestly, I had a lot of issues, first related to my old computer system because I was running an older video card and I had not made the investment yet to a nice modern RTX series graphics card. So I was having a lot of issues with that, renders crashing and things like that. I did eventually figure out that I needed a new video card, of course, because I was also taking hours to render my videos and I needed to speed up that render time and try to figure out what all those bugs were for. Ended up buying this whole editing rig. I've got the RTX 3080 as I talked about before, and I attempted to use Premiere Pro. Now, one thing I noticed immediately about Premiere Pro was that even with the RTX 3080 and using the H.265 codecs for NVIDIA, it would still be a really long time to edit a video. As you can see in the background right here, we just edited our Fire TV video in DaVinci Resolve 18. We did render that in 4K, and it took it about 13 minutes and 20 seconds to render a 4K video, 4K 60 frames per second in DaVinci Resolve, and the video is actually over 17 minutes long. So it's actually rendering it, you know, less than a minute per minute of video. This same video in Adobe Premiere probably would have taken a little over an hour to render, even with the RTX 3080. And one thing I would also notice with Adobe Premiere Pro is that when I had the Task Manager open, it would be using way more CPU than GPU power, which doesn't really make sense. Now, some things don't use GPU to render, but a lot of things do. And so now I notice with the DaVinci Resolve software, almost everything uses the GPU if you look at the Task Manager or you look at GPU-Z. So talking about the ability to learn in DaVinci Resolve, if you're used to Premiere Pro, you're thinking about making that jump over to DaVinci Resolve. I'll tell you from experience that I learned pretty quickly on DaVinci Resolve how to do the basic things to get a video up and going. It is a little bit different from Adobe Premiere Pro in that you have tabs for your different things in editing. You have a colors tab here at the front. Here, that's the colors. Then you have your effects, your edit, and they actually have different names here. You have your, what is this called? Fusion tab. You have your color. This actual first one is called media, not color. You have media, you have cut, where you add transitions and effects and everything. You have your edit, where you have your actual timeline. And then you have your color tab, your fusion tab, your Fairlight tab, and your deliver tab. So deliver, basically, if we go over to that tab, is where you do all your exporting, which would be like Adobe Media Encoder, except it is way more intuitive and way easier to use. Fairlight is where you do all your audio work in DaVinci Resolve, and you can add all your audio effects. Color is where you actually work with the color. Pretty self-explanatory there. Fusion I have not used, so I'm not sure about what this is for. I will have to do some research on that and get back to you, but so far I have not had to use Fusion for anything. Of course, you got your timeline here, which is, if you're familiar with Adobe Premiere Pro, the timeline here on DaVinci Resolve is similar to Adobe Premiere Pro, but a lot of your shortcuts and everything are going to be different. The one thing I haven't figured out in DaVinci Resolve is how to free transform an object. Let's say you're going to layer an object on top of another one. In Adobe Premiere, if you double click that object on the timeline, you can actually drag it with the mouse to move it around the screen and place it. I have not figured out if there's a way to do that yet on DaVinci Resolve. I'm still working on that. There's also a couple of other differences that I haven't figured out, like cutting and pasting transitions is not available as it is on Adobe Premiere Pro, but you do have the copy and paste attributes, which I use frequently to copy things like audio volume, audio effects, and placement of objects on the screen. That is all done here in the timeline. You just have to get used to a little bit of a difference in using selecting things to work with them. They're all up here in the right-hand corner under the inspector. You can, let's say you added an effect on the screen next to this in the cut screen, then you would click the actual clip and go up to effects in the inspector, where you can actually adjust all the different attributes on that effect, or you can do video transforms up there, audio, you can actually adjust the audio levels and audio attributes in the clip from the audio tab up here, things like volume, pan, pitch, things like that. And then your transition, you can actually adjust the transition up here in the transition of the inspector. And then over here on the right side, which you may or may not see in the frame, we have our clip bin here that shows all our clips. We have all of our edit timeline. We have our audio mixer over here as well, and our toolbox and clip details and metadata. So far, so good. Also, let's go over to the cut scene. The cut area shows your clips more like blobs on the timeline, and you are actually able to add transitions titles and effects. I do not use titles inside of DaVinci Resolve because I use a 3D font generator online. That's really good. But here you can add effects both to your, you can add video effects, you can add audio effects, which you can also do over in Fairlight. Like I said, you can add titles, which is actually adding fonts to your videos. And you have your media pool here, which shows you all the videos that you imported in for this project. So yeah, I'm just gonna go into the conclusion that DaVinci Resolve is way better than Adobe Premiere Pro. Not only because there's a fixed price for it, Adobe Premiere Pro charges you for a subscription, but the ease of use, the stability has been on point. I've only ever had one crash while while rendering, and that actually happened during the video that I was editing here, and all I did was close out DaVinci Resolve and reopen it, and it got through the rendering process. I had a lot of issues with Premiere Pro not being able to get through rendering processes, and it would fail for no reason. Also, Premiere Pro did have a bug to this day they have not resolved on some video cards, and that is the software will start using video, or it's not video memory, but memory, actual memory, and it will eat up and eat up and eat up video memory until the computer crashes because there's actually no memory left to run the operating system. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM on this computer. It is awesome for editing, but on Premiere Pro, it would use all 64 gigabytes of RAM and then just crash. I've not had any issues like that with DaVinci Resolve 18. So guys, I hope that you can use DaVinci Resolve 18 too. If you have any questions about it, how to use it, or want to see specific videos about DaVinci Resolve 18, throw it down in the comments section. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next video at Supercar Street Racing. We're about to peel this Mazda CX-5 off.
Ah, oh my God.
She's having anxiety about it though.
Oh Lord. No, man.
I want to take these labels off and then pull the wire. All right guys, I'm all done extending the wire. Today we have the Juke audio in front of us again. So now I have to figure out with the app how to switch to the analog input. All right guys, sorry for the fan noise. I am about to sand this. It looks like it's mostly dry. Put a coat on that, but I went and got the speaker wire for this stuff, and all I have to do now is start figuring out. I want to take these labels off and then pull the wire. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna cut about right here because I know I need to add maybe 2 feet, and I'm gonna start with kitchen, but I need my labeler. So let's go ahead and cut kitchen. I just bought some brand new snipping tools. There's the answer to that. Can't use these. Plan B. All right, I got my little brand new die cutters from Ace Hardware. I'm gonna cut off about, I don't know, that much. Doesn't really have to be specific. And then I'm gonna use my tin con connectors. We're gonna go gold positive, silver negative. I went ahead and stripped some off of there. These just push right on, right through the center. The solder's in the center. You push one through, right through the center. We're gonna grab our heat gun and melt the solder. Should be good to go. I'm gonna test it after. Last thing I want is an issue inside the wall. That would be a nightmare. Forgot we got to do this twice for each wire. This is literally going to take me a long time. All right, guys, I'm all done extending the wires. You can see right here, this took me about 3 hours to do, and I ended up, when I started doing it, I was using electrical tape over the solder shrink connectors, but I ended up starting to use heat shrink tubing, which I should have done the whole time. I learned my lesson that that was the way to go. 75% of them are heat shrink tubing. The other ones are electrical tape over solder connectors. This box is next up here at the top. I got to go ahead and cover that with a patch kit and get this one all squared away as well. All right, we are back, and today we have the Juke audio in front of us. Now, don't be confused between this and Juke Micronics in the movie Shattered Glass. Nothing to do with each other. Juke Audio does make whole home amplifiers, and you can see right in front of me, they have worked with me on this a little bit to give me a little bit of a good discount on something in order to go ahead and promote for them. Now, this is rack mountable. Here are the ears right here. I am not going to be rack mounting it. It's going to be sitting on top of a piece of furniture. And you can see in the back of the Juke, it has plugs for the zones. This is a 8-zone unit. You can get them in either 6 or 8. You can buy the 6 and then upgrade it to the 8 with a software update. You just email their customer service and they will send you an invoice, and you can go ahead and get this for $300 more and upgrade to 8 zones. When you buy the 6 zone, these 2 zones here are disabled. So what I did is I had kind of a cool idea for hooking this up. These are the plugs that go in the back where the speakers go, and our little pins are going to go in there. But if you look what I did, I put zone 1 and 2, and then I marked the positives with a red pen. According to the map on the back that you wire with, I just did that for everything. So there's 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8. So all we have to do now is go over to the closet and start wiring these, because the wires are actually ready now. When it's time to actually do the plug-in, all we have to do is push the amp up to these plugs and go ahead and plug it in. So let's take all this stuff to the closet. We don't need the amp yet. All we need are these 4 little plugs, and we'll go ahead and start wiring up our zones. We're back over here at the closet now, and you can see all of our wiring here for the multi-zone audio system hanging down. Every one of them has a pin on the end. I thought it would be good because the old switch had push-style speaker connectors. The new one has screws in it, so you just screw down on these tiny little screws, and these pins should fit perfectly right inside of these terminals here, I hope. Hopefully they don't get in the way of each other. If they're too, I'm seeing now they might not go, but I'm hoping they did. I spent a lot of time on this, but yeah, all I have to do right now is find zone 1 and 2. I don't really have to make zone 1 and 2 anything in particular. So really anything I want to, I can hook up to zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I can fix everything in the actual app, which I will show you guys later. So for right now, what we're going to do is go ahead and start wiring up our zones, and we're going to do that now, so stay tuned, and we're going to clean all this wiring up in the process so we can then paint the closet, because we are almost done with the prep work. We're just filling our last big hole right here, and then we'll be ready to paint. So let's get working on this wiring. Test it first. Go grab a stool to put this amp on, we'll test it. So I didn't show you guys the back of the amp where the analog audio input is. It's basically a USB connection, and you purchase this Digit Now USB audio capture device, and that feeds analog into the Juke. That's how you get analog in. Now the Juke Plus, the new one, has built-in analog, but it's quite a bit more expensive. It also outputs more power. We do have a leak. All right, good morning guys. It is a fresh day, and I wanted to come in here and show you guys exactly what I got done yesterday and what my plan is going to be for this morning. So yesterday we got a whole lot done. Basically, we got all the walls patched. You can see we filled a huge hole, but right up here where, where the wires were coming through when we moved them down there. We filled the hole where our subwoofer jack was up there, and we have basically everything ready now for paint. So I'm gonna go ahead and tape the floor off this morning. Notice we have our subwoofer jack chilling in here. We got our plate for our Ethernet in here, so we're ready for Ethernet as well. All we have to do now is tape the floor and go ahead and paint this room. So I'm gonna go ahead and prep for that right now. All right, we're out here, me and Christian, and we are checking out this little dude. He's so cute.
So cute.
Florida alligator life. There's like 3 over there, 1 right here, and that is Florida. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and today we have a very special product right in front of me. ThinkCar reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we'd be interested in showing you guys their ThinkScan 689BT OBD2 scanner. Now, this is not a regular OBD2 scanner that you would find, those cheap ones that are like 20 bucks that you plug in. This one is special. It is a bi-directional diagnostic tool. This thing also does ECU coding, which a lot of those scanners will not do. This thing does over 34 services. It also does FCA auto off. It also does CAN, FD, and do IP. Has things like wireless update. A lot of things you guys are going to find fascinating about this ThinkCar ThinkScan 689BT. Let's get into it today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the supercar street racing abode today, and we have a very special product for you. Sitting directly in front of me right here is the ThinkScan 689BT. Now, ThinkCar thought it would be a good idea if you guys took a look at this, because this might be something that you can use for your own car to do diagnostics and programming when you don't want to take your car to an expensive dealership. Now, this thing does a lot of cool functions. It has a Bluetooth 5 connection. This is the best bang for your buck, period. It has fully bi-directional controls, 3,000 active tests for your vehicle, over 34 plus service resets if you have a problem, 100 plus special features. You can do advanced ECU coding with this thing also. Means you can change perimeters on your car if you don't like the way they act. If there's a perimeter to be changed, this thing might be able to change it for you. This thing does full system diagnostics, does live data capabilities, and also does auto scan and auto VIN. Now, this is also the global version. What that means for you is that you get over 10,000 cars and 140 plus car brands all included with the ThinkScan. There's no IP address restrictions, so no geo-blocking of this device no matter where you are. It works in 28 plus languages also, so no matter what your language, it looks like you'll be supported by the ThinkScan. This thing also has online vehicle compatibility with M-GPT. Now, this bi-directional control feature is pretty cool. What that is going to allow you to do is use the ThinkScan to activate things in the car, such as lights, such as windows, anything that can be tested and activated that this thing knows about. You should be able to use the ThinkScan right here to go ahead and test it. Now, advanced ECU coding means this. You should be able to write a VIN number to the ECU, renew ECU's coordination, improve your fuel efficiency. You could relearn your transmission if you need to do that as well. This can help you reduce power losses and improve the durability of your mechanical parts in your car. Now, there's also a bunch of maintenance services like hard resets. You can reset your power balance, your fuel trim, your VIN relearn, your turbo reset, your seat calibration, your crankshaft, things like that, your gearbox, your clutch, can all be done with these maintenance services on the hot resets. Now, this thing has a no cable restricted 10-meter wireless diagnostic range. It can auto detect your VIN in seconds and perform all of the scanning functions for your car that you need. This guy covers all kinds of European and American cars, all kinds of ISO and SAE ratings, and it's compatible with CAN OBD2 protocols. Now, getting into the technical specs of this guy, it is a Android 10 based tablet. It does have a 8-inch touchscreen, which is better than those other little plug-in scanners. It has 4 gigabytes of RAM and 64 gigabytes of storage, and it does wireless updates. If you're worried about ever getting updates, this guy should update from the factory. Now, the great part about this device is if you have a problem with your car, they will charge you at most dealerships to take that in and go ahead and figure out what's wrong with it. This might give you a good insight as to what is wrong with your vehicle before you even have to take it into the dealership. One-touch diagnosis means all you have to do is press one button, and this guy should go ahead and scan your car and tell you what issues you have. We'll test that out a little later on Rich's truck, but for right now, I think the best thing to do is get this thing unboxed. Now, we just took a look at all the features of the ThinkScan 689BT. I'd like to go ahead and get this out of the box with you guys and take a look and see what's inside. So to do that, we have our patented SCSR knife here to go ahead and slice open this nice hologram of the ThinkCar. And this thing is sharp. Looks like it's open now. Got to be smarter than the box. Very tight fit there on the ThinkCar, but it did come right out of the box now. Packaging was thick, and right inside of the box you do see an immediate cool thing. There is a nice carrying case there for your ThinkCar, which is something they did not have to do for you, but they totally did. There's a nice kind of cool thick carrying case for the ThinkCar. ThinkScan 689 Bluetooth. Got a little handle right here on top as well, which is awesome. And then when you just do open it like this, there is a piece of foam at the very top. The actual ThinkCar is in the box here. It looks like it is an Android tablet-based device. Let's get that out for now. Interestingly enough, there's a Cat 5 cable or Cat 6 cable with the instructions right here. Inside of the box also a USB type A to USB type C adapter. That might be for charging. This is a USB type A to Ethernet adapter here. I'm assuming that goes onto the tablet, and then this Ethernet adapter goes between there and the tablet if you need to use wired. There is also a nice charge adapter here, and it looks like it is set up for Euro. It came with 3 different adapters. I'm not familiar with the other 2 styles, but it did have a US adapter on it right here. So if we just slide that directly on somehow. So yeah, this is the OBD2 connector. It has a OBD2 plug on that side, and on this side it does have a Ethernet and also another female OBD2 port right there. There's a packing list here also that tells you everything that came with the ThinkCar. Now this is definitely a USB Type-C charging port at the very top here, and it says that the other connector is a USB Type-A expansion module. There's a lock screen and power button right here on the top as well. It also does have some sort of desktop mount here. So if you just pull this out, it can sit directly on the desktop like this. And you do notice on the back that it does have the detachable Bluetooth wireless connector built right on the back, and they do even have a magnet there, which is very cool. The magnet sticks it right to the back, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, this thing does recommend the first thing that you do is connect this product to Wi-Fi and go ahead and update it. So in a few minutes, we'll get this thing on a charger and do that. So this guy does come with a USB Type-A to USB Type-C adapter to go ahead and charge it. So it's not a very long cable, and it looks like any particular charger would work. I'm going to go ahead and plug in directly behind me here and get this thing on power and let it go ahead and charge up. And it is lighting up the screen right now. The screen is lit up on the ThinkCar. It's at 92%. It won't take long to go ahead and get it charged up to 100. Now, I did look through the manual. There is not a lot about using the Ethernet and this type of connector. I'm assuming that is an alternative to using the Bluetooth connector that is on the back. It looks like right here, you would just literally go from here on the Ethernet connector to this dongle and then connect that to this when you're having Bluetooth issues. But there is no documentation about that in this particular instruction manual here. All right, you can see the battery is still at 92%. That's probably fine. Hey guys, we want to take just a second to talk about our ongoing sponsor, Crutchfield. Look at all the cool stuff Crutchfield has to offer and check out all their cool advantages. You get lifetime technical support, 60-day price drop protection, 60-day returns, and an endless amount of literature online to go ahead and research for your projects. Crutchfield is a proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and click through the links in the description and check out Crutchfield's awesome products and awesome customer service. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. So for this next part of the video, let's go ahead and get this thing powered on and see if we can get it updated. All right, the battery is at 92%. That is probably fine for going ahead and updating it. So let's go ahead and get this thing powered on and see if we can get it updated. We have the ThinkCar scanner directly in front of me. This is the ThinkScan 689BT. We already took a look at all the features. We took a look at what was included in the box, and now it's just time to go ahead and power this up. Now there is a little peel off satisfaction thing here. Thank you for your purchase. Just peels directly off. And now let's hold this on and let it power on. Now this is Android based, so it's going to look an awful lot like an Android tablet, because it definitely is. Now I do have a question as to whether I can sideload apps on here. That would be another thing. But it is powering up now. You can see the nice animation there on the ThinkCar. We do have a welcome screen. It says welcome. And now on the screen, it's giving us some hints and tricks. I'm going to go ahead now and hit the upgrade feature. Our Wi-Fi system here at home, and it looks like it is connected. Let's go ahead and go back and then go to upgrade. Vehicle diagnostic software, download the latest copy. Let's hit enter. And it is asking me to upgrade all these different types of vehicles. I'm going to go ahead and hit upgrade. It says it's loading, and you can see it downloading various car types here. There's a percentage graph there of what it is doing. Let's let that upgrade. At the moment, it is upgrading all kinds of different vehicle models now, and the battery is at 94%, which is great. And now here's how you use the little stand. It does just sit on the desk, so fresh like that. Okay, now it is actually installing the new app version. You can see right there, it downloaded, installed it, Now it is rebooting with the newer version on it. Now I'm in the other part of updating the application. First part is the APK, and the other part is other is what it's called. And there are some things here to update. I'm going to update the Diag base service, and now it says it is on the latest version. Now I've updated everything on the ThinkCar ThinkScan. This thing is ready to rock. The only thing we have to do now is go ahead and connect it to Rich's car, hopefully with this Bluetooth adapter right here, and go ahead and do some scanning and some playing around with all the features of the ThinkScan. We're over here at Dukes of Duval's house with the ThinkCar. Now this guy, Joe, is a Bluetooth enabled scanner. It's also a two-way scanner, so it does more than just a scanner. It can also program your car, code features in and out that you may or may not want, or you don't have, you can maybe code them in. So it does a lot more than a regular scanner. It is also capable of doing wired connections as well, but we're gonna try the Bluetooth out. We have it sitting right here in the center console, and we're using the handy little tabletop stand right there for it. So now why don't you get the Bluetooth adapter off the back, and then at the same time you can go ahead and power this guy on and it can start booting up, and then we'll let you put the Bluetooth adapter in the slot down there at the bottom. What do you think?
Yeah. Brad, did you choose me because you know that, like Trace Atkins, every light in my truck is on?
Every light's on. So let's see exactly what this thing
Right, it's pretty cool. Look at this.
Yeah, the
This
Bluetooth
magnet sticks
to
to
the
it.
back, and then on top there's a charger port and a data port. So you just hold down the red button to power it on. We're gonna go ahead and power this guy on.
Here.
And while he does that, this is powering up now, and you can see the ThinkCar logo on the front.
Oh, here it is right here.
There's the Bluetooth. I don't think we have to power that on. Tell me if it lights up. It lit up blue.
And it
Okay,
made an
cool.
audible noise as well.
It did. Okay, so it made a sound, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And then we're looking at the front of the ThinkCar here. This thing says auto search. So why don't you press enter and see if it can find your vehicle?
Okay, so I'm just...
Hit that. Okay, connecting to Bluetooth. It's scanning the VIN now. Pretty fancy looking. And if anyone can identify that car,
Well, that's my truck.
got your truck, correct?
Your make model?
It made a noise. Now this thing also should recognize all of the modules in the truck. So it should recognize your, all your body control modules and anything else you have. All right, let's do automatically search. Okay, read the VIN. Manual transfer case. Radio, we have a
Base radio.
automatic or manual heating. I think we have auto. VESA Pro RPO. We don't know if it has this, so
We'll say without.
we'll just say without. Let's do a health report. That's cool. All right, scanning the ECM. And so it knows the truck and it knows what modules are in it. Our first one was engine oil pressure, sensor circuit high voltage. Okay, so here is the reasoning behind the code. Doesn't really have a lot about that code. And then you can actually just Google search it as well, which is kind of cool. It's got Chrome built in, and then it searches for this code. All right, yep. Go back to the other one. Let's see what else we got.
Yeah,
We got a
this one's interesting. Oh,
and then we have a fuel trim lean. Bank 1's lean.
wow.
We got a fuel trim lean bank 2. And then we already saw those, so we know about those. HVAC temperature control feedback circuit, airflow control circuit open. So this is some of the stuff that you can do with it.
That's interesting. The oil
You can do the oil service reset light.
brake pad replacement.
Yep. All this stuff can be reset.
Oh, interesting. Tire type calibration.
Okay, so that's some of the stuff you can do outside of the troubleshooting. Oh, a lot of extra things up here to do if you're working on the car. So if your car supports it, these
Yeah.
are the ones that you can use for regular maintenance.
Engine. Yep. Airbag. That's interesting. Battery matching.
So if you need all this stuff, it is available if your car supports it.
Man, this thing just has a lot.
Definitely has a lot of features.
Injector
You can
code.
code your new injectors.
A lot of things that my truck doesn't have, but it just has so many different things. All right, so there it says cleared TTCs right there, right?
Yeah. Boom, your check engine light went off.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely cleared that one.
Huh.
So what do you think about this cool scanner?
Man, I tell you what, it's detailed for sure. You know, I hooked up a scanner before, and it definitely didn't provide as much detail. No, not even close. So interesting, those other things. I got to look into those.
Yeah, it probably has more support on newer cars that have a lot more electronic modules and things like that. That's a good look at the Think car. Now we'll throw it back into the studio and look at this on Amazon and figure out how, if they want to buy one, they can pick one up from the link in the description.
Nice.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're in Studio B right now. We're also broadcasting live on YouTube while we edit. But today we have this very cool Think car, ThinkScan 689BT. This guy was given to us to go ahead and evaluate and check out all its cool features. It does so many cool things. It does live updates over the air, so it updates all the cars and all the information on the cars whenever there's new information available, like new cars come out. It also is based on Android. It has 4 gigabytes of storage and a 64 gigabyte internal storage capacity. So 4 gigabytes for the operating system, 64 for storage of apps and other information there. Now this thing has the capability to save you a lot of money because the dealership will want to charge you an arm and a leg for doing the same things. This guy can not only look at all the codes on the vehicle, it can also diagnose them and even look it up online if it doesn't have the information about what that particular code is. It can action all your vehicle subsystems so you can test on the fly. Let's say you're having window problems, you can actuate it from the actual scanner and then you can test your windows or your headlights. You also have the capability, if your car supports it, to flash hidden functions on the ECU and code your car with the actual scanner. This thing does have 34 services for over 134 makes of vehicles. It has some cool new features like clutch and turbo reset, which were just added, which is very cool for automotive enthusiasts. It can access a lot of your car's functions like your battery and your TPMS. For example, when you put a new battery in a BMW, sometimes you have to register it. This guy has the capability to do that. And it says it can access your TPMS sensors. I did not personally test that part. Now it also does everything wirelessly over Bluetooth. It comes with a magnetic Bluetooth adapter for the back of the unit, but you can also hook it up via the Ethernet cable and a hard cable that they provide you in the actual kit in the little case that they give you. Here's a little look at all of the cool features of the Think car, ThinkScan. It has a lot of extra things. This is a global version. It will not lock you out via geo-blocking, so you can use this anywhere. It's a global version. This thing has bi-directional control, so you can activate things from the actual scanner. It does things like ECU coding. You can possibly write a VIN to the ECU, improve your fuel efficiency, transmission service resets. Check out all the hot resets you can do here. Oil, EPS, ETS, brake, gear, SAS, injectors, and BMS all can be reset from within the scanner. And it does automated VIN checking and diagnosis based on your actual car. It covers all kinds of vehicles from 96 to 2024, compatible with OBD2, EOBD, and CAN protocols. Check out all the cars it does support right there. And there's a good look at the height and width. It is a nice little tablet. It feels pretty heavy and sturdy, like it won't break easily, and I do like that. And you saw on Joe's car, we pulled all the codes on his car. We were able to go online and search for them all, and then we were able to reset the codes as well, which is awesome. Joe can go from there to go ahead and further diagnose his vehicle and see if he can figure out what's wrong with it. Now there's going to be a link in the description to go ahead and pick up the Think car 689BT. Please use our official links to go ahead and order this device. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. I might be giving this one away too. If you're interested, put a comment in the description. I'll take the best comment and go ahead and give this device away to one of you guys. Now here's a look at the Supercar Street Racing channel dashboard, and you can see 191,023 subscribers. We could not do that without support from the community and you guys. We really appreciate you liking and subscribing, and hit that bell icon. Buy all your Amazon products from any of our affiliate links. It does not have to be the one for this product in this video, but buy anything you want by clicking on this link in the video, and it helps us out just a little bit because we get no money from the channel, hardly nothing, to keep the channel afloat, and we're doing it just to do it. Guys, we're gonna have to get out of here though. It's almost dinner time or lunchtime, depending on how your family specifies it. Let's get out of here, right out that door. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have the Marantz Cinema 70S, and we're going to be replacing this old, tired Pioneer VSX 1021. So hang out with us while we take a look at this flagship Marantz receiver. Now, about 1 year ago, we did create this nice 5.1 surround sound system in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and we also added this nice big Fire TV from Amazon. It has a UE error 22 showing on the screen, and for some reason the sound cuts out all the time or just gets really loud and blows you out of the bed. So we're gonna have to disconnect this and get this brand new Cinema 70S connected. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. Okay guys, we got the brand new Marantz Cinema 70S in front of us. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. Now this is the flagship, one of the flagships of the new Marantz lineup. And this is replacing the NR1711 that we have in the Supercar Street Racing Studios as the new updated model. I was a little bit too early to get this model when we built the studio. Let's get it turned around. And inside the nice packaging, very, very nice presentation. You can see already, there's a nice Marantz box on top here. There is an Odyssey mic for calibrating your sound. And then there is your power cord. And inside the box here, check out the presentation. We have the remote, the Bluetooth Wi-Fi antenna, some batteries, and a nice quick start guide. And then under that, it tells you how to use the HEOS app to listen to high resolution audio. And then there's an antenna right underneath that for FM and AM radio. Very, very nice. Once inside the box, we see this nice presentation here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Let's go ahead and get the mic out. This is unlike any receiver I've ever unboxed before. The quality and the presentation is very high end for a $1,100 receiver. And you can see the nice wrap here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. We are gonna have to get it off the table now to get it out of the box. And it is a slimline receiver. Okay, that is all that's inside the box of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Now here's the Marantz Cinema 70S compared to the VSX 1021 from Pioneer. This Pioneer receiver did come from a thrift store a while back, and it is giving me quite a few problems. But notice how well built this Marantz looks compared to the Pioneer and how much more high-end this looks. All right, now that we have the Cinema 70S up against the Pioneer VSX 1021 here, let's go ahead and get this VSX 1021 disconnected and get this Pioneer out of here. All right, taking a look at the back of the Cinema 70S from left to right, we do see one Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna upper left, and then we see our phono inputs. We've got our standard audio inputs here, right next to our antennas. At the top, we've got digital inputs, we've got a coaxial, and we've got an optical input. Then we've got our Ethernet input jack here. And then we've got the preamp outputs. It does have preamp outputs for all the channels, which is important if you have a high-end system. Right here, there's a remote control. And then at the top, all your inputs for HDMI, and we will be using the ARC input for ours. Now, ARC is audio return channel. This will allow us to play audio from the TV through the receiver. And then you have your speaker outputs at the bottom, front, center, surround, and surround back, and surround back. And then your standard power jack and your other Bluetooth antenna. Now, I did not label these wires when I put them on the back of the Pioneer. I have enough slack where it shouldn't be a problem. All right, we got the Marantz out. We got it plugged in. We have the audio return HDMI going to the television. And so this is what it looks like here in front of me. Looks so good, so much better than the old one. And I have the remote control right here as well. And I decided to go ahead and just use Wi-Fi because I was using a power line adapter before, and it is very slow. To do anything fast, we're gonna need better network. I would like to run Ethernet to this room eventually. And here is the remote control for the Cinema 70S. All right, so we have the receiver plugged in. We have power to the remote control. Let's go ahead and power it on. It did come on, and on the front, it does say Marantz here. Really cool looking display. Input. We should see the setup for this. We do. Okay, we have the setup on the screen now for the receiver. All right, now you guys can see the AV receiver setup assistant here. I'm gonna go ahead and click English. I'm gonna click next. Already got all that stuff done. Okay, is this the speaker setup? Yes, okay. No height speakers, no front, top, no that. No, I don't have Dolby Atmos. Yes, that's already connected. We're gonna play a test tone, so let's see. Set the subwoofer at 30. I do hear front left. I do hear center. I do hear front right. I do hear right surround. I do hear left surround. I do hear the sub. And we have the Odyssey calibration, and we are going to go ahead and break out the microphone for Odyssey. And there is a microphone jack on the front right here to do Odyssey setup. So go ahead and get that plugged in. Go ahead and hit next. But I'm gonna go ahead and plug in. I'm gonna plug in the Odyssey mic. It is plugged in. Connect the calibration microphone to set up. Main listening position is going to go in the center of the bed back here. Main listening position is going to be with a pillow, just like that. And let's go back to the front. Okay, it's ready to test. Main listening position. Okay, I'm moving the mic. All right, it is done. I stopped at the third listening position. It says disconnect the microphone. Went ahead and did that. The antennas are actually already connected to the back here, and it's gonna connect us to network here. Firmware, let's go ahead and try to update the firmware. Yep, there is an update. Okay, it does say 1 minute left on the update here. And you can see the TV went into screensaver because the receiver has switched off the HDMI signal. Okay, it is not outputting audio to the subwoofer. This is what I was talking about. I need to find that setting. Okay, I did figure it out. It was set on full range. For the front speakers, I set it to crossover at 40 Hertz, and now we have subwoofer audio here on the front. And I don't know what surround sound mode we are in right now. I'm gonna go ahead and get the app opened up, and I'm going to record it when I do that. And let's find the app now. Marantz. Go ahead and open the app. Now don't forget we have 2 Marantz AVRs now. Now it's detecting. It found master bedroom and it found studio. I'm gonna select master bedroom and it is loading. Now it is on Dolby Audio, Dolby Digital plus Dolby Surround, so it's on auto. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, you're in the 4K production studio, and we are taking a look today at the Marantz Cinema 70S, as you can see right here on your screen. And this 70S Marantz is one of the flagship Marantz models, and it is a slimline model as well. Now this receiver has 50 watts on all 7 channels. It does 4K 120 and also 8K. Now right here in the Supercar Street Racing studio, we have the old NR1711 from Marantz, which is also their slimline model. And unfortunately, I got it right before the 70S came out, so I wasn't able to pick up the new 70S. I did pick up the 70S for my bedroom, and you guys remember we did a 5.1 audio project in the bedroom about 1.5 years ago. And I did use a thrift store receiver at that time. It was a Pioneer, and I was trying to save money, so I just picked that up, and it got by for a little while. Now, the Pioneer started giving me errors like UE22, which is something to do with updates. And it is so old that it is no longer supported by Pioneer. Now, checking out the Cinema 70S right here on Amazon, you can see that if you buy it from this person, this seller, it is $11.93, but you can actually get it for right around $1,000, and I will put links in the description for both of them. When you take this link here, you can actually pay it in Amazon payments. The $1,000 version, you cannot pay it in payments. And this receiver has a 4.2 star review out of 52 ratings. Now, I will tell you on YouTube, this receiver has great reviews, and it's one of the best receivers I've ever personally used. Just the packaging and presentation was so nice on this receiver. When you open it up, you immediately see the quality there and the effort that they put in to make this a little bit of a higher quality experience for its customers. And going online here, you can see the pictures here of the receiver. And there's the front of the receiver. It has a really nice, modern looking high-end feel. Here it says elevated performance for the Cinema 70S. Soundmaster tuned using precision components ensures your listening experience is extraordinary. And right here you take a look at the back of the Cinema 70S. And we did go over all this stuff in the video, and I showed you the connections on the back there. But notice here, one of the higher quality things that it has are preamp outputs for every channel. You can see right here, that is something that a lot of manufacturers are leaving out of their receivers now. And right here to the right of that, you can see all the speaker outputs and the HDMI inputs, including the 8K monitor output there. And you can see it does 4K 120 as well. It also does have 2 subwoofer outputs. And they're just letting you know right here that it has an included microphone, so you can use their Odyssey setup to perfectly tune any room. And right here, it's showing you the style, which I think is pretty cool, honestly. And it's telling you here in this slide that it has the most modern technologies available right now. Now, this also supports HEOS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth, and multi-room, so it has multi-zone support. And taking a look at the reviews here, I don't necessarily agree with some of these bad reviews. There are only 52 reviews total on this ad. This one says buggy firmware. I have not had that experience. Now, I did update the firmware immediately when I got the receiver, and so maybe I had a different experience. This one says it doesn't have Odyssey multi-EQ. It does not. It has regular Odyssey. But checking out the 5-star reviews here, you can see that it says pretty happy. Best audio gear I have ever owned. Fantastic sound. Hard to beat the price. I also agree. It is pretty hard to beat the $1,000 price point on this receiver. Incredible sound reproduction. I kind of agree. It sounds amazing. I've listened to music and movies on it, and it does sound really good. Perfect addition to my home theater system. I think the plan is for me to also, in the future, get a second one to upgrade my home theater room because my Yamaha is getting old at this point. So far, everything excellent. I agree with that review. For me, everything is great so far. And this last review says it was just fantastic. So the Marantz Cinema 70S has worked out great for the supercar street racing 5.1 surround sound in the bedroom. And like I said a few minutes ago, I do plan on buying another one for my home theater room to replace the aging Yamaha. Guys, I want to thank you for supporting our street racing in every way possible. Please buy all your products through our Amazon links that'll be in the description, including this Marantz Cinema 70S. And you can buy anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the product that you're currently looking at. And we have to get out of here right now. We have to go upgrade every receiver in Jacksonville. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today we've got another unboxing and review for you. This is the Winbridge S388 voice amplifier. You can see the box right here in my hand. And Winbridge was kind enough to send me this device to go ahead and check out on the channel. And I'm going to go ahead and take that opportunity now. This thing has a 20-watt power output. It is completely rechargeable. As you can see here on the side, we have a USB Type-C for charging the actual amplifier. And on the headset, we have a USB Type-C for recharging. And you can see the charge indicators right there. Now, So just taking a look at this amplifier really quickly, this does have the capability to play back Bluetooth. So you can pair this device with any other Bluetooth device and play right through the built-in speaker here. It also can play music from a USB stick, which you plug in right here in the side. Also on the side here, we see we have a USB Type-C charging port. We have an auxiliary jack, and what that means is that we can connect any device that has a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack right to the side here and play through the speaker. And then we can also connect a wireless mic to this, an auxiliary microphone. Now on the top of the device, you see here there are controls, and that is for playing back music via Bluetooth or the included USB jack here on the side. We've got our volume control right here, and we've got this nice strap right here that is included with the WindBridge S388. Here's a look at the headset. There is no earpiece on the headset. This is only a microphone, and you can see here the charging indicators on the side, and the microphone is adjustable here on your head and fits quite nicely. And that part goes in your ear, even though there is no earphone in there for you. So now let's take a look at how you actually connect the headset to the amplifier. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and right here in front of me right now, we've got the WindBridge voice amplifier. Now, in order to use this amplifier for the first time, you need to pair the headset with the actual device. Now, doing that can be kind of tricky. It took me a few minutes to figure out how to get this done, but basically, here's the power button on the device headset right here. And what you want to do is you want to turn on the power on this WindBridge. Then your display will go like that. Then you hold down the M button until U1's flashing. And then what you're supposed to do is turn the power on your headset, and then it should pair. However, I had to end up clicking this button multiple times, not only for the power to come on, but also for this to pair. As you can see now, we have the U1 button light is solid. So that means these are paired. And if we attempt to talk, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we can see that we now have a successfully connected device. Let's talk a little bit about the next feature of this WindBridge voice amplifier. Now this thing should have the capability to play Bluetooth from a device onto the speaker while you talk over it. But in order to do that, you need to pair your device. So what you do is you press the M button until you see blue. Blue is flashing on the display now, as we can see. Then we want to get into our tablet here. Turn on Bluetooth. See if we can locate it. And we hit pair new device on my tablet. And looks like this S388 is right here. And it does say pairing. I'm going to go ahead and pair that guy. And that is how you pair the S388 with a Bluetooth device. Okay, now that we got our tablet connected via Bluetooth, let's take a look at what we can do with this. We've got a royalty-free music site loaded over here, so I write strikes. But okay, so it's not connected right now. Let's go back in here and see if we can get that reconnected. S388 is connecting. There we go. Let's go back to our royalty-free music site here. Now we've got music playing through the amplifier from the tablet. And we can get that quite loud. And we have our volume here. Taking a look again at the Windbridge voice amplifier, we can see here on the side that we have jacks for both a microphone, auxiliary microphone. We've got an auxiliary input. That way, if you want to feed, let's say, an MP3 player or your phone output, we can do it there. Also on this side, we have the charging port. So this is a USB Type-C charger. We also have a USB port here, which is interesting because you can actually plug in a USB disc with music on it into this port and play that as well. We are taking a look now at the Windbridge capability to play music directly off of a USB stick. Here we've got a FAT32 formatted USB stick. And if we look on the side of the Windbridge amplifier, we've got a port here for USB. We'll go ahead and plug our device in there. And it went ahead and started playing. So now we are playing royalty-free music, of course, off of the Windbridge. And at the top here, you can actually go to the next song. Now, you cannot speak over the music with the headphone. It does not support that capability, and we can prove that here by testing out the headphone. It does not work. But that is the capability of this guy to play USB right there. Now we're going to be testing out the capability of the S388 amplifier to play music through the included auxiliary port. As we can see here on the side of the device, we have a 3.5 millimeter auxiliary port. So we go ahead and plug the stereo cable into aux. Now we've got my tablet over here. That's the only device I have yet left with a headphone jack. Go ahead and plug that in there. Now when we turn this on, it should switch to the aux mode. Let's see. All right, so I believe that does say aux right there. And can't really read it because my eyesight's so bad, but let's go ahead and play some music through it. Okay, I accidentally switched it off. We got nothing. So it said it would switch to auxiliary automatically after you plug it into the auxiliary jack. And it should say aux on this. It does not. I'm going to attempt that connection again. There it goes. So I had it off when I made the connection. There's our auxiliary. And we can switch songs here. You can see here on the tablet, we're just using our little auxiliary cable here. So that is how you actually play files off the auxiliary port. You get your 3.5 millimeter stereo cable. Make sure the device is actually on. See nothing on the display there. Plug in aux, and there we have aux on the screen of our device, and then we will hit play over here. Taking a look at some of the accessories that come with the S388 voice recorder. First thing they give you here is a USB Type-C cable. Looks like it might be, I don't know, 4 feet long here. So that is included with the device. They also give you a nice mini headphone stereo cable. So that would be useful for hooking up a phone with a mini headphone jack output or a MP3 player to the port on the side here that says auxiliary right here on the S388 voice amplifier. They also give you this nice strap that you can, I guess, hold around your shoulder. And then they give you a USB Type-C charger here to go ahead and charge. So those are the included accessories with the S388. Okay, now we're taking a look at how to actually charge the S388 headphones and the S388 voice amplifier. And first, let's take a look at the voice amplifier here. On the side, we do have a USB Type-C charging port here. They give you a USB-C cable here. If you'd like to charge it with the one they included, you can simply use their charger and put that directly into the charger there. And we will go ahead and plug that into the wall up here. And now on the side of the device here, there is a USB Type-C. We're going to go ahead and plug that in. And you can see here the little battery indicator is lit up on the front of the device, indicating that it is charging. And it does show you, I believe that is the percentage of battery charge here, we can see. And if we take this same USB Type-C and unplug it, you see our display disappeared. Let's plug it into the headphones here. It's actually a microphone. I keep calling it a headphone. So I noticed right away that it does not show you the state of charge when it is off. And it did this to me a little while ago. I could not actually get the lights to come on until now it's on right there. So to me, that looks like a single dot for state of charge. So let's see what happens when I put in the charger. Okay, now we do have our charging indicator. I was trying to figure out how to get that on. So what I did was I pressed power first till the green light came on, and now the charging indicator is on. Back with the S388 amplifier, and we're taking a look at the strap that is included with it and how to install that. So pretty simple. You honestly just have to take this thing here, either side, does not matter, and clip that directly onto one side or the other. As I say that, it's tricky. Got that on one side, and there is an adjustment in the center of the strap here. Go ahead and make sure the strap's not twisted, but it doesn't matter because it has these things that spin around on the end and keep it oriented. And then there is your strap for your S388 voice recorder for convenient carrying around. And if you have some presentations or anything to do, it'll make it easier for you to put this on your shoulder and just makes its ease of use much, much, much better. Okay, now that we've shown you some of the capabilities of this device, how you actually connect some things to it, let's go ahead and test how this thing sounds. Okay guys, welcome back. We've got the S388 voice amplifier connected in auxiliary mode here. And now what we're going to be doing is testing the sound from across the room. Not very scientific of a test, but it still will tell us kind of an idea of how loud it is. So we're going to go ahead and hit play. Turn the volume up. And step back to the back of the room. So from about 6 or 7 feet away, this is more than loud enough to, let's say, entertain a crowd in a room. A little bit of distortion, but I mean, it is usable. Moving closer to the device now. And now I'm going to back up even further. Okay, we are probably 20 feet away now. It probably would still work for a small crowd in a big room. And that gives you an idea of the capabilities of the speaker in the S388. Welcome back to the video, and we are now going to test the microphone from kind of far away. Now we've already got it on, and we held down the M button until U1 appeared on the display and is not flashing. That means we are ready to test. So we're going to step back for 5 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plenty loud enough from 5 feet away. Let's step back to about 10 to 15 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it doesn't really reach 15 feet away as far as the range from the microphone to the device, but actually this guy is meant to be kept right next to the microphone. So the point being that, yes, it is loud enough to hear from across the room. And I know that's a difficult test because I'm wearing a wireless microphone. So I will go ahead and make another clip now without the wireless mic and with the camera microphone. Okay guys, we are about 6 feet away from the device now, and what I'm going to do is step to the side and let you guys hear what it sounds like with the mic. Check, 1, 2, 3. So I am recording on the camera microphone from about 5 feet away now. You should be able to hear exactly how this microphone sounds. Now, I'm going to read something to you from, now after I step in front of the camera, from the instruction manual. How to use the wireless headset microphone. After twist the knob key to switch on the speaker, please long press the M button on the speaker until U1 blinks on the display. Then please turn on the wireless microphone. At this time, U1 indicator will become constant light on the screen. It means that the headset mic and speaker are successfully connected. Now, as far as the ease of using the S388, it is a compact device. It does make it really easy to carry around and have some amplification of your voice from the little included headset here on this tiny little speaker system. So that is convenient. So one of the big negatives I found about the S388 is that you can't actually play music under your voice. So you can't amplify your voice with the headset and then play the music underneath your voice. Let's say if you wanted to do karaoke or just have some background music for yourself. Okay, now for my final review of this S388 audio amplifier by Windbridge. I would say I would give it a 4 out of a 5-star rating. Only because of two things. It was difficult to set up the microphone in the beginning, although now I do kind of understand it. And also you can't play your voice over music played through the Bluetooth, the auxiliary, or the USB flash stick. But overall, I do like the product and it is adequate for small rooms. And I think that you might enjoy it as well. Guys, thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing, and we will see you guys soon. Hey guys, how's it going? Supercar Street Racing here again, and it's Saturday, and it's time to talk about the LG Signature washer and the LG Signature dryer we got here. So these are probably two of the more expensive, if not the most expensive, home line of washers and dryers made. And there is a reason, because these are the top of the line that LG offers you. This is the Signature washer. As you see inside here, it is the WM9500 HKA right there. It is a 8.5 cubic feet washing machine, so it holds a lot of laundry, and trust me, that comes in handy. You can do an entire comforter, sheets, pillows from a bed set in one load is what they promise. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn the dryer back on here. This is the dryer, and before we do that, this is a DLEX 9500K. Alright, so the dryer is going there. We have some laundry in here. We have the comforter in here that I just washed. And I did wash the comforter and sheet separately for a different reason. But the most exciting thing about this whole setup, besides being the fact that this whole setup is Wi-Fi enabled, if you look right here, you will see that it has the Wi-Fi indicator right there. This is Wi-Fi enabled, and it will report back to the ThinQ app on your phone, the LG ThinQ app. Now, if you guys watch my videos, you know that all my devices are smart enabled. So all my LG appliances are smart enabled. They all report back in one app. So we'll have some live video of that from the phone a little bit later in the video. But for now, this is the washing machine. Some of the features on the front, steam cycles. It has a steam washer and a steam dryer. It's got a normal heavy-duty bedding, permanent press, and towels under the general steam cycles. Then it's got under caring, it's got sanitary, allergen, bright whites, tub clean, and jumbo wash. And then under special, it's got delicate, sportswear, speed wash, rinse and spin, and downloaded. So the one that I wanted to particularly highlight here was the speed wash app, or not app, speed wash setting on the washer and dryer. It is around 15 or 20 minutes and it works amazing. I use it all the time and it works great when you're in a hurry. For example, this comforter that I just had in there was speed washed. Now for the other cool thing, so like I said, it has the steam setting here. It's got the smart grid technology. It's got a delay wash. So when you're connected to Wi-Fi, you can add garments if it's locked by pressing this button. Here's your typical temperature settings: extra hot, hot, warm, cold, and tap cold. It's got extra high, high, medium, low, and no spin. It's got a soil, heavy, normal, or light mode. And then it has a grid mode with signals. It's got a turbo wash feature, a cold wash feature, an extra rinse feature, and of course, if you hold this, it's supposed to put the drum light on. Let's see. There we go. Drum light comes on with this, but it was ready to start a cycle, so it wasn't quite ready. But yeah, this comforter has already been washed on speed wash, and it is basically dry to the touch. This thing washes and dries, and you know, when it spins, it dries and flows almost all the way, so that means less stress on your dryer. It's a high efficiency washing machine. It does have a direct drive motor with a 10-year warranty on the motor. It says so right here on the front. And if we look down below that, we got the best part of this whole setup. We have a sidekick. So I'm going to show you guys that in a minute. Sidekick is another washing machine underneath the regular washer that does another set of clothes. It's very exciting. Now taking a look at the dryer here, this is also a 9 cubic foot dryer. It actually will hold more than the washing machine. And it is a turbo steam dryer, so it uses steam. And it has the same type of settings as any normal dryer. It's got normal heavy duty bedding, permanent pressed towels. It's got antibacterial, steam sanitary, fresh steam, low temp, dry, and jumbo dry under caring. And then under special, it's got delicate, speed dry, air dry, and then it can download other, I guess, programs that you can design. It does have turbo steam. It is Wi-Fi enabled on the smart grid, so you can remote start it. You can save a custom program. It's got your normal dry levels, like heavy, very dry, more dry, normal dry, less dry, and then your temperature settings as any other washing machine, your time dry like any washing machine, your signal level for like when it's done, and then you can add more time, less time, do wrinkle care, and do a damp dry signal as well. Now, take a good look inside there. It does have towels in it right now, but you can see this is got a whole towel set in it, and there's plenty of room for other towels or other clothes. You just push it, and this is touch, by the way, so you just kind of push and hold that to start. Now, under there is not another dryer, of course. This is just a pedestal. Now, these pedestals do not come with the units, and they are quite expensive, but I was insistent at this time when I got a washer and dryer that I would not get one without a pedestal, because I wanted to have the sidekick, and of course it wouldn't look right with nothing underneath the dryer. So now I'm going to show you guys a little bit about the sidekick and how that works. All right, guys, here we have the sidekick, which is amazing. So this is its own washing machine here, built in by itself. Now, some things you need to know about the sidekick is you do not use laundry. You don't use these kind of laundry packets, what do they call them, in there. You don't use these. You use regular laundry detergent, as you see. For example, this Publix laundry detergent works perfect. We pull this out, we see that inside, you actually push the lid and it clicks to open. And then inside you will find a little thing to put your laundry detergent in. So you just fill this up and stick it in there. Now we do have some towels ready to go. I am going to grab these towels right here to wash and show you guys the sidekick. So operating the sidekick is pretty easy. Click open the door, throw your towels in, get your laundry detergent ready with this. I'm going to do it over the thing because I guarantee you I will spill it. Pour your laundry detergent in the blue cup and just stick that directly in there. It just rides in there, no problem. It's rubber. Push down on your lid, it clicks closed. Now, you push the power button and you can select your program here. I'm just going to go normal, so I'm going to push start. Yes, and then you close it, and it is locked and closed. And as you can see here in the display, hopefully you can see it on camera, this guy's got 39 minutes, and this is locked now. To move it, you cannot pull it out now. It is locked. So in 39 minutes, that will be done, and that is your sidekick. Alright guys, taking a look at the ThinkQ app here. Now as you can see, this app has all of my LG devices on it. Sub-Zero Winds is my refrigerator, of course named after Mortal Kombat. Fireball, obviously named after the drink. For my cooktop range, Plate Destroyer is my dishwasher. Winona Dryer is my dryer, and Luke Skywasher is my washing machine, and Air2D2 my little window unit. Now let's take a look at what's happening now on Luke Skywasher. You notice that it says it has 15 minutes left. If we walk into the actual device there, we see a little clock with 15 minutes left. That is the speed wash. Down here it tells you the settings, and that remote start is actually off. So that is Luke Skywasher with 15 minutes left on the speed wash. Now if we go back here to Winona Dryer, which is the dryer. Winona Dryer is drying with 28 minutes left. It's on normal dry level, medium temperature, and all the other settings are off. Now, adding a device to this ThinQ is easy. You just click Add Device, and you can scan the QR code, or you can manually select device. And what happens after that is it actually creates a temporary Wi-Fi network to connect to your device. Now, in order to connect, you do have to push the Wi-Fi button and hold it on the front of your LG Wi-Fi enabled device. It will go ahead and connect to your Wi-Fi network, and then you will see all your devices here. Now, you do need a LG account to use this guy, so make sure you sign up for an LG account if you buy any of the LG smart appliances.
So here we have the LG Signature 5.8 cubic foot large smart Wi-Fi enabled front load washer. Some of the key features are black stainless steel finish, turbo wash technology, inverter direct drive motor, integrated control panel, and ThinQ technology. The model number is WM9500HKA. Here's the LG Signature 9 cubic foot large smart Wi-Fi enabled electric dryer with turbo steam technology. Its key features are 9 cubic feet of mega capacity, full touch on-door control panel, turbo steam technology, and ThinQ technology. The model number is DLEX9500K. This is the LG Signature 1 cubic foot LG Sidekick model WD205K. This sits underneath your washing machine. It comes with all the hoses to split the water, and it has a black stainless steel finish, 6 custom care cycles, and a magnetic remote. This is the LG Signature Laundry Pedestal, model WDP5K. Its key features are, it sits underneath either the washer or the dryer instead of the Sidekick, and it has a slide-out drawer for storage, making things easy and convenient. I hope you enjoyed this review. This is Supercar Street Racing.
What is the deal with all the frogs out here? They're insane. Why is it so loud? Guys, the frogs. What is happening?
Guys, today we're going to take a look at what is under these aero covers on the brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. We're going to do that right here and right now on Supercar Street Racing. Stick around. Alright guys, this is my 2023 Model S Plaid, and we are going to be taking a look at what is underneath the wheel covers, but not before we clean it, and then we will pull these right off and see what is underneath. And here is the Model S Plaid aero cover, sitting here so beautiful. Under this cover. Oh, so much better. So much better. Just needs hubcaps. That's all it needs, and I wonder if these will fit it. Don't think they will. Guys, that is such an improvement. My hands got dirty. Let's get the rest of this clean. Guys, here is the Tempest wheel from Tesla, right underneath this cover here. And what we are going to do now, right here, is clean this wheel.
All right, so we have successfully uncovered the mystery of what is behind the aero covers on a 2023 Model S Plaid. I just ordered the wheel cap cover kit from Amazon. I will put that up on the screen right now and link it in the description. And here is a look at the car without the aero covers, and it is a humongous improvement over stock with the aero covers. Of course, it looks way better. So I encourage you, if you're not doing long distance on the highway, to take off your aero covers. If you're going on a trip, you can throw them back on. They do nothing in the city. They don't help you in the city that much. I would say negative 20% or more. But, and I'm making a joke. But yeah, the car looks awesome. I am going to get a picture of this and tease it in the thumbnail. And man, I'm hyped for some better wheels for this car, and that is coming in about 2 months after the car gets the special treatment from All Set Auto. And that wheel that we are getting is a surprise, and it is going to take a while to get. So this is how the car looks now. I'm going to step back and give you guys a view. It's too bad they're not black, but they are gunmetal, like a dark gunmetal. They look great. They will look even better with the center cap kit that I just ordered. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and we will see you for the next thing with this amazing 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid on Supercar Street Racing. All right, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. After a nice false start on this video, due to some problems with the exposure level, we are back with a product provided to us from Jukebox, I believe is how you pronounce it. And this is their ergonomic mouse pad. They invited us to test and let you know how we like it. So what we're going to do today is get this thing unboxed, or should we say unpackaged in this case, and then we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to actually take this into the SCSR 4K studio and edit a whole video using it, and then get back to you guys after that point and tell you how I felt about it, if my hand felt anything weird, or if it was more comfortable than not having one, because I currently do not have one. So that's the plan. Let's get busy. All right, guys, we got the Jukebox mouse pad in front of me, and that is from an Amazon seller that I will link in the description. They were so gracious to have provided us with this mouse pad. It is the ergonomic mouse pad, and it comes in different colors as well. Some cool options, which we will show you later. But for right now, what we're going to do is go ahead and unbag this thing and tell you how it feels initially before we run out to the studio and start editing. Right, so it did come with this nice peel sat on the back, which is going to be a good short. So yeah, it comes out of the package looking like this with a plastic bit of protection on the back, which we're going to peel off right now, I believe. Let's see. We're going to do a short real quick with this, and we will be back. This tiny little guitar is chilling next to this thing that looks like a guitar, but it's actually a mouse pad. We got a guitar right here. We got a thing that looks like a guitar, and we got the peel sat. Oh, you love the peel sat. It's so good. And we just got glued on while we were trying to do it, a short, and it messed everything up. All right, and so right out of the box here, you see there is a place for you to put your hand right here, and it's supposed to support your wrist better so that you don't get carpal tunnel syndrome. So you just put your wrist like this when you edit, and yes, we have the tiny guitar that kind of looks like this upside down, and we were showing that on our peel satisfaction video, which you can see on my shorts here. Now the very next step, just out of the box, it does have good quality. This is a kind of a sticky back, so what it does is it allows it to stick to the desk without moving. So it's kind of nice that way. After you peel that off, it has just a little bit of stickiness on the back. So let's get this thing out to the SCSR studios now. What I'm going to do out there is take another hard look at this, put it in place of the SCSR mouse pad, and then go ahead and edit an entire video with this mouse pad. So why don't you guys come on along? We're going to head on out to the studio, and once we do, we will get busy. Already hot. But it's not hot in here. The AC is on 68, 70. Nice and cool. Oh, I forgot the mouse pad.
Got him!
Dang it.
Got him! Oh!
Out in the Supercar Street Racing studio, and I did remember this time to bring the mouse pad. So here's the mouse pad that we're going to be temporarily using. So let's take the Supercar Street Racing branded mouse pad out and go ahead and place that over here to the side, and go ahead and get our new mouse pad right here, and we will edit on this and see if we like the way it feels on our wrist. So we're gonna give you a top view while I'm editing, and we'll stop down a few times during the video. So let's get busy. Hey guys, welcome back to the studio today. You got Brad here from Supercar Street Racing. And today we have been provided with this Jigegu ergonomic mouse pad from the manufacturer to go ahead and test out for you guys and see how much we like it. Now, first of all, we have been editing with this ergonomic mouse pad now for about 5 hours. And so we'll update you guys on that and how it felt here after we talk about the actual mouse pad. Now, taking a look at the very top here, you see it has memory foam. And if we go down to the other pictures, it says that it has a 15-degree slope, and it says it has a 15-degree slope to decrease wrist pain. And now I do know somebody that just had carpal tunnel surgery because of this issue. Right there at the next picture, you see that they call this the massage bump, which is the part that you lay your wrist on right there. And then it says it has breathable memory foam for long-term use without deformation or collapsing. And then the next picture here, you can see it is made of Lycra fabric, and it has a, I don't know what PU means, but it's a PU base. And basically what that means is the bottom of it is kind of a sticky base. When you stick it on the desk, it does not move at all. And right here you got the dimensions. So the mouse pad is 8 inches by 12 inches, and it is a 1.2 height mouse pad. Right here you can see a picture of it sitting right next to what looks like a Mac keyboard and a Mac monitor. Now this thing has 31 ratings, and it is sitting at a 4.4 stars. Let's look at the different colors. I have the black one right here in front of me, and I have been using this all day long. And let's see what other colors they have. So they have this one with flowers on it, if you like that. Blow that up for you guys. They've got this one with space on it, which is pretty cool. I think I would have liked that one. Maybe they'll send me one. And then they've got this one with a bunch of pink waves and stuff on it. Now looking at the about this item, it says this has a natural and comfortable posture for your wrist, a massage bump design that can relieve your wrist pain and fatigue and improve carpal tunnel syndrome. I think they mean prevent. You don't want to improve your carpal tunnel syndrome, you want to prevent it. It says it's made of superior material, made with silky, breathable Lycra, abrasion resistant, piling free, comfortable to touch, and filled with raised memory foam with good resilience, durable and not easily deformed. And I agree, after using it, it does bounce back with the memory foam inside. Anti-slip PU base, what they're talking about here is what we went over a few minutes ago. It's kind of a sticky base here. When you stick it on the desktop, it will not slide off. It says it's the optimal size. It is 12 by 8 by 1/2 inch, comfortable size, perfect for anyone left or right-handed. It doesn't matter. It's ambidextrous, and it has a smooth surface and accurate positioning, and I will agree with that. I did feel like it was accurate and the mouse worked very well on the mouse pad. So they guarantee you quality assurance and that they sell high quality products, and they have a 1-year free replacement service on the mouse pad. Now there are some other options you could go with, but I have personally used this one all day, and I can definitely say I was impressed with it, and I am going to continue using it. So I'm going to keep this on top of the Supercar Street Racing mouse pad because I am higher than the desk. And when I'm up higher, this allows my hand to rest nicely. My wrist will rest nicely on the wrist pad, and my hand will be a little bit higher up towards my body. Now let's take a look at some of the reviews here. It is sitting at 4.4. It says comfortable mouse pad. This one says it is comfortable. It says this is a lifesaver, which is a great review. This one says it's beautiful and comfy. Big help for aging folks, and it says I like it, and also shows a picture of it right here. Got a few more 5-star reviews. This one was a review from a Vine, so it must have been done for free, it says. Customer review of a free product. And let's take a look at some of the lower reviews just to see we can see what people are thinking. Had such a terrible smell. I can't smell, so I have no idea if that is the case. That is the only 1-star review I see. The 2 stars are not there. 3 stars are not there, even though it says 8%, and there is 1 4-star review. They like the pattern, but they didn't like the mouse pad. For me, it doesn't feel like they described. I don't have the feeling that it's falling off the desk. It is a bit more restrictive than my Supercar Street Racing custom mouse pad because it is way smaller. The SCSR mouse pad is huge. Take a look at the Supercar Street Racing mouse pad, and you can see the difference from that and the ergonomic GJju mouse pad. Now guys, I have the channel content up right here in front of me, and I just want to thank you guys so much for the support and for liking and subscribing. Please like and subscribe when you watch my videos. And we are doing so well. We just had a video do over 100,000 views. This video about my outdoor sconces is sitting at 137,000 views, and I could not do that without you guys. And when you are going to buy products for yourself, please go to our affiliate links in any video. It doesn't have to be the product that you need, but if you click through it and you do purchase it, I get a commission from the Amazon affiliates program. So go ahead and like and subscribe while you have a minute for me. Then go into the description of the video and go ahead and click and buy a product through our affiliate links. Guys, thank you so much for watching today and being a supporter of Supercar Street Racing. But we got to get out of here. We got so much work to do. We have a big project being edited tomorrow for you that you're going to enjoy. I know you're going to like it, and I'm looking forward to getting it out there. We'll see you guys later. Oh he's so into it. Oh my God.
That's enough.
It's okay. Oh, I can't. He jumped on the screen. Morning guys, they are out here. Going to start on the step tile. So looks like he went ahead and marked off his design here. So there's going to be 1 stripe of step tile on these steps, and then on the step out there, and that will be this tile here. So he will be cutting either 1 or 2 stripes, I'm not sure. probably 2 rows for the steps out here. Then it'll be time to do the plaster in the pool. So we'll check back with you here shortly. Cool. Now the tile just goes right in that inside that line? Okay, awesome. And then they plaster the rest?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's the time to make it smooth when it's thicker. Okay, gotcha.
Gap in the plaster. This is half-inch 3/4.
Uh-huh. Nice, okay.
No more side.
All right, awesome. How long does it take for this to dry so they start the plaster? Probably.
Plaster.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe if they work on Saturday, yeah.
This is waiting for plaster. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday.
Okay.
Tomorrow Sunday.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Yes, yeah.
Looks like that's where it's going to go on this stuff. He's got all the thin set laid out. I guess it's thin set. Maybe it's plaster. Oh yeah, it's thin set. It's this stuff, Cool Bright. Swimming pool finish. That's what he's mixed. Or no, it's thin set. Okay, maybe it's both. So a little bit of progress happening here. This is cool, man. So 2 for 2 stripes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So good, man. That tile is awesome.
Wow. It's beautiful.
Sun just reflects off it so perfect. Yeah. Can't wait to see the water on it, like on the tile. It's gonna be nice. Okay.
Quite ready, huh?
I'm not sure.
Last day? No. I'm just checking it, make sure it's ready for plaster. All right. You'll have the tile done today, right?
When are you guys scheduled to start the plaster? Tomorrow?
No, I don't need a scheduling.
Oh, okay.
I'm just here to make sure it's ready for.
Gotcha. Okay. You guys work on Saturday though with the plaster?
Not too often, sometimes.
All right, little update over here on the step tile. There is the second, and that's the biggest step done. It is hot out here. So yeah, he's working on the third step now. That's a good view of what it looks like right there. Just cleaned off the tile. That's what it looks like after being cleaned. The sun hitting it. See, from different angles, it's different colors.
Okay.
Just straightening the extra ones that are a little bit crooked. Then down here they're trying to get this part dry because the water tends to creep up through the drains from underneath the pool. I guess there's a big box under there. That is like a drain box. And the water will keep coming up. They're going to try to get that dried out. So he's also putting some kind of sealer around where the ports were and also around the niche. There. Probably should have went ahead and gotten all LED lights drilled out, but I didn't. Oh well. Alright, taking a look at the step tile on the other side. He's working on the little step, the little seat. He's almost done. Give you guys an update. That's great. Alright guys, taking a look at the step tile now in its completed process. All done. Check it out, guys. Look how that tile looks in the sun. When that water hits it, it's going to be so good. And there's still water in there. I don't know when that's ever going to dry up if we keep getting water in it. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's coming out of the port. Maybe I'll stuff something in there. Yep, there's water coming out the port. I gotta take care of that. Anyway, guys, back to what I was saying. I was trying to deal with this water coming out of the port here, so I emailed the pool company about it piling up in the bottom because they're needing that dry before they can do the plaster. And of course, the water's going to come out somewhere. So anyway, step tile is done. That's the end of this update. We'll update you guys again when I have some more information about plaster going in. Until then, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you're enjoying the way the pool's coming out. Looks good to me, huh? All right, we got the 85-inch peel satisfaction. You got 10 seconds. Let's go. Oh, that peel! Why? That's corn. Somewhere in there are cows. And we are in Mississippi today. And I'm going to show you guys my sister's unique house and some of the cool features of this place on Supercar Street Racing. Come along and check this out. Now you can tell already stepping on the porch of my sister's house that she has some unique things out here. Very unique taste in art and furniture, and she collects some really cool things. But I've spent some time on this porch playing guitar with the corn right across the street and the beautiful plants. And you can see here, this is just the beginning of some of the coolest things you'll probably see at a house. Now let's go inside. Hey dude! What are you doing, dude? All right, we step inside the house, and of course, there's some really cool older vintage pictures here. I don't know exactly what they are. That says Guadalupe, so that's Mexico. So yeah, some really interesting old photography here. And then of course, we are from New Orleans, so down here we have some very cool Mardi Gras stuff there, and we have Bo the cat. And then moving up here, there's some very cool antique lamps here. A very old antique, it looks like an armoire, or I guess you would call it a dresser, more like, and not an armoire. And then on top of that, some vintage photography, and I don't know the significance of this, probably isn't one. The cat is trying to open the door. You're not getting out, dude. Some interesting palm leaves here, a candle, and then some shawls adorning this, and some more old photography back here. But a very cool old dresser here as you enter the front door, and some older looking ornate lights. And then on my right here, some pretty cool artwork. As you can see, it's multi-leveled. Might be hard to tell on camera, but this is levels of paper or some kind of material. This is one of my friend's artwork, Andre. So he painted this of a local artist. Okay, so my sister is really into Day of the Dead stuff. So you're gonna see a lot of skulls and things related to Day of the Dead. And up here, we do have a cool picture. Looks like painted by Anthony Hart, and then a picture of my sis and her boyfriend there. And then down to some interesting artwork here. There's a diver's bell here. There is some kind of old, I think that's a trombone. There's an old cigar, a Puerto Rico tiny ukulele there, and then knickknacks on the top. And to the left of that, a old vintage microphone with some Mardi Gras beads, and an old, looks like a Mardi Gras trumpet, honestly, is what I think it is. And then a cool old piece of furniture underneath this. Looks like it's just like some sort of chest, and that is part of the living room there. Now let's move over. And this guitar is Paul Thorne. It has tickets on it, and it's autographed, and that is pretty cool. If you guys haven't heard Paul Thorne, go ahead and check him out. And there is his Catfish Alley poster, and then a picture of him and my sister, and some other Paul Thorne stuff here, and then cool little poster here, artwork.
by Paul Thorne. It is signed by him. And then a lanyard from his concert and some other cool rock and roll related. Maybe he played in Clarksdale at the Deep Blues Festival. And then down here, there's some Eddie Hodges stuff. Looks like an Eddie Hodges record, autographed, and a old resonator guitar, which I have played this several times. It's kind of interesting to play. Some kind of, looks like a ray, manta ray or stingray skeleton there. And then we've got an interesting little table right here as well. On this table, there's a bunch of knickknacks, a bunch of automobile-related stuff, some airplanes and stuff like that, some more Day of the Dead, picture of my sister's boyfriend with the president, and just a lot of cool little knickknacks. And then some art up top, looks like Mary art. Down below, a dog and a suitcase and some old antique, looks like antique buckets and an antique suitcase right there, suitcase. And then some walking sticks over here to round out this wall of coolness. Okay, over here on the side by the antique fireplace, you can see some more cross-related art. She really likes crosses and the Day of the Dead stuff. And an antique piece of furniture down there. An old antique chair, so a vase, an old phone here. Some really cool artwork, some more religious artwork. More cat interference. And then up here we've got a nice big painting, and on top of the mantle a bunch of cool crosses and candles. And then down here in front of the fireplace, a bunch of cool little candles on a metal antique table. Very cool. Some more religious artwork there. Another cross here, which is pretty cool. You guys can see that. And more candles. And some more art in the corner here. There's a corner shelf with some interesting things on it. Few little knickknacks here and there, some more crosses on the wall. And then over here in the window there is a case full of antique cars, a Buddha here, another old piece of furniture with a cool candelabra thing in front of it, and another really old antique chair there with a chandelier above the window. And then this ornate piece of iron here with some things hanging on it, and this couch with these nice pillows. You can see this really old cool suitcase here, an antique book on top, and then here is a signed Meatloaf autographed microphone, a cool Eminem dude with a saxophone, and then an Elvis. And you know, we just visited the birthplace of Elvis yesterday, and there's Elvis with his microphone chilling on top of this old piece of furniture here. And then another old table with some things inside the top. And a skull on top with a Mardi Gras hat of some kind, it looks like. Side, there is a pretty cool piece of artwork up here, a bunch of candles, a bunch of old dishes, antique dishes, all the way down this, I guess you call it an armoire or a cabinet of some kind. And then on this side, some really cool, colorful curtains, another Day of the Dead type skull, old bowling pins too, which is very cool. And then in the corner, on the corner shelf, miscellaneous. Looks like a glass skull from the Skull vodka. Really, really cool artwork here. Really cool antique tables. Another pretty cool hanging mirror with some, and she's also a cat lover, if you couldn't tell. The cat's staring at Patricia. And then this, another cool little skull. And these hanging cat ornaments are awesome. Look, these are cool. And then rounding out her cool living room, she has some more neat artwork right here. And then, of course, more cats right there. And an awesome shelf. I like this piece of art here. It says odd on it, and it's got the little Barbie doll head. More religious stuff there. And then all the way down the shelf here, some interesting books. And a really old vintage guitar here with some signatures on it. Okay, in the kitchen here you can see some really cool antique stuff here, a dulcimer, some artwork up there, a neat old phone, and then of course a bunch of skulls and random, there's a llama here for your mama, and then grouper legs. We're in the foyer area, and this whole foyer has a lot of cool things in it related to rock and roll, and some cool artwork
Bunch of wine bottles, really old wine bottles. And then up there, signed guitars. They are Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top, Glenn Campbell, Eddie Hodges, BB King, and the Greg Allman signed guitar, all up above the door here, along with some old glass vases, old wagon wheel. Up there, there's a Christopher Cross signed guitar and some Elton John artwork down here on the side. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. Top of the steps here, some more. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. And more music related stuff. And that is a Vince Gill signed guitar right there. And let's take it on upstairs where there's some really interesting artwork. A couple of signed guitars right here, along with a cool metal guitar guy and a bookshelf. And then an old music stand. Right here we got this rock and roll guy that used to be a suit of armor. Now he's all dressed up for Mardi Gras and he's got his rock and roll record. Some old books over there, a really cool old guitar with a bunch of stickers on it, just some more random cross artwork, and then of course this cool doll, which is so fascinating. It's like a doll in a wheelchair. This is what happened to baby Jane. I like it. I think it's awesome. And then here in the chair, nice old metal chair with an old helmet in it and another skull. Really cool old door with a voodoo thing on it, and of course more cats. And I love the horse decoration here. This is 11 Spoonfuls signed guitar here. This one is Reba, James Taylor here, and then next to my mess over here, because we have taken over the upstairs. We love this thing. It's like a frog body with a doll head with a foot in the mouth. It's so cool. Over here, Star Wars memorabilia, drums over here. An alligator head, some cool books and dolls, Curious George stuff, Snoopy stuff. And again, I've taken over this area with my suitcase, but very cool mirrors and a shelf here with different types of kind of Day of the Dead stuff. Interesting artwork here. The top here, that reminds me of The Oldest View. If you don't watch Kane Pixels, you should watch The Oldest View. He is very talented. And then interesting baby head inside of a thing. And then again, we took over a lot of this area, so it isn't messy because we have a blow-up bed chilling in the back here. I thought this probably makes interesting lighting. And then below it, there's a candelabra here with some cool old candles with the fleur-de-lis, because we are from New Orleans. And some interesting artwork here, an old telephone, some art. Same over here, some art there. Some more art up here above on the wall with the disco ball making interesting light in the background. Okay, going out into the backyard of my sister's house is kind of where craziest backyard happens. This is one of the most tropical backyards I've ever seen. Take a look around here at my sister's backyard. She has this place all decked out with flowers and plants of all kind. Beautiful flower beds and the pool. Every square inch of the backyard has some kind of cool flower, plant, or art. And we actually are going to be installing some LED curtain lights out here today. Moving to what we came here for, she does have a pool here with plants all the way around it. You can see how beautiful it is. They take care of this with a lot of attention and care, and it's a lot of work to get these things taken care of and watered every day. It's an oasis back here. Check out this array of plants, flowers, trees. It even goes all the way back here. There's a big space back here, and they have the banana plants. Every flower you can think of, and then this beautiful pool here. Artwork, that one is missing its head, but still. And so yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little insight into one of the coolest places I've been to. One of the most beautiful backyards I've seen, and this is in Mississippi. Check out that, guys. Just amazing. And I hope you guys enjoyed this, enjoyed a look into this
Beautiful house, beautiful backyard. And we'll see you guys again soon. Thanks for joining us. Like, subscribe, please. All right, guys, we are on our way to All Set Auto right now. And then we're going to reveal once we get there what is happening with the 2023 Model S Plaid on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we are out here at All Set Auto, who is going to be looking at the car. I see somebody inside now. So, how's it going? I'm Brad.
Nate, nice to meet you,
How's
man.
it going? So, doing a little bit of for the channel here.
You want to show?
Yeah. So this is, guys, this is All Set Auto, and you are
Nate.
Nate. All right, yeah. I'm Brad. Nate. Yeah, for sure.
What we do here.
Okay, awesome. Whoa,
Teslas.
dude, love the lighting.
All Set spelled backwards is actually Tesla.
Yep, that's true. And so
This is our work area.
okay,
A little bit of PPF. PPF means paint protection films.
right.
And what that is basically to protect your paint from rock chips, scratches, swirls that you get from washing your vehicles.
Right.
Stuff like that.
So what we're looking at for the car that has less than 200 miles on it is satin.
Satin. I can
And
actually show you a satin.
okay, cool.
Satin right here.
And we're going to be doing the whole car.
This is a Model 3. What model do you have again?
Model S Plaid.
Model S. Wow, nice. Congratulations.
Brand new. It's got like 100 miles on it. So
Sweet. This one's actually getting a immaculate version. I don't want to go too far over.
okay. So this one's going satin.
Mike, which fans you get done? You get the hood done.
Okay. Yeah. So you can see here. I love the lighting here, by the way.
This is our light tone.
So yeah, you can see here where it knocks the shine down on the satin, which is exactly what I wanted. And there's a couple of black ones like mine out there, and I looked at an older one, but I decided to get a brand new one because they updated the hardware.
Yes.
So now they have there's no more like proximity sensors. It's all camera based, and so all that changed, and I wanted to make sure.
All new to these now.
Yep, all new. And this one's brand new too?
Yes, this is a 2023.
Well, they have sold so many in the first quarter, something like 500,000 cars, so you guys will be busy.
Yeah, we're not shy of work. We gotta put in work. So that is a little bit of something that we do. We also offer window tint.
Right, and I looked at that, but you guys won't do the fronts, right? The front window?
We do.
Oh, okay,
We'll
all right.
do whatever you want.
Okay, we might do that too.
Just providing the best for our customers, whatever they want.
Because I thought he texted and said it was like $6.99 just for the backs.
$6.99 is including the front two and the backs. So I'll actually come out here and show you, go over your vehicle.
Okay.
So $6.99 would cover all 8 of your side windows, 4 on one side, 4 on the other side, and then the very back glass.
Oh, okay. Just not the front. You guys
Not
don't.
the front.
Do you guys do the front?
We do the front. We also do the sunroofs.
Okay.
We'll do any window on any model, make, or any model, basically.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit.
We also offer a ceramic job too. I know you're getting a matte conversion, so there wouldn't be any kind of ceramic on your vehicle right now.
Right.
If you would like to do something like that, help you clean it a little bit easier. PPF, you're already getting kind of a clean.
Right.
It's really a preference thing. Some
Like
people
on top
it,
of the
some
PPF?
people don't. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So, what is if it ever had to be removed? What is that process like, and does it hurt the paint at all?
Process is we take a steamer. You could fill it off yourself if you knew how to do it.
Right.
I wouldn't suggest it.
Okay.
If you slap it, we call it a slap technique. So sometimes when we get beginners in here, they'll take the film and they'll actually slap it off, which will actually strip your paint.
I've heard that
If you
too.
do that, yeah, you have to paint the whole car again and take care of the customer. So
Okay.
try to stray away from that. The best way to do it is to actually pull with it, stretch the adhesive on the backside so it doesn't pull in.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
And we also use a steamer, and basically the steamer provides a little bit of steam, put it to the film, and it provides water on top of the film.
Okay.
In the paint.
Gotcha.
So it helps separate a little bit easier also.
And when you wash full car PPF, do you wash it like a normal car?
Yes.
So you can use any. Do you use products on it or what?
In fact, with PPF, you can have your rag and distracted, accidentally drop your rag. Pick your rag back up off the muddy ground, and wash your paint again, it'll have those swirls in your paint. Put it out in the sun, and the PPF will actually self-heal.
Oh, wow.
So it'll take all those swirls out of your paint.
Crazy.
Same thing as scratches, rock chips.
Okay, awesome. Well, so the car came with, I'll show you. So it had a few little imperfections from the factory.
Yeah, we'll get it cleaned up and go over it again.
So it's actually going to the dealer right now. That was from the factory.
Okay.
This chip here.
Gotcha.
And then there's stage 6, huh? There's a scratch somewhere right here.
See it right there?
I think. Well, there's one. I think that's just dirt. But there is a scratch somewhere on here that I found. And so, like, look at this too. Look at. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if that's dirt or that looks like it's in the paint. Think that'll come out? No, it's in the paint, isn't it?
I can get some alcohol out here if you
Well,
want to try to get something like that off.
I'm gonna make them do it.
Deal with it.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're gonna do. I hate that they might have to paint the car. I absolutely hate that. But your boss was saying might as well get it done now.
There's your scratch.
Yep. Sure enough, that probably buff out. You think?
Yeah, we personally could buff that out. Yeah, so I know Tesla is well capable of doing it.
So also, you guys are going to take off the front plate for me.
Yes, sir. When we,
Get rid of that thing because it's ugly. Yeah, there was a scratch somewhere.
Also offer blacked out emblems too. I see you got a blacked out car, black rims, and being that you're going to have tint, you'll have blacked out windows too. We also offer blacked out Tesla Plaid or Tesla.
Notice they don't have the logo anymore on this new one.
That. But it would be for the front too. We could, if you wanted the back, we could install the back for you.
Okay, gotcha.
There's front too, because the front is perfect.
Yeah, I'll probably get you guys to do that to that
Absolutely.
one because it's ugly. All right, well,
Definitely not ugly, but
yeah,
we can make it look a little bit better.
Okay, so the plan is this is going to Tesla right now. Gotcha. It'll be there for who knows how long, and then you guys, I'll be out of town, but you guys are going to grab the car and do the PPF Absolutely. For me, and then maybe I don't know if you guys have the ability to do like a capture when you're doing some of it so we can put it in the video.
Do that.
Okay, cool. And then we'll throw it all in the video, put it all up, and get you guys some coverage here. But man, thank you so much for the tour. And when we come back in like 3 weeks, this car's going to be completely different. Good morning. All right, we just left All Set Auto and then the Tesla dealer, and the Tesla dealer cannot take the car until May the 10th. So we have some time to wait before we can actually get anything done to the car. So we will keep you guys updated on what our plan of attack is here momentarily. All right, guys, here we are in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing studio, and right in front of me here we have the All Set Auto website, and you can see right here on the front page of All Set Auto it says, "We don't protect cars, we protect Teslas." So that just goes to show you how well they understand a Tesla vehicle and what they can do to help you and your car from protect your car from paint issues. Now, what we are doing with the brand new 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid that's sitting right over here in the Supercar Street Racing garage is we are doing full PPF film on the car, and it is going to be satin. Now, what does that mean exactly? So the satin PPF is going to give the car the look of a matte black finish, which I absolutely love. I have seen it on pictures and in person, and it looks absolutely fabulous. You know, all my vehicles got to be black with black wheels. I just like that look so much, and I think it's very cool. So looking on the front page here, they have several tabs, and you can take a look at their services. They offer a service where they do both ceramic coating and also the PPF. A lot of people want to do that, so they might do the PPF and then get the ceramic coating done on top of that. I am not getting that done due to the cost involved. I am getting full paint PPF done, and I am getting the windows tinted by them.
They also do regular ceramic coating to your car if that's all you want. They do window tint, like I said, they're doing to mine. And then they can also change the color of your car. The owner actually has a Tesla that is changed in color with colored PPF. So if you're interested in a different color on your vehicle, they can definitely hook you up with that as well. Talks a little bit here about the All Set Advantage and what that means. With their innovative products, then their lifetime in-house warranty, so they definitely guarantee their products after you purchase. And they have a partnership with Carfax, so it goes on the Carfax report apparently here, and then down here you will see testimonials from customers that have reported 5 stars on All Set Auto, so that's actually a great thing. And then right here they have this Tesla paint area, so they can protect your paint here with PPF or ceramic coating, and they can fix rock chips, swirls and scratches, water spots and things like that. You'll have to give them a call for specifics because I have not consulted with them on this part, so I don't know what they offer there, but give them a ring. And right here right now on the contact area, you can see that there is a contact right here, and that one is actually the wrong area, so that is for Dallas. Let's go back to, we for some reason are in the Dallas one when we should be in the Jacksonville, and there is the contact for the Jacksonville office there, 888-352-5738, and they are at 5105 Phillips Highway, and they are about 3 miles away from the actual Tesla dealership. Looks like both of the websites are basically identical besides the contact, but do not contact Dallas unless you're in Dallas. Contact the Jacksonville office if you're local, or get the office nearest you, but please work with Jacksonville if you can. They are helping me out, and we are doing a collaboration on this, and hopefully once they get done with the wonderful work on the Tesla, we will have a nice video of them doing the work, which we can then put up on the channel. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video. I can't wait to see you next time in a couple of weeks when we get this done, and we'll see you guys soon.
Alright, welcome back to the channel, guys. I have a big update for you guys on the new Supercar Street Racing Studio. We are streaming live up there in the corner, right down there on the laptop right now, so please join the live stream if you're at all interested in what is going on. So here is the update. I have this much of the foam insulation done, and I just seam sealed the seams and caulked in the top. I was having trouble doing the corners with the seam tape, so I just went ahead and caulked it in because I'm better at that. And this is ready now for foam tiles. I was going to paint it black. The paint doesn't stick at all to this plastic, but my worry was that if there's spaces in the foam that you would actually see it. So I might throw a quick roll of paint on here, but I'm not 100% sure. Like if the foam tiles contract at all and there's spaces between them, you would see white. So I might go ahead and touch up all this and go ahead and throw a coat of paint on all these before I start foam tiling. The goal with foam tiling now is to see if this is even going to work as a surface and how it looks. So my plan is to do that corner and this whole entire wall here and see how good I am at cutting around on outlets and things like that, because I have to actually cut the foam and then lay the faceplate maybe on top of the foam. I don't know yet. I got to see exactly how it looks with the tiles on. But yeah, the tiles are down here, and so they will start up there in the corner in one direction, and then they will start, sorry you weren't even watching, they will start up here in the corner and run all the way across with one pattern, and then on the second run we will come down with this pattern, and it should make it look good. What else have I done? So I also ran the extension cables for the webcam. So I have one 10-foot extension cable and one 5-foot extension cable running through the wall and down to where the computer is going to be, and the webcam is going to be up in that corner. And you can get on the live stream right now and see the webcam. It's right there on the left. So I did that. I also did more lights that are going to be switched. I originally only had one there and one there. I actually ran 2 more on each bank so that there will be 6 switched lights. And then we have 2 unswitched, one right there and one that'll be coming out of the ceiling over there. This is the part on this wall and this wall and this wall where we have to start worrying about cables behind the wall when we cover the wall. So we have to be measuring and ready to cut foam to get our cables out. So everything else, I framed up the Echo Show 15 mount. So that's the mount where it's going to be. I have the power ready for it here. That TV is ready to be mounted. I have the second TV mount on the TV inside. It's a older television that's going to be right here. It's a 32-inch. The 250-inch TVs go there, and they are in the living room waiting for the Govee LED immersive lighting to come in. I have one set coming in today for this TV. It's going to be a challenge because they're made for 50-inch TVs, but this is a 43, so I'm going to do a method that I saw online by raising the LED strips up every like half an inch to take up space. That goes there. These 2 have immersive LED. And then this one, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet because it's a 32. I want to try to do something cool with this one, but I don't know what is going to be behind it yet. So that's our update for now. I will keep you guys posted as I go. Please join the live stream and let me know what you think. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. Today we have a product here we're going to take a look at, see how it works for us. It is the Orion MotorTech fluid extractor. We're going to get this thing opened up and see what is actually in the box. Taking a look inside the box for the MotorTech extractor here. This is a 200 milliliter fluid extractor. And taking a look at the actual extractor here, we can see that it says you can do brake work with 1 man. And the reason that we got this extractor is because on the golf cart, the oil change is super difficult because of having to take off the bottom tray out of the vehicle. So we're going to try this and see if we can extract the oil directly out of the crankcase through the dipstick reservoir, and then we will be adding oil back with this as well. The golf cart, I believe, takes just a little over a quart of oil, and it is the break-in period, so we are needing to change the oil and put new oil in it for post break-in after it had 250 miles put on it. See right here, the instruction manual is for the little 200 milliliter extractor from Orion MotorTech. And inside here, it gives you some warnings. It shows you a parts list. It looks like it comes with 2 hoses here and also a little extra little nozzle for the end of the hose. It's got 1 small hose and 1 large hose here. So it says that one of the hoses right here is 0.95 centimeters and the other one is 0.6 centimeters. Taking a look right here. The adapter is on the end here. And the barrel right here. There's the adapter. The actual syringe here. And then it tells you how to operate the extractor. And it says be careful because some fluids will affect the paint of your vehicle if you're using it. So what we're going to be using this for is, like I said before, we will take the little dipstick screw thing out and try to pull the oil out of the golf cart without having to take off the drain plug, because the drain plug is blocked by a
big under tray with about 30 screws that have to come out. And I'm hoping this will do the trick to change the oil in the cart. Okay, we're out here in the garage now. We need to get set up. So what we're going to do first is go ahead and get some lighting under here. I've got a little fluorescent light that we can run underneath the cart. We'll go ahead and get set up. So what I'm going to do now is, you can see that is the dipstick area. I'm going to get our extractor here and try to extract from that dipstick and put it into this 2-liter bottle that I got right there. Now notice that I did put the cart up on the ramp on this side so that all the oil would flow to the dipstick side of the engine. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a try now with this extractor. And all you have to do to get this extractor going is put the tube directly into the end of this hole, and we will start off with the bigger one. So what you do is, all you do is push it into the hole it's in. To get it out, you pull down on the blue washer and it comes right out. So this thing is ready to go now. Literally just put this into the dipstick and try to suck out the oil, which I've never tried before. So let's do that now. All right, I'm getting my gloves on here to get ready to try this. I'm hoping I don't have to go ahead and put this thing up on ramps and take the bottom tray off, because really you need all 4 wheels off the ground to do that. But let's give this thing a shot. right, I did some research. One place says 14 or 1.4 liters. The other one says 1.1 liters. So I don't know what the correct is. Literally says two different things. Engine oil capacity, which is 1,100 milliliters or 1,400 milliliters. At the same time, it says to fill the oil up until the oil is on the 4th mark here, which would be 4 from the bottom, I'm guessing, because they don't say, which is basically halfway. So I'm going to start with 1,100 milliliters, then check the oil and see if I can even see it, because I couldn't see it last time. So I guess we'll need to get our squeeze bottle out to put the oil back in and start doing some oil, or we can use our new extractor to do the same thing. This is hilarious, Haggard stuff. My funnel is way too big to pour into this bottle, so I'm using this oil filter removal tool because it has a little hole at the bottom. So we're going to see how big of a mess we make with this. We got to make sure we don't overfill. And we are using fully synthetic SuperTech oil from Walmart, which is just as good as any of the other brands that we've done some research on, and we know this stuff is good oil, if not better than a lot of the synthetics that you buy off the shelf. So far, so good. We only need a little bit more. Oh, we got close. We got close. We got real close. And that should do it. Now all we gotta do is clean up our big ass mess. Should be about 1,100. The difficult part's going to be checking it after, because you can't really tell on the dipstick what is what. It's very hard to see. We got our bottle ready to go and cleaned. I like to keep it pretty clean, like in the work area. And this is how we will be adding oil back. It is to the top. It couldn't be more full. Actually dripping out because I squeezed it. Don't squeeze the bottle while you're working on it. Okay, this thing's ready to go. Let's head back out to the garage. One thing I didn't even think about is whether this bottle is going to be able to actually get in there and inject this oil. But we're going to find out right now. I think we're okay. There is a exhaust right in the way. Getting the oil back in is very tough. I had to wrap some tape around the end of my funnel to get it to work because it was too big. I did eventually get most of the oil in there with the funnel. However, I couldn't tip the bottle up enough to get the last little bit in, so I used the extractor and pushed the oil back in. And now the oil change is done. We have to check the oil though, and if it needs any more, we'll have to get it out of the quart bottle the 5 quart bottle that we got inside of the oil. Now there is a procedure for checking the oil here, and it says that we have to let's see, it just says, it doesn't say. I'm going to look and see how you check the actual oil here. All right, we're supposed to start the engine and let it warm up for a few minutes, turn it off, wait a few minutes, and inspect the level. And it should, this one says, yeah, about halfway up the stick there. Let's go ahead and start the vehicle. Neutral. And that's on. All right, we're gonna let this warm up for a couple minutes, then check the oil. Okay, it's been sitting for a few minutes now. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can check the oil level, which I tried once before, and it's kind of difficult to see on the dipstick. It's really a dumb kind of system. But I'm gonna go ahead and take that out. Oh yeah, that's hot. That's me getting burned by the exhaust, which is right next to the oil drain plug. Yeah, I mean, you can't really tell. It doesn't say also whether you screw it in all the way or just check it when it's out. So I'm going to see, screwed it in all the way and see if I can see any oil on it now. Yeah, I mean, you can't tell at all. It's just ridiculous. It's got oil on it even when you don't screw it in all the way. I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm not going to add any more oil. I only put 1100 and it says do not overfill. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it like that. And so that's going to do it for this video. And this is the extractor that we use. This is the OMT fluid extractor we use to change the oil. And I would highly recommend it. It works great. Did the job perfectly, actually. So yeah, go ahead and pick up one of these if you can, and we'll see you soon on Supercar Street Racing. We absolutely 100% have a shoe fetish, and we are shooting this video in 8K 24p. Not sure if we're going to upload it in 8K, but we're going to find out. We're going to play around with editing and see if we can even edit at that high amount of data rate. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where today we absolutely 100% have a shoe fetish, and we are shooting this video in 8K 24p. Not sure if we're going to upload it in 8K, but we're going to find out. We're going to play around with editing and see if we can even edit at that high amount of data rate. But today we do have that shoe fetish I was talking about, and I am hyped about getting my brand new On Cloud 5 sneakers here, because On is one of my favorite things to own. They are very high quality shoes, not cheap at all, and I have a ton of them in my closet right now. But today we've got a brand new pair of On Cloud 5s right here in this box for the channel Supercar Street Racing. We have stepped into the Supercar Street Racing amazing closet where we have all of the shoes here. This is my side of my favorite and nicest shoes. It goes from some very nice Huck and some very nice flip-flops here from Cobian. I've got two pairs of Cobian here. Very nice flip-flops. And then we move down to my favorite tennis shoes of all time, and we have some On shoes here. We have a set of Rogers here. It says Swiss Engineering on the side. We have a set of Rogers here, a set of Rogers here, a set of Rogers here. We have my Puma sneakers and my Puma Ignite golf shoes. And today we are taking a look at my next set of On shoes that I ordered, and I did finally decide to order some On running shoes, and they are the On Cloud 5s. And I got them on sale, and so we got a fresh brand new pair sitting in the box right over there. For my everyday running, for example on the treadmill, I do have my ASICs here. I will not be using the Cloud 5s to actually exercise. They are going to be just to floss in and walk around in public, and we will add them to this beautiful thing if we can find another place to put them. And let's go outside right here, right now, back to the box with the Cloud, and see what they look like coming right out of the packaging. Back in front of the amazing On Cloud 5 running shoes, and you can see that right here we have a fresh unopened box. And online these go from anywhere from $159 to $205 on Amazon. I think this is how you make your neighbors really mad. I love that he's blowing the dust like right over into the neighbor's yard. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today is an exciting day because we have a new sponsor. Imalaza has sent us one of their smart irrigation controllers for you guys to go ahead and check out. And today we're going to be removing the old Wise controller and putting in the Imalaza controller on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're so happy to have you back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have a new sponsor in Imalaza. They have gone ahead and sent us their smart irrigation controller, which is sitting so fresh next to me on my right here. And we're gonna get that installed and remove the old Y sprinkler controller that we're not exactly super happy with. We're gonna do all that on the channel today and show you guys this thing, and let's get started now. The first thing we need to do in the step on this process is to go ahead and unbox. Let's go ahead and go inside the Supercar Street Racing kitchen and get this brand new Imalaza smart irrigation controller unboxed. All right, we are right here in front of the Imalaza ET Master Smart Sprinkler Controller this morning on Supercar Street Racing, and our first effort of the day is going to be getting this Imalaza ET Master directly out of the box and unboxing it. But first, we're gonna take a look at the front and see what is actually on the box itself. You can see right here, it does say it has real-time evapotranspiration master technology, and it is the pioneer of intelligent watering decision model. The smart and simple way to water your yard is for hassle-free watering and a healthy lawn. You can see right there. And then down below that, it works with existing weather stations. It is synchronized 24/7, 365 a year with these weather stations. And it does say it has a ultra-stable network connection. We'll see if that is the case. And over-the-air technology gives you nice updates to keep your device fresh and updated with the latest software. Now down at the bottom, it does say, see this on almost everything now, that it only is compatible with 2.4 gigahertz networks, and these days, even if your network has more than 2.4, like if you have 5 or whatever, you can still use the 2.4 portion of your network for devices like this, and most smart home devices also require the 2.4 gigahertz networks. Now on the side of the box, it just does say Imalaza. It has their logo on the side. And on the top, it just says real-time intelligent ET Master, water smarter, not harder, which is kind of a tongue twister. Now back on the back of the box, it has some of the technologies there. Imalaza Watering Duration Expert. It lets you set up your parameters for your garden's different areas, such as your plant types and your sprinkler type. The Watering Duration Expert automatically generates scientifically precise watering durations that meets different plant needs in different seasons. So we'll see how that works with the different types of plants that we have. Now it has a Weather Genius feature. Now what that means is it does sample weather from your area and then adjust the watering based on that. And then the ET Master continuously monitors the natural evaporation of water and the amount of water consumed by plant transpiration in your garden based on latitude and longitude. So it does know your location and kind of can figure out apparently what your needs are for your specific area for watering. And on the side of the box here, it indicates that it is compatible with rain sensors, and I think it said that it was compatible with the closed type of sensor, master valve, well pump or start delay, minimize water hammer, and then optimal weather station and a water usage report from the Imalaza Smart Sprinkler Controller, which decided to go back up against the wall right there on its own. Okay, now that we've taken a really good look at the outside of the box of the Imalaza, we're gonna go ahead and unbox it now. And that simply just means opening the lid here and checking out what is inside of the box. And it looks like on top, we have the actual sprinkler controller chilling right here, looking so fly, with this cool Imalaza design on it, which is kind of like mimicking the logo here on the front of the box. And I think this thing probably just comes straight out of the box. So it separates into two pieces here. That's probably for easier installation. And apparently here is the connectors on the Imalaza, and they are clearly labeled on the top here, as you can see. And then it has some buttons here. It looks like a play, almost like a play button, play pause, and fast forward and rewind buttons. Pretty interesting there. And on the back of the box, it just says Imalaza again, smart sprinkler controller, and a place to hang it up right here. And on the front of the box, I do see a reset button right there and a barcode of some kind here, a QR code at the top, and all the connectors right there at the bottom, which you will need a small screwdriver to access. Underneath that, there is an instruction booklet here, and it does show you the wiring diagram. Looks like M is the master valve pump, 1 through 8 are your zones, S1 and S2 are rain sensors, and then your common connector is the common for all of the zone common for your zone valves. Now they give you cool little wire labels here. I already have some on my Wise sprinkler controller, but I have not figured out the wiring yet on that. We will do that out in the garage momentarily. Don't return. It says if you have questions, go ahead and scan that QR code there, and another one of the same thing. And then here's the manual for the Imalaza, and I have not opened that yet, but we will take a look at that next. And there should be a power adapter at the bottom. There is, and some anchors to put into the wall if you need those. We are going on a pegboard. We will be able to screw it directly into the pegboard. Now, a brief look at the manual here. It shows you what you'll need to actually install the controller. You're gonna need a screwdriver, possibly a hammer, a drill, and a drill bit, and then of course you need the transformer. It says to test your old controller that it is working properly before you change this out. It wants you to take a picture of your wiring. That's pretty smart because you may need that in the future. And then it says to remove your old controller, but it says make sure you turn off the power first. And then it has some instructions here for installing your new controller, and it does say using your previous photo to go ahead and wire your new controller up. Now it says right here if you want to wire up a rain sensor, it does work with a closed rain sensor, a normally closed rain sensor, and it shows you how to go ahead and wire that on the next page. And there is such a thing as a wireless rain sensor. Shows you how to wire it up if you do have a pump. I don't have one anymore. How to download the app and add the new controller to it, and the ways to do it in iOS. And Android comes up next in the list here. And then there is a Wi-Fi indicator here and some instructional videos you can go ahead and scan the QR code and get to. And some network troubleshooting if you do have problems, and then a FAQ on the last few pages. And that is pretty much everything that's inside of the box. Now we need to get outside to the garage and go ahead and take a look at what we currently have out in the garage. Now that we've unboxed the Imalaza Smart Irrigation Controller, there's a next step that needs to be done. We need to get this Wise sprinkler controller off the wall. We did that earlier today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the process of removing the Wise controller right now. All right, we are out here in the SCSR garage, the ultimate compound garage, and we are looking at our sprinkler controller here. We have the Wise sprinkler controller sitting there that has been doing its job for a long time, but to be honest with you, it doesn't do a great job of watering, especially when you have it on a rain program. It does sometimes not water for a very long time. And so today we are going to be removing this and putting in a new Imalaza sprinkler controller where we are hopefully going to improve our watering experience. Now it's a little bit tricky to put this in because there is a wire that has to run down through the bottom here. Now this is the Wise sprinkler controller. You can see right here it just connects to the wall just by this little, it just has a little clip that it goes into like that. The back of the sprinkler controller is right there. You can see the wiring is labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that before I disconnect it so I can get it redone if I have to. Okay, looking at the back of the Wise sprinkler controller, there is a 3, a 2, a yellow, and a white, and there is maybe a little bit of slack, that much slack. So that's all we have to work with right there. Let's go ahead and get a good picture of this while we can. Okay, we went ahead and took a look at the back, and this is very clear now. Very, very easy to understand. The white wire is the common wire right here. You see a C on there. The yellow wire is zone 1, the blue wire is zone 2, and the green wire is zone 3, and that is specifically labeled on these tiny little labels right here. Now there is not much slack here, so I can't pull this out very far. I don't know if this is compatible with the new sprinkler, so let's go ahead and compare power. If it's compatible, we will reuse the power. Okay, the current power adapter is 24 volts AC out. And I think that that is exactly what the controller uses, 24 volts AC. Let's go ahead and see if it is labeled as such. Output, 24 volts AC, 1000 milliamp hours. I don't think it'll be a problem. We can go ahead and try it though ahead of time by taking our controller out and plugging it in and seeing if it does boot. All right, and it is firing up, no problem. And it does have some lights on in front of it. So this current power situation looks like it is going to work. So let's go ahead and disconnect the existing wiring and go ahead and rewire it. And you can see here, this is much easier than they give you for the new controller. The new controller has screws
This just has a little thing that you press down and the wire pops you right out of the thing. So green was zone 3 that fell off. Go ahead and rewire, relabel zone 3. Blue is zone 2. There's zone 3 labeled. Zone 2 is blue. So I don't have a master valve apparently because there's not enough wires for that. And yellow is zone 1. Make sure that when you put these on, you pinch onto the wire or they just fall off like these other ones did. And then this is the common. So we'll take the C on the common, just like that. My labels are wired. That is power there. We're gonna need our drill now. Take the Y's out, which it actually broke. You can see here it's broken. Gonna have to break out the black paint to patch up the wall here. Now let's see how we are going to mount our new unit. Well, look at that. It covers up the existing almost. I'm gonna do it just like that actually. And look, it also has a place here for you to just run a screw straight through. You don't have to hang it. So this will be easy. And then I'll be able to just come straight up with my wires right to here. This is gonna work out really good. Go ahead and run the screw in right there. The wiring is just gonna go just like that. Common 1, 2, and 3 right over there. Now wiring. So the power will go there. We'll need our tiny screwdriver for this. I'm gonna go grab it. All right, we did get the Imalaza controller up on the wall. Now the next step in the process is to go ahead and download the app and get this controller added to the app. And to do that, we have to download that from the App Store and then go ahead and create our own Imalaza account. Let's go ahead and get that done now. We're at the next step of our process here, and that is going to be to download the Imalaza app. So we have to go online in order to do that. So let's go ahead and get our double view going here of the phone and the GoPro. Guys, today on Supercar Street Racing, we have a new sponsor, and we want to thank the Beard Club for sending us this beard grooming kit for you guys to check out. There will be a link down in the description so you can order your own, but check out this cool beardclub.com kit, and inside of the kit right here, you can see we do have beard growing vitamins right here, and these are supposed to help your beard grow stronger. We have a nice grooming brush right here as well. And this is some beard growth oil to put on your beard. This is vitamin growth spray for your beard right here in this little spray. This is some nice beard shampoo for you right here to use on your beard. And then we do have this Beard Club Derma roller here for you to use on your beard as well. All this stuff is included in the Beard Club kit here, and we would love for you guys to go ahead and check it out. And we want to thank the Beard Club for being a new sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. There will be a link in the description. Go ahead and grab yours today and let me know what you think about the Beard Club kit. Okay, we are recording on both the phone and the GoPro now, and we are going to go ahead and get this app downloaded here. So we are in the Play Store. Let's go ahead and search for Imalaza. Imalaza is right here. Let's install it. It is going ahead and downloading the app right now. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the Imalaza app.
We have to create an account. We are going to be putting my name in. Okay, we have already signed up for Imalaza, as you can see here. We're gonna go ahead and click Add Controller. You gotta use Bluetooth, allow Imalaza to access your location, but we need to plug in this guy first. And it asked me if I would allow it to use Bluetooth. I said yes. It found our controller right here. I'm gonna click it. It wants my Wi-Fi. You guys can't see this. All right, it went ahead and connected that time. Let's name it. SCSR. Let's do irrigation. It is solid blue now. It wants me to put my address in. We'll skip this part for you guys. All right, so it does have my neighborhood on here now, as you guys can see. It is flashing, kind of pulsing blue. It is pulsing blue, flashing, controller activated. And you can see on the screen here, a kind of look at my address, set up zones. Now it wants us to move outside for this next part. And we need to go outside to do this part. So let's go ahead and move outside. Yum. I went ahead and set the picture here, and let's see a quick run on this to see if it actually works. We're gonna do a 5-minute run. Let's see. There is a play button, and there it goes. Our watering on zone 1. Zone 1 does work. It is cold, so we're not watering much right now. Let's go ahead and stop the zone. Let's move on over here to zone 2, get a picture, add a photo. All right, let's go ahead and do a quick run on zone 2. All we have to do is hit the play button, and there is zone 2. And we have a problem with this head right here. So we might have to call the irrigation company on that one, but zone 2 is working. Let's go ahead and stop down zone 2 and go backyard to zone 3. All right, here we go in the backyard with zone 3. Let's go ahead and open it up. Let's get our picture sorted, add a photo with camera, zone 3 for 5 minutes. Let's hit play. Let's see if all of our valves work. Looks like they're all working. That one has a little issue, but we're gonna call Millennium Irrigation before summer and get a tune-up. So that is all 3 zones functioning properly. Let's go ahead and stop this one. All right, now that we went ahead and configured all of our zones, we need to go back into the Imalaza Smart app and show you guys exactly how that works and look at some of the smart options and some of the scheduling options on the app and go ahead and configure those for you. Let's go ahead and sit down with the phone and get that checked out. All right, we're on the front page of the app right here where it does show our weather, and you can set up a schedule by going down to schedules and hitting the plus sign. And now it says let's create an optimized watering schedule for your yard. We can hit next here. It says that you can choose between a new grass schedule and a fixed schedule, or an ET Smart schedule. It is pre-selected on fixed schedule. If we go down to ET Smart schedule, let's see what it wants us to do from here and how it knows what to do for us. We're gonna turn on all of our zones and hit next. Now it wants to water everything for 21 minutes per zone due to the fact that we are in a climate that is dry. Let's go ahead and put Smart Cycle and Soak. And what this does is helps prevent runoff by breaking up your watering time. So we've got an option here to skip rain. We got an option here to skip freezing, and we've got a wind skip also. Let's go ahead and select all those. So here is the issue here. It is wintertime in Florida, and right now it is very cold, and so I don't know if it will compensate for the cold weather or not. I have to ask the manufacturer that question. For now, I'm just gonna set up 2 days. It's gonna start on the 31st and end never. It's gonna end before sunrise, and this is going to be winter. And that's as easy as pie to go ahead and set up a watering schedule. You can see there, we have our watering schedule active, and it is going to start on the 31st. I encourage you to look at this heavily for your area and customize it if you need to. I will hit the manufacturer up about
the recommended days, and the fact that it is winter time in Florida. So that's going to do it from inside the app. I hope you enjoyed that part of it. And once again, if you have questions, please put them in the comments section. All right, guys, that is going to do it for today for Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you guys have tuned in today. The channel is really growing immensely. We have a lot of subscribers coming in now, but we need those video views up and we need your support. Please make sure to like and subscribe and check out some of the older videos where you have time. And we want to thank Imalaza today for being a new sponsor on the channel. You can go ahead and find a link to this in the description down below. You can order one for yourself, and let me know if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask the manufacturer. I'll go ahead and ask them for you and get an answer as soon as possible. But meanwhile, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We need that more than anything. We need your support as a viewer, and we need you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links down below. Thank you once again, Imalaza, for this awesome smart sprinkler controller. Game on. So my dad made me this plasma cut guitar on his plasma table, and when I got back with it, I decided to try some modifications to it to see what they would look like. So the first thing I did was I acid washed it with muriatic acid. It had a nice copper tone to it, and then I accidentally messed it up by washing it with water. So I did, it does still have some acid wash on it. The look, kind of a patina look, but I also sprayed metallic copper paint and metallic silver hammered paint on it. Then I cut the holes around the edges just with a regular drill. Cut 2 holes to hang it with. Then the strings are made out of Romex ground wire. They were kind of hard to do, but if I get my dad to cut it again, I'd probably just put holes down here, and these slots could go away, and then the wires could go directly to the holes. And here's the backlit LED strip. So this is a LED strip that I ordered on geek.com. This is the remote for it. It has a bunch of different patterns. You can slow down and speed up the rate of the fading. And it's basically just stuck to the back with the adhesive backing that it comes with, and then also hot glue, which is very difficult to stick to metal. So here's what it looks like with I also have an LED strip down there, but that's what it looks like with no other lights on in the room. And here, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can slow that down. Okay, so that's it. LED backlit plasma cut guitar. What's up, everybody? Got the AOR day or R day or whatever it's called phone tripod, because the last one broke because it was so crappy. The minute you try to tighten up the little hinge that stops it from moving, it broke. So I'm trying not to show my address here, so bear with me while I open this package with one hand, because that's what this is actually for. So I can do this stuff for you guys without having to use one hand. So let's take a look at this guy right out of the package. Got the box within a box. Man, it is really hard to open these things with one hand, but that's literally what this is for. Alright, so... Alright, well I guess that's going back now. So part of it fell on the floor right here. Looks like the part that you mount your phone to. Looks like we got a pretty hefty tripod, which a lot of people complain because this was heavy when you want to just do selfies and stuff, but like, dude, if you get a cheap one, it's not going to be light. I mean, you're going to have issues with that. I had it. Mine was like 3 ounces. It broke the second I tightened up that right there. It couldn't handle the weight of the phone, so it immediately broke when I tried to put the phone on it. And here's the phone interface. So that screws on right here to the end of this guy. And then once that's tight, so I do mostly landscape stuff. So now the phone should be able to go, I'm just breaking everything today. Should be able to go right here somehow. I don't know how you open up this guy right here, but that needs to open up because I have a larger phone. So let me check that out and see how you do that, and I'll be right back. All right, got the tripod connected. It's pretty heavy, like a good amount of weight on this guy. And so you can see I'll be able to do some videos with you guys. And maybe I could probably also extend this so I can get a little bit farther out. But this is the first time I'll actually have a tripod that I can, and it's tricky because you have to look over here. If you look at the camera, it looks like you're looking away from the screen. But so this feels solid. It actually has a good amount of weight on it. So I feel comfortable like putting that out there. And it looks like, so this is in, you know, the camera's flipped around to the mode where it sees me. And I think that this will be no problem, like doing, you know, I like this thing a lot. So I'm going to flip it around now and do some other stuff and see if you guys like it. It's a habit. I look to the wrong side. The camera's right here. All right, so got the nice tripod now for the videos. So this is the packaging. Came with a remote Bluetooth starter button. Don't know how that works, but got some instructions here. Alright, so step 1, pairing. Turn on the remote with the power switch located at the side. The blue LED light will flicker. Alright, let's see. So we're supposed to turn this guy on. Let's see. Yep, okay, now what? Turn on your phone's Bluetooth settings and connect UB size. Alright, let's try that. Alright, got the remote paired. So now we have 2 settings here. We got an Android. So if you have iOS, you have a whole, like a different button, which is hilarious. Like you have to have an entirely different button. Let's see if it works. So we should stop in 1, 2, 3, stop. Yeah, so stop. No, but stop. Alright, so I'm recording again. Here's the remote. I'm going to try to stop it. Negative. Okay, so it says step 2. I'll probably miss something. Okay, step 2. Open your phone's camera app. Press the button associated with your phone's operating system. If your camera does not respond, it may not be compatible. So I guess it's not compatible. So I guess I can't do this. A lot of people. Okay, Samsung. Go to camera settings, volume keys function, and choose record video. Open the native camera. Click the iOS button, not Android, and start the video. Click again to stop. Let's see. Okay, so that did stop it. I'm going to stop it again and try to start it. Wow. Okay, so the so the iOS button works on Android. So please tell me how that even is a thing. So there's the remote and the iOS button. 3, 2, 1. Yep. So the iOS button works on Android, which is freaking hilarious. I love it. So we do have the new remote, which I will post a link to in the description. It comes with a nice little thing here. It is beefy. I love that. Like, I'm not mad at you if you're going to produce a good product. I'm mad at you when you produce a product that's supposed to work and does not. This guy works with an S20 Ultra, which is heavy. It's holding the phone perfectly. There's absolutely no issues with this. And dude, I'm not mad at you. Good job. I'm gonna have to give this a good review. So look, so I raise up, yeah, so I move it this way, no issues. It doesn't tilt, doesn't. And I'm literally holding this by the tripod, so I'm holding it by the legs. This is, okay, some people, I guess this would be annoying, like if you're doing selfie stuff. It's a little heavy. I'd say it's a couple of pounds. But dude, I mean, work on your biceps, whatever. So, oh, this is so much better. And I'll be able to set this thing up and actually, you know, shoot myself doing products and things like that. So I think maybe tomorrow I'll be able to do a nice new video. I've got one planned, so I'll probably shoot it with that. But there's the different tripods you can get. And so you can extend this guy pretty far, 62 inches. So you can do like, you can do selfie stick. I don't think I'll ever do that. I think the maximum I need is like maybe what it is right now. I don't really do a lot of selfie stuff, and I think if I do, I think I'll set it up like a tripod and just sit back and do like a nice presentation with it. So I'm going to put a link to the description, in the description for this guy, and I hope you guys try it if you're into using your camera for video. I mean, let's take it out here. Uh-oh. We might have a Karen showing up for Motorbike Boy. But yeah, this thing is awesome. That's what it looks like in Florida at 71 degrees. There's the beamer. Nice. I'm stoked. Now today, I actually ordered a video card, finally. So I've got a video card coming for editing, which I'm really happy about because I've been struggling with my existing machine. I haven't really had a decent graphics card to do video editing, so I ordered a Quadro, and that should be here any minute. So I'm stoked about that and doing a video about that and getting that installed, and I will see you guys in the next video. Check out this tripod though, it's bomb.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today for a different change of pace. We are starting out in the 4K production studio, and I wish it was on a good note because we were trying to do some green screen stuff and it just did not work out. So I'm shooting all this footage over again from the studio, and today we're going to be solving an issue with something in my house that needs some storage, and we're going to do that next. So hang out on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, thank you for joining us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We are so glad to have you, and please take a moment to like and subscribe while you have time. Go ahead and click the bell icon, and always buy through our affiliate links that are going to be in the description because it helps us out so much. And today, we're going to be taking a look at a good way to get some extra storage for your wristwatches and your rings and jewelry. We have 4 or 5 watches that we need to go ahead and get stored today. So we're going to be taking a look at the Song Mike's watch organizer that you see here on your screen. And right here up next, we're going to take it back inside the Supercar Street Racing compound where Brad's going to go ahead and unbox this thing for you right now. All right, guys, we are right in front of this Song Mike's watch organizer, JWB 012G01V1. And we're going to be opening this right now and see what is inside of the box. And of course, on the very top, there is a styrofoam protection device, which will make a mess if it gets everywhere in the house, so do not get that everywhere. And then inside of the box, it looks like we have the actual watch organizer right here. Let's go ahead and move this to the side. Get this guy right out of the box if I can. And of course, it is making an absolute mess, but here is the Song Mike's watch organizer. Looking so cool, and I'm pretty hyped about this, guys, because I really do need a place to store my watches, and I want to buy more watches, but I don't have any place to put them, and I'm worried about them all getting mixed up and messed up. So we have this nice, looking like leather. I know it's not real leather, but it is kind of nice looking black, and you can see right here, it does have stitching all the way around it like this. It has a nice latch right here that opens up, and then inside it looks like there are some keys for it right here. You can eat this later when you're hungry or feed it to your mom, either way. And then inside the box right here, guys, we do have another piece of protective styrofoam that we can go ahead and pull out. And then checking out the inside of the box, it looks like they have individual places for you to put each little watch. All right, taking a look at the Song Mike's watch organizer now, guys, and in front of me, I do have the provided keys for this. Not that this is the ultimate in protection, because definitely somebody could break into this if they wanted to, but it looks like the keys just go right there to lock it, and then of course you can't open it at that point. And then if we go back this way, looks like the lock goes like all the way around. So I guess like that, it does open back up. Yes, it does. And then look down here, we have this nice tray that folds out to store some other things. If you need other things like rings and things like that, you can store them on this bottom part. So pretty cool. It's got these separate trays here to get things in the bottom, and it looks like you can put rings around these as well. I think you can put rings, which I don't have any, but you can push them down here. So this is kind of cool, guys. Very cool little organizer. All right, taking a look at the exterior of the Song Mike's watch organizer, and basically it is just finished in a black, kind of matte black, probably a substitute leather or something like that. Very just generic and black on the outside with a couple of little rivet holes right there, or screws or whatever. But as you can see on the inside of this, it has a nice glass top here for you to look at your stuff. And on the inside, we can store 6 watches here, 6 watches here, and then down here you can store rings and other things, which I think that's cool, because I wouldn't mind starting to get some rings also. And let's go ahead and see if we can get one of my watches into the Song Mike's. And what you do is you pull this part out. It comes with a little thing that the watches go around like this. And then you just put that on there like you would your wrist, and it will store your watch. So you just kind of tighten it up on this watch thing, like so. And then you make it so you can see it, and then you just push your watch down in there like that. And when you close the top, you have a nice display of your watch here. Okay, we do have the Android watch here now that we're going to go ahead and store in the Song Mike's and see how that looks as well. So all we have to do right here and right now is just take this and put it around that like you do your arm. Go ahead and tighten it up. I didn't tighten up the other watch very much. Go ahead and push that through there. Tighten it up as if you were putting it on your body.
and throw the watch back in there angled upwards. You see how this one's kind of loose? I could go back in here and go ahead and tighten this one up more, and then throw it back in there, like so. And then we have one more on my arm here. We can go ahead and get this one all stored up very nice as well. And so just putting it on there like that. And there is the Android. And then there is one other watch here we can go ahead and put on, and that is my rose gold. And I have just ordered another one for another review, so we will have one coming, another pink / rose gold coming. And if you're scared to wear pink, I'm sorry for you, but I will wear it all day. There is the other Android watch, looking so fire and going right into the watch organizer. And you can see if we light these all up, it kind of looks pretty dang cool. At least I think so. And once you have all your watches inside, you can go ahead and close the lid and see how fire they look underneath that glass lid. Presented all nicely for you. So now we just need to get 2 more for the top and 6 more for the bottom, and we'll be full on our new watch organizer. And there you saw inside of the Supercar Street Racing office that Brad was unboxing this SODIMM watch organizer. And now let's take it into the SCSR closet to go ahead and get those watches into the organizer and see how that thing looks. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and we do have this old piece of furniture that we've just been using in the closet just to kind of put stuff on. This is going to be the storage place for the watch organizer for now. Don't know if it's permanent, but for now, it kind of makes sense just to go ahead and display our nice Android watches right there for now. And then maybe in the future, we will go ahead and get something nicer or mount it to the wall or something like that. But for right now, we've got this really nice SODIMM watch organizer showing all our watches off in the Supercar Street Racing closet right below the On collection of shoes. And now let's throw it into the 4K production studio and see what Brad has to say about other choices and this choice of watch organizer. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we are out here today showing you guys the SODIMM 12-slot watch box organizer. Now this thing is a lockable watch case. It can organize your watches, all your rings, and all your jewelry, and it is going for $34, and there is a 10% coupon on it. And you can also save 5% on 2 other items with a promo code that's sitting right here on the screen, as you can see. And here is a good look at the watch organizer, completely full of 6 and 6, so 6 on top, 6 on the bottom. And also someone put their bow tie on here and their rings, and they have their bracelets and everything else in here. Now the reason that we got this is because I have started a small watch collection, and of course the watches are getting kind of scratched up in the drawer, so I have no real good place to store them or any rings or anything like that. So taking a look at the SODIMM or SODIMM, however you want to pronounce it, organizer right here online. There's a good picture of it there. And as you can see right here, there's another picture of it sitting in the closet and with a bunch of really nice watches installed into it. And then here it shows you that it has 2 tiers. So basically on the top it stores all your watches, and then on the bottom it has a drawer to store other things like rings, and you can see someone stored their bow tie here. It will store cufflinks, brooches, earrings, anything you need, tie clips, all that stuff on the bottom drawer. The top drawer is lockable, and it does come with 2 keys for that. Let's take a look at the next picture here. So there's a good look at it sitting on the table. It is kind of a good looking device. Actually, it looks pretty good, and it looks a lot more expensive than it actually was. It was around $35. Moving on here, you can see it has a large glass lid to show off all your devices.
And here's a good look at the dimensions here. It is 12.8 inches wide, 7.3 deep, and 5.3 inches tall. So it is a decent size. And then it also shows you the things that you put your watches on here are 2.8 inches wide, or long actually, either way, 1.8 inches wide. And then right here and right now, you can see that they're telling you that this probably would make a good gift, and I do kind of agree. It is kind of cool for a significant other if you're looking for something to give someone. And then right here is a look at it all opened up out on the table. And let's go over here and look at the reviews. And this thing has actually really good reviews, and I get it because it is kind of nice. It's got some 4.8 star reviews, and there is a video here. Let's see what
this is a review of the SODIMM's blackened leather watch box for.
All right, so that's just a review, so you guys can get online and take a look at that review after you look at mine. And then if we go down here, we can see that the top layer has 12 slots. Up to 48 millimeter watches is what it's saying, and the bottom drawer has various places to put things. It does have a lock on it, like I said. And the 4.8 star reviews, oh, it comes in also gray, black, and a brownish color, so I did buy the black. Now let's take a look at some of the better reviews here on this SODIMM watch organizer or box. Very nice for what it was costing. Great quality box for watches. Overall, great product and great price, an excellent gift, exactly what I needed. And then let's see if it has any. Doesn't have any. Has a couple of 1 stars, but it has so many sales. It says poor craftsmanship. I don't see that at all on it when I am looking at it. Nothing more than a fancy coated cardboard box. I thought it was a little bit better than that. Not happy. I got a used one. Well, obviously if you get a used something, you are going to be unhappy with that. Good drawer for storage, not for rings. It does have a place for rings. That is not true. The bottom drawer has a place to push your rings in, so that is absolutely not true. Now if we look back here, let's see if there's some other options here for you guys to check out. And there is a bunch of people make these type of organizers. They also have a different type here from the same company. It has like a side drawer on it instead. Here's another one from another company called King Sapphire, which is actually cheaper. This one is going for $22, and it might just be the almost exact thing, but does it lock? It does lock. This looks like it could be almost the exact same product for $22. It has 3 5-star ratings, so make sure you check that out too if you're interested. There's several other ones over here for anywhere in the $25 to $29 range, so make sure you check out all the interesting options. And I do kind of dig this red one, but this is $129, so it's quite a bit more than the one that we purchased. They are all in the $129 range. So if you want to spend a little bit more money and go for a little bit better quality, go ahead and get one that's a little bit more expensive and see if you like that better. You can always return it, so always keep that in mind when you spend money on Amazon. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the description. I'm going to go back to the song mix here. I'm going to put the link in the description for this, and please order through our affiliate links. Go ahead and click subscribe and click the little bell so you get notified every time we drop a video. And just FYI, if you click through an affiliate link in any of our videos, not the one for this, if you want to order anything from Amazon, click any of my links, and then it will actually help me out because I will get a slight commission on what you purchase. So go ahead and order everything through the affiliate links. We love you guys so much. Thank you for supporting the channel, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. We're out of here. Let's go.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. Something exciting just happened. The materials have been delivered for the shed that is going on the side of the house. They just dropped everything off and we just paid the deposit, and now all we are waiting for is concrete to be laid on August the 8th. So yeah, just a little update. Here's all the materials for the big shed. I think it's a 12 by 8 if I remember correctly. But yeah, that's all happening. It's exciting. I'm glad you guys are all along for the ride. Making a label with my brother label maker, which by the way has a fatal flaw. If you leave all the batteries in it, it drains the batteries overnight. But anyway, we're gonna make a subwoofer little printout indicator for the wall plate. So let's go ahead and go, well, let's do a capital. This thing's so hard to use. I think it's that, and then lowercase subwoofer. Let's see how that prints. I think it's black. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and peel this off. I need 2 hands for this. Alright guys, we got our label made for the subwoofer jack with my label maker, and that is looking good. And we're just literally waiting for speaker wire to come in the mail, and then we can start wiring up these speakers where I can get in the attic tomorrow and pull the wiring. Well, they drained my pool to do some more acid washing on the finish because they weren't satisfied with the way it came out, so pool is refilling again. So I'm gonna go grab the other hose so we have 2 hoses going. All right guys, making delicious keto burgerage. Oh, those are gonna be good. Guess what happened though? The mailman just came and he brought this, what I've been waiting for, package. Boom. There is our speaker wire. There's what, 200 feet or something, I guess? 100 feet? I don't know, 200 feet I think, of 14 gauge speaker wire we've been waiting for. I have all of the lengths ready. So right after dinner, we are gonna pull out these lengths, cut them off, mark the wire so that we know where they go. And then we are going to, tomorrow morning, first thing before even daylight, get up in the garage when it's nice and cool and get up in the attic and run these speaker wires. All right guys, so we got the speaker wire in. We have it measured out and marked. We have a code on each wire so that we know when we pull it into the attic which one is which. When we pull it down through the cap into the speaker wall plate, we'll know which one to connect to which wire. We have front, center, front, both rears. So what we're gonna do now is take these speakers in, hook them up, and then we are going to attempt to throw the wire as close as we can to where we got to put it down the cap so I don't have to drag it through the insulation tomorrow morning. Well, let's get started with this. I have a plan. We have our wire already ready to go, stripped back with my auto strippers here. So what we're going to do now is take this into the attic. We're going to lay this somewhere on the bed, unbundle this wire, and literally throw it towards where it's going to go, and then hopefully get the insulation that is kind of out of reach. I'm going to try to get it. It's just a tiny bit out of reach. Also, that's what this is for. This tool is for getting out the grill. You stick it in there and you just pull straight up like that and the grill comes right off. Dude, where is the insulation? huge update, guys. Oh, I'm nervous already. Nervous already. I was just in the attic pulling wire. I don't see my wires. I don't see my wires. Okay, I see some wires. I gotta pull them through. Okay, as any smart man would, I ran a lot of extra wire and I just wrapped it all up with electrical tape and stuffed it down in here. I'm gonna get this all unwrapped now. This is how I got it down through the wall, and we'll be back. What's up, guys? We have some fun gonna happen now. We are going to install our home theater plate and prep all of our wires. We have a lot of wires to prep. So we are going to do that now. We still have to pull a HDMI cable up to the TV from this plate. So we can't completely seal it yet, but we can get it mostly done. So first things first, let me take a look at the wall plate. Let's see where everything is. Okay, some are... Okay, that's not too hard. We can just... Okay, so what we're doing now is the dresser up here. The dresser up here is where the receiver, which is right here, is going to go. It's literally going to go from right up here to right down there. So it's probably, it's 2 feet to the wall plate. The wall plate's not centered though. So that would be, I think if we do 5 foot or 4, let's see, 5 feet would give us, that'd give us enough to get over to that side. 5 feet would get us to that side as well, with some room to spare. Let's do 5 feet chunks of wire. I am ready to make some wiring, guys. All right, now I can see, guys. I literally cannot see up close anymore. I have to get glasses soon. Surround. These things are fun. See, banana clip right there. Makes it much easier, guys. I'm just saying. I don't know if I should come in from the bottom. What do you guys do when you hook these up? Do you come from the bottom with one set? Like this? I mean, you can't see the bottom. How do you? Or do you go? How the heck are you supposed to do the bottom when you can't see it? Can't find the hole. I guess I can just come up from the top. So forget it. Why aren't the speaker holes up and down? I mean, seriously. I saw a receiver where the speaker holes were up and down, and I'm like, thank you for actually being smart. And why didn't they do that on every single receiver? Why are they angled? So stupid. Okay, the first one's in. Second one's about to be in. Wish I had like a drill that had an attachment for these, so you could just tighten it down with a drill. Okay, so that is surround right. Next. Let's see what this is. Here's our next one. That's surround left. By chance. You know what I'm talking about, right, guys? These screw wire holes should be freaking up and down, not diagonal. Surround left. Look how hard this is to get in there. Man, this thing's borderline old, I think, because it still has component video and composite video. No Wi-Fi, but I have a little adapter to bring LAN for this. Got the little power line adapter. But yeah, you don't see, they don't put composite video and component video on receivers anymore because there are no components that use it. If you see one with S video, you know you got a really old receiver. They probably don't have HDMI either. Notice here there's a 5-volt output. Never noticed that. There's a wireless LAN adapter available for this guy. Wi-Fi adapter. Didn't know it had a 5-volt out. That's awesome. Can use that definitely for something. Next. Three more left. Let's see what this is. Front right. this guy, maybe I can get this one under, since I can actually get to it. Yeah, this one I think I can come from underneath and save and make some more room for other things. Well, I thought I could. Stripped off way too much wire on this one. Yeah, this one's going under fine. Positive. Did I do it right? Yes, I did. I'm like, am I paying attention to polarity again? Got a lot of freaking analog audio too here. Does it have any analog audio outs for the front? No. No, it doesn't have preamp outputs. All right. Is this going to be center or front left? Let's see. What? Can't tell. Center. This one's going to be fun to get in there. Yeah, this is not going to be a good time. I'm going to see if I can come in from the bottom, because this guy is hard to get to from the top. Let's see if I can feel the... This is suckage. Of course, every time you touch it, you have to bind your wire. It's right there, dude. Hey. Got it. Got him. And then I'll do the top for the positive. I would punch myself in the face if I did the polarity wrong on that one. So for testing purposes, we will be using this receiver for video. So what we'll do is we will plug the Fire Stick into this guy and then plug this guy into TV. Last one is front left. Front left. Let's see if we can get underneath that one. That's another one that's hard to get to. Yeah, this one's going to be fun, fun, fun. Okay, here we go. That should be right there. There we go. Got lucky on that one.
and we'll do the top on this guy. See why banana plugs are so freaking awesome? What would it take? 15 minutes? 10 minutes to wire this thing? Banana plug, 10 seconds. Done. This thing is wired. HDMI. First we need our Fire Stick. Fire Sticks are picky about power, so you may not be able to power it with that. It's 0.6 amps. I don't know if that's enough to power the Fire Stick, so I'm going to put this Fire Stick on its power brick. But number one is do video one in, I guess. Ow. Okay, there. That's in there. So we got our Fire Stick there. We'll come out of this guy to the television, and we will go to HDMI. We'll go to input 8 on the TV, and go to out here. And that's that. Video and audio are connected. This thing is ready to be tested. I have a mess to clean up first though.
puppy. Hello, puppy. How you doing, puppy? Hello, girl. Hello, puppy. Good girl. Good girl. You too, dude. How are you guys doing? Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we are across the street over at Rich and Trisha's house, and we got Cooper right there, we got Miley right there, and we got Bubba right there. And today we're looking at updating Rich's security system. We have almost everything we need right here on the table to do that. We've got brand new Wise cams. They need power, and there's already Ethernet out there. So we have this 8-port PoE switch as well. Some PoE adapters, but we're waiting on a couple of more, and a wireless end repeater if we actually did need that. So today, hang out with us while we get this unboxed and test this PoE adapter and this switch on Supercar Street Racing. We are back on Supercar Street Racing across the street over at Rich and Trisha's house today. So happy to have you with us. Please like and subscribe while you are here. But today we definitely have a mission in front of us. We have everything we need to go ahead and convert Rich over to a modern security system. And in the process, we're going to be removing the old DVR that sits here. That is pretty loud and noisy. It is right there. The Lorex is going to be going goodbye in place of a modern security system. Now, one thing that I did forget that we have to get ordered is SD cards for these guys so that we can do playback. So I'm gonna let Rich order those, and meanwhile, we're gonna set up this 8-port switch and see if we can get these Wise cams joined to his app. All that we're gonna do right now, so hang out with us. All right, we're back here in front of everything with Rich is hanging out watching this stuff. So let me explain kind of to you what we have here. We have some Wisecam V4s. These are the new Wisecams. They do, I think, 2.5K, I believe it is. But they use regular power from the wall. Rich already has a security system wired up that has power over Ethernet, but we're gonna replace that with our own switch here that has power over Ethernet. So all we should have to do is power on this switch. So I just applied power to this new PoE switch, and I do see a red power light glowing in the front. And now we have our PoE adapters here. These take regular Ethernet with PoE on it, and they convert it to USB for the Wisecam. So the Wisecam has a certain type of USB connection. It's not USB Type-C, I forgot the name of the connection. But this adapter here, there'll be a link in the description, will adapt that. It in turn plugs into Ethernet here. I brought a cable, and that Ethernet will run to our new PoE switch, which will sit where the old security system sits, the Lorex, or we move it anywhere we want. We just need to be able to plug in all the Ethernet cables to it, and it'll eliminate the DVR because we will be recording onto the actual cameras with SD cards, and that has been ordered. So we don't have SD cards yet, but we have the cameras. Now, the first step to testing this was powering up the PoE switch. It is on. And if we look at the front of the switch here, this guy has 8 ports, and then it's got 2 uplink ports. So these uplink ports would be used to connect this guy to a second switch. If you ever expanded, you would just link your second switch with these 2, but you have 8 available PoE ports. So all we have to do is plug our yellow cable. This is just a test cable that I brought over. We can plug that into any of these PoE ports there. And then on this side, when we take this and apply this to our PoE adapter here, Rich, can you plug that in for me? Yeah. When we apply this to our PoE adapter, we should see the Wisecam start powering up. Okay, we do have a link, and we have power. We have power on the front of our cam, and that means that this guy is now booting up. It has a red light on the front. That worked. That's exactly what our plan was. So now if everything goes correctly, we should be able to go ahead and join. This guy's ready to connect, so we should be able to join it to
Do I need my Wise app?
Rich's app. Yes, you do need it. So we also want to figure out what we're going to call this camera. All right, guys, we're back here in front of Rich's table here. We have everything we need to go ahead and install the new security cameras, but
One of the things we talked about is, and it's actually ready to connect now, is we wanted to see if we could label everything first so that when we get outside, we know which cameras we put in the app. So I went ahead and got my brother label maker here, and I'm gonna go ahead and remove this from power so it will stop talking to us. But basically, the first thing I need to know is what Rich wants to call this first camera, where that's gonna go. What are we gonna do with this one, Rich? Tree, and when we put it in the app, we can name it whatever we want and make one copy. That's all we really need is something to see what we are doing here, so when we get this outside, it matches up to what we put in the app. So
Roger that.
go ahead and label this tree on the top. Now we know that one, so now we can go ahead and unbox all the rest of the cameras and get those labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and get these unboxed now. I'm gonna be configuring today. Garage.
Because I will have an inside garage also.
Okay.
So we can just call that one out garage or garage out, whatever's simple for you.
How about, yeah. Okay, we're right in front of the Wise app now, and the first thing we have to do is apply power again to this guy. Rich, can you go ahead and power up our camera again? I unplugged it because it was chirping about being ready to set up. Cool, it's in.
Green light?
Yep. Now we're waiting for it to boot up. All right, so ready to connect. So you hit plus on the app now, Rich. Yep, and you hit device, then you hit camera, and then you find the camera. It's a Wisecam V4, very top. And you check mark where at the bottom where it says I heard ready to connect. Click allow. Yep, that's Bluetooth. All right, so it should find your device now. It's using Bluetooth, which is, the old cameras didn't use Bluetooth to find the device, so it was way harder to connect. So now you need to select your Wi-Fi network. I'm gonna turn away from that in case the password, okay, the password's there already. Click connect.
Okay.
And it also connected already to your, I'll go ahead and name it. So Rich is naming the camera now, Tree. And there we are. So we are officially on camera. The camera is connected.
Awesome.
And we're gonna go ahead and duplicate that now for all the rest of the cameras.
5 more times.
We're gonna do that 5 more times. All right, let's do it.
Good deal. All right.
Okay, Rich is working on one extra camera that I donated to the cause here, and it is done. But the next step of the process is we have to get rid of the Lorex, right? So we have to get the Lorex out of here and get it unplugged. It is sitting on top of a Blu-ray player that they've never used. And so we probably should just get that out of there too if you're not using it.
I haven't used it in 10 years.
Yeah, let's get that out of there too. That's just cluttering up everything. So we'll get the Blu-ray player out, we'll get the Lorex out and all the Ethernet cables disconnected. And that is our next step. Okay, so we did decide, since Blu-ray was invented in the Stone Age, we would get rid of that. Sorry if you guys actually still have Blu-rays out there, but we got the Comcast box disconnected as well because we're gonna clean in here. Don't pay no attention to all this dog hair. And we're gonna remove this Lorex DVR here momentarily. But first I'm gonna let Rich clean up this inside of that area right there. All right, we got the Blu-ray player out of here. We got the Xfinity box reconnected, so we know that's all working. We got all of our cables here for our camera cables actually right here, but unfortunately they're really short, so we can't make the switch face forward. I'm gonna connect this switch facing backwards with all the wires plugged into the front real quick. Okay, I did finish getting the switch all connected up. I faced it backwards. All the cables for Ethernet run directly out the back. And then back here in the back, all we have to do is just press down on these cables and tie them up to get them dressed up. But we got rid of that Lorex DVR, which was so noisy and loud, and we replaced it with a newer, more efficient system. All we have to do next is go ahead and get one of these cameras tested out. Let's go ahead and get this camera up here plugged in and make sure that it works. Here's our camera. We already have the PoE adapter on it. We're gonna put that up there on the shelf now and just make sure that it is working correctly.
tilt it toward the kitchen just to smidge it.
So pan it that way?
Yeah.
What do you think? All right, later, if you want to adjust it, you know how to do it. Sweet. All right, so we just got the first camera installed. So Rich, it's kind of flimsy because it's just that little piece of wood and it wants to flip forward. So we either need to put a little screw in it or maybe something heavier on the back of the little pedestal. But for right now, we got our picture going on that one. That's our first camera. We're gonna go ahead and install, we only have one more adapter, right? So we can only do one more. What's the next one you wanna do that's low-hanging fruit that we can get done easy? One by the fireplace?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
This is a perfect opportunity to talk to you guys about our sponsor for today. Our sponsor is BN Link. They were so kind to reach out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we'd be interested in showing you guys their new 6-outlet surge protected power strip. I do have 3 of these. I will be giving 2 of these away and giving one to my neighbor for his project that we were doing across the street that you guys just saw. He needs a power strip behind the TV. So these BN Link power strips are surge protected. They are 6 outlets. They do also have the child protective thing there where they can spin around. They have a 4-foot power cable. So this comes in a 1-pack, and you can see here the packaging is just a nice white packaging. So let's go ahead and take a look at these guys over on Amazon. And right here on Amazon, you guys can see the BN Link 6-outlet power strip. And it is a surge protector also, and it can handle 600 joules. And it is right now 23% off. It might change by the time this video is published, but you get 6 outlets for $9.99, or if you want this 2-outlet with USB A and C, it will cost you a mere $13.99. As you can see here, it has a 4-foot power cord, and it has 600 joules of surge protection, and it does have a wall mount design. If you look on the back, and you can see right there that it is wall mountable. It's got a space saving design, and when you do plug this guy into a regular outlet, you see how it goes back on a 90-degree angle. That is pretty cool. There's a good look at the back, and you can see the type of screw mounts there, so you can put this on a table or on the wall or whatever you need. So there will be a link down in the description to the BN Link 6-outlet power strip. Go ahead and click that link and get one for yourself. And we want to thank you guys for supporting Supercar Street Racing by buying through our affiliate links and buying from our official sponsors. Now let's get back to the video. So we have one camera out here in this little thing right here. So we need to see how we're going to replace it with this new Wise Cam. Oh, it's screwed down in there too. Okay, let's see what's holding this thing in. All right, I found the end of the cable. This is going to take a little bit of work. This thing is kind of built into this little enclosure right here, but we do have a link light and our camera is booting up. All right, we were able to go ahead and set up the other camera outside. It still needs some work. It's going to be raised up. Rich is going to work on that, getting it into this little house and then tying up the wires real nice and then wrapping some electrical tape around the connector where the Cat 5 goes to the camera. But it is on, it is working. So that was successful. That camera was previously completely broken. So tomorrow when we get everything else, we will go ahead and finish this job. All right, guys, we just got back from across the street helping Rich out, and we are currently editing this video, but I wanted to give you guys a little outro here. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We're doing so great now. We have a lot of subscribers, I think 62,000 at last count, but we're gonna get this video knocked out and we're gonna go help Rich with the rest tomorrow, but all that is left is actually mounting the cameras on the house. No big deal. We take off the old camera, we screw the new camera in and plug it in. Super simple, and then that whole project will be done. But I wanna encourage you guys to check the link in the description. There will be a link to the PoE switch that powers all these Wise Cam, a link to the PoE adapter if you already have Ethernet cable run, and also a link to the sponsor, BN Link. Thank you again, BN Link, for all the wonderful things you sent us. And guys, thank you for your support. We could not do this on Supercar Street Racing if it wasn't for you guys and liking and subscribing and buying products through our official product links. So go into the product links, buy anything you want from any of our links. It doesn't have to be the actual product, and we still get just a little bit of money to help out the channel. Guys, that's got to do it.
Today, we are going to happy hour, me and Rich. So I got to get out of here, guys. I can't stay here anymore. I just have to go. I've got to get out of here. I got to leave. Bye, guys. I got to go. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today, we're in the living room again because we've got an exciting project coming up. I love doing projects, and this is an important one because it's for out by the pool out there. This project is going to be amazing. Everything is sitting right here on the table. There's a very long story as to why this has to be done, and I'm going to tell you that right after this awesome open on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're in the Supercar Street Racing living room. It's a place you've seen before, and today we have a special project, and the whole reason for this project is due to one thing, and that is because the nice company of Amazon has decided to rob me of the ability to use this dot right here to feed the speakers in the house with the home theater feature on the Fire Stick. Now, you used to be able to do that. You used to be able to have a Fire Stick somewhere in the house, and you could transmit that audio over Wi-Fi to one of those devices there, and that was what I was using to let audio come out of the TV and onto the patio outside by the pool. They robbed me of that feature. I can no longer do that, so I have to do this a different way. I could use Bluetooth and then Bluetooth to this whole home audio system over here, but I actually want to put a subwoofer and an amplifier outside behind the TV. So right here in front of me, we got everything we need to do that. Let's take a look at what we got right here. Directly in front of me, and also right here in front of me, is everything we need, minus one more of these cables, which is on the way right now on a truck. We have everything that we need to go ahead and get the outside audio system working again. Now, another thing that broke is the right channel speaker outside is not working. I have not figured that out yet, but I believe the wire has a short in it. So I have to pull a new wire in order to reconnect the right from this whole home audio system back to out by the pool. Meanwhile, we have a nice big television out by the pool that does not have Bluetooth or anything, and I want it to be able to play different audio than this system right here does as well. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and fix that, and we have a few things here that we need. Right here, we have a Monoprice 8-inch powered subwoofer, and there is a reason that I only went with the 8-inch, and you'll see that soon. It is due to where this is going and the space. We'll unbox that here momentarily. We also have a FOSI audio amp. I thought it was much bigger. It's 100 watts per channel, but it is very tiny. And then, anticipating problems with heat, I have two fans. One is for this amplifier to strap it right on the back to blow some air on it to keep it warm. I said warm. To keep it cool. To keep it cool, this is going to go on the FOSI audio and also on the heatsink on the subwoofer. I know it gets very hot out there. At least it's under the patio, so it does get shade. This is going to feed audio from the television to the amplifier here, and then we have another one of these that comes out of the amplifier and goes to the subwoofer. It is another little guy right here, mini to RCA male. We have two of those. We have some insulated wire. Make sure when you do anything outside, you get insulated wire. It will literally fall apart if you don't do that because of the heat and the humidity in Florida. And then we have a shelving system here. This shelving system basically is going to hold the subwoofer up. We have these nice big shelves, and what we're going to be doing is using Tapcons into the stucco. So this is not going to go anywhere. It's going to be very, very good for this subwoofer right here. It'll be plenty. It'll go right against the wall like this, and the subwoofer will sit right on top, and this is going to be behind the television. If you don't want it to stick out so far, you go this way. Then what you do is you go underneath and you screw this to the subwoofer, and that will keep that sub on the wall with absolutely no problems. The other RCA to Mini is in the mail. It should be here any second. Let's get the rest of this stuff unboxed. I want to see this amplifier, and I want to see this powered sub. The Fuzzy Audio, or Fozzy Audio, depending on how you like to pronounce it, is sitting right in front of me here. And what I plan on doing right now is going ahead and unboxing it. Let's move these fans. Now these are, we can go ahead and unbox these now, I guess. These are USB fans, so it'll be great and easy to power up, and they should keep enough airflow on our products to keep them cool. Now, if I have a problem with the amplifier staying cool, I may do some modifications to the amp, and I'll show you that in a little bit. But here is the first fan. Pretty cool. It just has a USB connection like that. We can plug it into any USB connection, or we can do a power brick into the wall. So I have two of those, one for the amp here and one for the subwoofer. And on the back of the sub, there is a heatsink that we will put that on. Now here's the Fuzzy Audio and the Fuzzy Audio power supply. So this is a 24 volt power supply at 4.5 amps. Here is the cool little Fuzzy Audio amplifier. It uses integrated circuits. And on the back, the cool thing about this is it also does Bluetooth, by the way. But the cool thing about this is it has a subwoofer output or a preamp output. You can use this with a powered subwoofer. And the input is also MIDI. So that was the plan, to come out of the television's audio output jack. We go right into the input here on the Fuzzy. We come out of the output here to the subwoofer, and the output of the speakers is going to be going to my speakers outside. And then there's the Bluetooth antenna, and there is the power. And the good thing about this is the size, and we do have a bass and treble and one USB. This can play music from a USB stick, because we could use that for one of these fans. We could literally come from the front. We're gonna zip tie that fan on, and we could just power it just like that. Now this says 100 watts per channel, and it does support 2 ohms. So we have 4 speakers will be paralleled on this. Let's see if this has power. It does. Look at our fan, and that is outputting quite a bit of airflow. Right in front of me is the Monoprice 8-inch powered subwoofer sitting right here on the table for you guys. It's very light. First of all, I would say it probably weighs 25 pounds if I had to guess, which is great. It's compact. It breaks your table. This project is over for today. The subwoofer's broken. I was unboxing the subwoofer. Joe called. I pulled the grill off the front of the subwoofer to show you guys, and a screw fell out. And I thought that was weird. Where would that come from? And then I started looking around the woofer, and the woofer had 2 screws pulled out, and the wood was like separated from the actual enclosure there. So this is broken. I'm about to hit the return button, and I'm about to drive it over to UPS store. All right, that was a whole ordeal and a half trying to get my GoPro to work, because it's a piece of crap every day. We did get a replacement subwoofer in today to get unboxed after the first one was damaged. Now it was damaged on the actual woofer itself. A screw fell out, and I saw that happen when I opened the box, and then I basically opened the front grille, and 2 of the screws were ripped out of the wood that hold the woofer in. I returned it immediately. Let's take a look at the new Monoprice subwoofer and make sure it is not damaged. It looks good to me. Much better condition, no problems. You can see the 8-inch woofer here with the port. Then I'm gonna try something with this speaker that's not working outside. And I think there's a short somewhere between the middle of the attic and the outside. Audio is on only to this speaker outside, and I do have my test speaker in my pocket. No, nothing. I'm gonna try to pull a wire through, but it is... that's worse.
Got him!
So much for that part of the project. Okay, we're not doing that today. We're gonna have to use the fish tape and pull a new wire up, and we're gonna need another person for that. So this part of the project has failed again. All right, guys, directly in front of me right here is a new channel sponsor. This is Noah's Big. They were so kind to send us their desk lamp and magnifying glass. This thing has a 12x magnifying. This guy has 1,200 lumens, if you can believe that. 146 LEDs to make everything super bright. It has a bunch of illumination options. It can change color temperature just at the push of a button. An easy adjustable neck here, so it makes things super easy for you. It has a ton of different mounting options, so you can mount it horizontal, vertical, or other directions depending on your application. This guy has a built-in memory, so it remembers the last thing you set it to when you turn it back on. It is USB powered. You can see right here a USB Type A. Will plug into anything. You probably have a computer sitting right by your desk that you can plug this guy directly into. All right, the lamp is plugged in. It did illuminate now blue right here. You can see a little blue light right here, and then there is the power button. Now check out how bright that is, guys. All you do is simply adjust on the back of the lamp to change the brightness. You can change it to brighter. You can change it to less bright. And then there is also this color temperature button right here. Everything you need is on the back of the lamp right here. This thing's fully adjustable. Check it out. So you can literally just adjust the whole head, the whole arm. This is pretty cool, guys. Check this out. Support our sponsor. Noah's Big was so kind to sponsor Supercar Street Racing. Please do us a favor. Go down to the link in the description, order your own Noah's Big lamp, and support Supercar Street Racing and the channel. Let's get back to the video. I am going to use a little bit of spray foam to keep this on. Just a little bit on each side, I think, is all I need here. Without making a huge mess. That should do it. It's a sacrificial can, but that should keep that from going anywhere. That should dry very quickly and allow us to have a nice cooling source on our sub. There's still room to plug in the cables, so we're good to go there. So that's just gonna sit there and dry now. Keep that fan tight on that subwoofer forever. It's going to, feet are basically 9.5 inches apart. So our measurements are going to be, we're gonna do 8.5 inches on the wall. So our brackets are gonna fall between these 2 feet. The sub's gonna sit right on the 2 brackets. It's gonna sit like this, right behind the TV, this part on the wall. For that, we have Tapcons. Now let's get you guys back outside. We're gonna go look at this. Here we are behind the TV outside, and as you can see, there's plenty of space up here for our amplifier and our subwoofer to sit right on top of that. What I'm gonna do literally is just go right above the power strip right there, and I'm gonna put the sub directly above that. You won't see it because of the television. Top of it will be 12 inches above this, so it will just be that tall. I'll center it right in the center. Come down more. I have my Tapcon drill bit here. That should be level. All right, so I'm actually going to do heat shrink on these. I've got my connectors. I need 2 more of these. I'm just going to put these on the end here. So I'm going to make sure that they are oriented the same way. And then crimp. You use the color codes, so you use yellow, just like that, and then you heat shrink them. Will that work? Yep, that'll work right there around the power cable. First set of cables here, the U-green cable. There's also, we gotta not block these on the back, and the other one goes right there. One of these feeds the subwoofer, one of them comes from the television. Our fan will plug directly into the front. We gotta get our fan mounted to this. Our fan will plug right here, and then our other fan will need a brick for our subwoofer. It'll need its own brick. That's on there. See if it still works.
Thing's ripping. That's awesome. Check it out, guys. It's just zip tied to the side of it. And that'll give a little bit of cooling to this thing when it's outside because it gets very hot. And I don't know if that doesn't work, I'm gonna drill holes in the top and the bottom and get some more airflow. But that's putting out some good air right there. Our sub looks dry enough to go back outside and mount it. What the? This one broken too? It's a screw.
Got him! Got him!
Fucking screw rattling around. There's a screw rattling around inside of this that I know is going to be annoying. Now I got to take the woofer out. This is crazy. This is the second one I got that had issues. How in the world can they make two subwoofers with problems? I don't get it. All right, I took the feet off, but now I'm putting some screws back in where it left a hole so there's no air leaking out there. I don't want to use caulk on this part. That's how it's gonna sit, just like that. And it's perfect. Not in the way of the TV at all. I can still get to the back of it if I need to adjust, if I just have to get on a little stool. Perfect, look at that, guys. This came out really good. Now I just gotta figure out mounting the amplifier. I'm gonna wipe down the back of this television. It's all dirty with pollen, but I think the amp can go right here somewhere. And then the wires can go up and up to the top, and they're gonna go up the soffit right there to that speaker. Get something to drink first though. I'm gonna mount it just like that. You guys can see this. The TV can still move and articulate either way. If it needs to, it can articulate all the way this way to about right there, or all the way that way without this being in the way. Our fan should be on the back of our subwoofer now. It's cooling the sub. So I do have enough power right here. I've got enough power for all three. Now the next step is to get this wiring up and over. And so I'm putting this speaker wire in the soffit. There's a little lip on these soffits that this one can run behind the sub. side's done.
Got it.
Well, I broke my... I'm an idiot. I literally threw the GoPro on top of the barbecue grill and broke the mount for the audio, but I did get this side done. I'm gonna go ahead and go up there and push that wire in the back. I didn't see that hanging down. This side is completely done. All we gotta do now is finish the wiring here underneath the television. I'm gonna go ahead and plug everything in and give it a test real quick before I do anything else right now. So I'm gonna give this a plug in real quick. All right, we're watching Supercar Street Racing. The audio does work. I was the power. I had to get the remote out and do power with that. Everything is working. Those speakers are on. I have not heard the sub yet, but I'm gonna probably try to test that out. I can't play music with you guys on here, so it'll be copyrighted. So I'm gonna check the sub now. Guys, we're in Studio B again. As you can see, Supercar Street Racing is playing on the TV right behind us right there. That's actually us on TV, but today we are live in Studio B to show you this project that we completed for the outdoor speaker system for the pool. There's a big TV outside that Joe Dukes of Duval gave me. It's a big Vizio TV, and I wanted to put sound outside. Now the full home audio system sound is broken to one speaker. I think there's a short in one of the wires, so I have to pull that again. But meanwhile, I wanted to get sound from the TV outside and also add a subwoofer. So we did add this monoprice 60-watt powered subwoofer here. And as you saw in the video, I had to get one return and the second one was also bad. Both of them were damaged. One of them had screws missing in the woofer. The other one had a nut inside the actual amplifier loose. But I fixed the second one rather than return it for a second time. There's the monoprice subwoofer. I have not rated it yet. I'm gonna rate it appropriately for being damaged twice when I got it. Now it is 60 watts and it does sound great outside, I'm not gonna lie. We did put it right up behind the television on some L brackets that I'll show you here momentarily. Here's the 3.5 millimeter to RCA cables we use for input and output to the amplifier, one of them feeding from the TV and the preamp output going up to the powered subwoofer. Here's the Fozzy audio amplifier that we used, 100 watts per channel, Bluetooth. It does have preamp outputs, which is awesome. It uses integrated circuits for its output, not transistors. It does have a remote control with power and volume as well, and I love that. So far, so good with this amp. These are the metal wall brackets I used. Pretty simple. They are heavy duty, no problem supporting the subwoofer, and I did just screw the subwoofer right on the bottom of the L brackets there. That holds the sub right on the wall. This is a speaker wire I used. Anytime I use speaker wire now, I use this insulated speaker wire. I learned my lesson outside. Regular speaker wire in Florida will deteriorate after about a year. This sub helps keep the speaker wire more protected. All right, guys, you can see right here on the dashboard that we have 165,675 subscribers on the channel. We couldn't do that without you though, guys. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing to all the videos. Buy all your products through our product links. There will be links in the description for all of the stuff we used today on this project. I gotta get out of here though. I gotta go to Dukes of Duval's house. Just got a tornado warning and it is active out here and there's some low clouds. I'm gonna step out there so you can see them. And then we got some crazy lightning. I'm just waiting to get smoked by a tornado. We have a tornado on the ground out here somewhere. All right, I am currently in the process of leveling this out. I'm taking everything out of here and bagging it up, and I'm trying to get this garden at the same level as these pavers, which will be the same level as the yard. And then tomorrow the sod will be coming in, so let's get to work here.
The next piece of the puzzle is right in front of me for the driveway project, and here you can see the Polk Audio Atrium 5 speakers that are going out in the new sitting area, and right next to it we have this Hawaii Collection 409 Pebble outdoor rug. Both of these are going to be heading outside, so let's go ahead and get these guys unboxed right now and see exactly what they look like. Alright, these are the Atrium 5s by Polk Audio. There will be a link in the description. And I can't recall how much I paid for them, but there will be a link. But I did pay a little bit more for a nice set of speakers. They were a little bit more expensive than I could have paid for some other brands. But you can see right here and right now the Atrium 5s right in front of me. They make a 5, 6, a 7, and an 8. And we have the 5 here. And it says here the Atrium 5s weigh about 4.6 pounds each. And checking out the specs for the Atrium 5. Yes, they have a 5-inch woofer and a 3/4-inch tweeter. And here they are, so fresh and so fly. Actually, they look really good. I'm impressed. And this is all they come with. There is no mounting hardware or anything like that. We're going to be using Tapcons. Now, if you don't know what a Tapcon is, it's what you put into concrete. So we will put these into the actual side of the house and run the wiring up through the soffits to the attic. And we already do have a connection where my garage was on the switch. All we have to do is put a little bit of wire on here and then tie everything up inside the attic, which will take about... I think what I want to do is go ahead and install the Atrium 5s before we get this rug undone, because I am going to have to work out there with my ladder. So let's get moved outside, get these Atrium 5s mounted. But first, let me show you the speaker wire we're going to be using. In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we have this Amazon Basics wire left over from our last project. It is 16 gauge. That is plenty of gauge for what we are doing. So what we will probably do is put about 10 feet on each speaker so that we have enough to reach into the attic. We already have a lot. We have one speaker right next to it in the attic where these are going to go, and we have another one on the other side of the attic. So I believe both wires will reach with no issues. So all we should have to do is just get up there and splice these together. So this is the wire we're using. Let's get moved outside and see where we're going to mount these things.
Okay, we did get the speakers installed out here in the lounge area. And what we did was we ran the wire up through the attic, and now I have to go into the attic and tie in to the existing switch that was switched on the garage before we converted that over to its own system. But you can see right here and right now, I put the same spacing from the edge of the wall on both sides and aimed them straight down. Once the love seat is down here, these chairs will be spaced closer to the speakers and there will be sound for everyone right here. Let's get up in the attic and get this rest of this done. Well, one of the wires doesn't work at all. It's connected and doesn't work. No clue what's going on with that. I did put the fish tape up here so I could find the other one, and I do see it. I'm trying to get back up here, and getting up here is tricky. All right, guys, a little update, and hopefully this is not copyrighted music, but for whatever reason, it just started working, and I guess maybe there is a slight short in the wires, and when I finally cranked it up a little bit, it started working, but as I say that, it is not working. Did I not turn it on? We have it connected to, okay, we have to hit garage right here on the switch thing, and it is not on. And I noticed when I raise the volume, it comes on. Okay, I must be having an issue with my switcher because when I crank the music up a little bit, it does come back on. So my switch box may have an issue, but that's okay. For now, we're good, and we did get our speakers installed outside, and tonight we will come out and give a tour of the lit driveway for the same video.
Alright guys, just a little update from the SCSR compound, heading outside while dinner cooks, and you guys can see right here that we have all new sod, and it came out amazing. And so mulch masters came in today, they leveled out the yard, they graded everything, that's just a sprinkler pipe, so no big deal. But they did all new sod right here, all new sod right here. And then tomorrow they will come back and finish this section here where they busted the sprinkler pipe and a little bit of extra fill in. And then we will update you guys again on the new sod situation. But this is the way it looks now. And it actually looks kind of crazy. I'm hyped to have grass finally. Tomorrow we'll get another update. And I hope you guys are doing amazing. All right, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing front yard where the yard guys just left. We were unsuccessful in coming up with a plan to edge the gardens. However, they did repair the sprinkler head that they broke, and so the sprinklers work now, but now we just need to get something done with the actual patterns on the sprinklers, because they are, and yes, they ran out of sod, so they will be coming back to finish. But yeah, we could not come up with a plan for any of this stuff over here, and it looks like they didn't even finish that part. And so it's a good look at what we have to do now. We have to get this part painted on the bottom of the bricks. We have to get that part at the bottom painted as well. But I think I'm going to repaint the whole house white and do the trim in black and the front door in black, because the garage door is black and it is coming in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, this is it, how it looks from the outside. You guys can see right here that the driveway looks awesome, the lights look awesome, and the new sod with no tree there looks pretty dang awesome. But so my next project is literally to figure out a way to edge these gardens and then put rocks in the garden that match the pavers. We tried using the pavers for the edging and it just simply did not work out for that. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the video and an update on our little project. And I guess I'll give you one more view of this part. So this is my seating area that just got all wet from the sprinkler, but this is going to be a lounge area. and we did get the speakers installed as you saw in this video. Now that's going to do it and wrap it up from the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we will see you guys next time.
That's all I got.
A rev off.
Oh!
I think he needs new rings, bro.
All right, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we have Joe here. You guys know Dukes of Duval. He's been on the channel recently. This is Wayne, Joe's neighbor, and today he's going to be supervising this whole project when we put brakes on the Chevrolet Silverado 2013.
Yes.
Silverado. So we're going to show you guys each step. We're going to video that for you. We're going to show you the parts you need, the tools you need. You're going to see that today on the channel, so stick around, right?
Yeah, stick
All
around.
right, let's go. You ready?
Come on now.
All right, so we just showed you guys this amazing Chevy truck. This is a 2013, which one?
Silverado 1500.
Does that mean it holds 1,500 pounds of weight?
1500 chicks.
Okay, 1,500 chicks in the Silverado. And we got Wayne here supervising. So Wayne, what's the first step to get the brakes done on this Chevy Silverado?
I would honestly say to jack the truck up and take the wheels off.
So we have to...
Helpful to do that.
It's going to be a lot of help.
So what's the first tool we need in order to get this truck up in the air?
I would say air ratchet gun.
Right. That sounds smart.
Yeah, and just take the wheels off, and then we'll have a good look at the brakes.
Okay, so do you have something to get this truck up in the air?
I do.
Okay, what are we going to use for this?
I have a jack.
Is this a Pittsburgh
3-ton
low profile?
Pittsburgh, low
It's
profile.
a 3-ton jack. I mean, hello.
Yeah, so it'll. This truck is way less than that.
Absolutely.
All right, let's do this, guys. You ready?
Okay,
Get to work.
gee whiz, I can't wait.
Let's go.
Wait a minute. Hello.
So what's the first step we're gonna do here?
Well, first thing you gotta do, man, you gotta take off the cap so you can get to the lug nuts. So we're gonna pop that off, easy enough, out of the way. And then we're gonna take a 4-way while the tire's on the ground so you can break these loose. And I think it's...
So if you take it off the ground, basically the tire will spin when you try to break that off.
Correct.
There we go.
All right, so that is 7/8.
All right.
And break them. No particular order, doesn't matter, just break them.
Yep. Oh, that one's trying to be a little bit sassy.
Got it.
Got it.
stuff up here.
All the rust and stuff. Has these ever been changed? They've been changed, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Man, that thing is on there, bro.
Yeah, that is on there.
Should have brought my PB blaster.
Well, are you going the wrong way? I'm not trying to be smart.
You know,
He is not. You are going the wrong way.
that's exactly the problem.
You're going the wrong way.
Delete that.
Goes down.
They do go down.
No, it don't.
Ready?
All right, here we are. We are breaking loose the calipers. There it goes. Supervisor Wayne
Hi.
on the job. All right, so we got the first bolt out, and we're going to loosen the second bolt, and the caliper should swing up, making it easy to get to the brakes. And one thing we do have to finish this job is going to be a C-clamp, because we're going to have to compress the caliper
Yep, and I got
to
that.
get the new pads in. So we have that all ready to go. Oh, that one's not broken? Yeah, it is.
Well, it's broken, but
Oh, you're going to take it all the way out?
take it all the way up.
All right, so we're going to remove the top caliper bolt now. At which point, it's probably just so dusty. That thing is free, it should come off. There it goes. Center part's coming out. Boom.
All right.
So yep,
Oh, he wasn't lying.
the pads are definitely shot.
Yep.
There's not much left there. So now
Hey, do you have any grease for the back of these pads by chance? A little grease I could rub on them? All right. I'll need the grease.
Where's the new pad?
All right, we got the new set of brake pads here with new clips. And all we have to do right now is put these new clips in.
I think they're all identical, right? For sure. Yep.
And they just push right back on the old spot. And then all we have to do is compress the caliper and put the new pads in.
All right.
And so now we have our C-clamps to...
I'm gonna add a little grease to the back of these things.
Yep. And why are we doing that?
Helps release them, and then it's supposed to stop squeaking, so they say.
Okay.
All right, and then this one is for this way.
All right, guys, we got the new pads here. We're gonna put a little bit of lubrication on the back of the pads to prevent squeaking, hopefully. And then now all we have to do is slide them in the existing holes, just like that. Boom, done. And this other one.
This one. Pop this one in.
Yep, goes right in. Hopefully.
But it's not go in all the way. Tap it down.
Tap it in. Tap it in.
Oh, big tap there.
Tap it in. Now that should fit nicely.
Grease all over it. Wait.
You'll have some nice greasy brakes.
That's it.
All right, that is pretty much it. And now we have to compress this caliper with your C-clamp.
Yep, right
or
here.
It won't go back on. You can see the caliper is extended because the old pads are worn out.
Correct.
right, so we got our second clamp on here now so that we can squeeze both of them and they don't affect each other, because what's happening is the pressure is pushing the second one back out when we try to do the first one. So looks like we got it that time. That's my aim for sure.
That's the hope.
So we got it.
All right.
Gonna go this time.
Probably not the best grease, but it's grease, so we'll use it.
Yep.
And that's Lithium grease. It's the best grease you can get.
Boom.
That's it.
That is it. So now we just got to tighten our 2 bolts up and that job is done. Now this is assuming your rotors are still within spec. We're not going there today. We're not doing rotors.
Nope, they're fine.
So yeah, this is just basic pads.
Where's the other?
Somewhere here we have another bolt. Okay.
Joey, you seriously never squeaked?
Never squeaked.
And so what size was that one again?
19 millimeter? 19 millimeter.
So you have to have the 19 for these guys. And then, are we going to torque it to a certain spec or just tighten it down?
Just gonna tighten it down.
Okay, cool.
That's probably a little overkill.
All right.
All right, good to go.
So side 1 is done. We just got to put the wheel back on, lower the truck, and then work on side number 2.
Super fast.
Super fast. All right, we're getting the wheel put back on now.
right, guys, we are done with this project for this amazing Chevrolet Silverado 2013. And some of the things that you're going to need for this is the brake pads. These are the Select Best from O'Reilly's. And we also have our clamps here for this. We have a hammer. You're going to need a 19mm socket and ratchet for this. Some grease for the back of the brake pads. A nice jack like this Pittsburgh 3-ton jack. And right here, right now, you will be able to do the brakes on your 2013 Chevrolet Silverado truck, just like we did with Dukes of Duval and Wayne. All right, we're back in the amazing Chevy Silverado truck where we replaced the brakes successfully in about an hour, I would say, just because we had a learning curve. But now we are taking it out for a drive. So what we'll do is we'll probably bed these brakes in a little bit, a couple of good little stops, and see how they feel. And then we're going to put a computer on this thing and pull the OBD2 codes and see if we have any other issues, and reset maybe the check engine light and see what's causing that. And so far, I think that we have a successful brake replacement because we didn't get hit by this guy.
It's true.
And we are going to be showing you guys how to do brakes on a Ford
Chevrolet.
Damn!
These are good. Here we are inside the Tesla, about to watch a video about me buying the Tesla. Pretty crazy, and we are watching it as it premieres on YouTube. I love this car. All right, I thought I'd do a cold start video for Ryzen Miata. Tribute to Ryzen Miata. We just got off the phone talking about the BMW 335i. There's mine right there. Here's the SL. So I figured I'll hang the camera out the door here, cold start this thing and rev it a little bit. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna hold it out the door here. Thing sounds fucking mean. All right, Ryzen Miata. There you go, Chris. This is the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, guys. Check out the studio. What do you guys think of the studio, man? It's pretty cool. I know you want to hang out in the studio with me. Let's go. Guys, welcome back to sunny Florida. Look behind me here. It is beautiful outside, but those looks are deceiving. It is very cold, 50 degrees in Florida right now. And today we have a tour of my new all-home audio system. The whole home audio covers everything. Hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and right behind me is my whole home audio system. Today we're taking a tour of the house. We're going to show you how that works in the entire house today, and it is all going to be brought to you by Juke, who was kind enough to give us a small discount on something for this whole home audio system, and hoping we get to work with them in the future with the Juke Plus, which is their other model. This is the 8-zone Juke whole home amplifier, and we have that today to look at, and my whole house on the channel. We're gonna go through everything. I'm gonna show you all the speakers, talk about the brands, talk about this whole home audio system that is done and complete, and we're gonna go over all that right now, so hang out with us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Humble compound today, and today's video is sponsored by Juke Audio. I promised them I would talk their brand up today, and we are going to do just that because I have been enjoying this Juke Audio amplifier that we've had now for a couple of weeks. Now right here in front of me is the Juke 6 and 8. It is their base model. The Juke Plus is a little bit higher model. This thing is awesome though. It has 8 zones. You buy it with 6, you can upgrade it to 8 with just an email and a few dollars. They will upgrade it remotely for you. This has 6 and 8 powered zones depending on how much you spend. It does have 40 watts per speaker per channel. Do not let that confuse you. That is not a small amount of power for these in-home audio speakers. That is plenty of power, at least for what I have, and I'm not running a sub or anything with the power out of the Juke. It is app controlled. It has a smart app we'll be showing you guys a little bit later in the video. Now this thing supports analog inputs, USB input, AirPlay, Spotify Connect, DLNA, and Bluetooth. So that covers pretty much everything you'll need because you can do almost everything with a tablet nowadays, and you can just Bluetooth right to this guy right here. Now let's go ahead and show you this guy getting unboxed and then start the tour of our whole home audio system. We have been dealing with crappy whole home audio for years, but today we have a solution for that. We have finally spent the money to get a proper whole home audio system. Now this Juke audio amplifier is a whole home smart system. We're gonna get this unboxed here on SCSR and see what's in the box and how it works. Let's go, dog. Guys, today we have the Juke audio whole home audio amplifier here. It is a smart amplifier for your house, 6 zones, smart, does everything you need to amplify your entire house. And they have one above this called the Juke Plus. I did not buy that. It is about $1,000 more. I probably could have just done that for $2,400. I got this for I think $1,400. So today we're gonna get this thing unboxed and see what's inside, get it hooked up, get the app going, and see what that's all about, because we are redoing the whole home audio system in the closet, and this is an integral part of redoing everything on Supercar Street Racing. Patented SCSR knife is here opening up the box. We need to get this thing open right now and see what's inside because I'm hyped, guys. Juke Audio, so made simple right in front of us. The whole home audio amplifier is 6 zones smart, capable amplifier. And inside of the box, with the presentation level being elite, this Juke audio package right here. Don't know what it is, but let's get it out of there. I like it. SCSR knife is patented. Do not try to make one like this, because it actually came from IKEA. Inside of the Juke audio box, looks like some rack mount ears here, which we're not using. These look like rack mounts. A standard, maybe 2 or 3 pin power cable, some breakouts for the speakers, and also a Cat 5 cable, Cat 6 cable, and a Sound Made Simple diagram here. It does do Wi-Fi or Ethernet, and there's a start there. I already got the Juke app downloaded, but that is a good look at what's inside of the box before we get to the meat and potatoes. The Juke is so fly with the charcoal padding inside. Let's get that out. All right, now Juke did say that the optimal connection is Ethernet, which we will be using. There are 4 breakaway boxes in the back here for speakers. Literally nothing on the front here. It just says Juke Audio. No lights or anything. And then also in the back right here, there's 2 USB ports. If you want to do analog audio, you have to connect to these USB ports with an adapter that I will put in the description. It is a USB to audio adapter. I ordered that. It will be here tomorrow. They give you an Ethernet cable right here. We don't need that where we're going. We have an Ethernet cable. We're going to put this into the SCSR closet, power it up, see if we can update the firmware and all that, and then see if we can interface with this guy, the Juke Audio on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it into the closet. Guys, we're starting the tour right in front of the Juke here, and we're gonna outline everything that is in this new audio closet, the whole home audio system. Now, you're gonna have to go back to my videos. There's a 6-part video of my whole home audio refurbishing. I started with a closet full of clothes and racks, and I did everything to bring this guy up to modern standards, and I've always wanted to do an app that controlled each room with volume in each room, and this Juke Audio 8-zone amp does fit the bill. It does great on that process. Now at the very top here, this is the box for the Juke Audio. You guys just did see me unbox this. This thing is so cool. It comes with rack mount ears here. I did not use them. Let's get this box out of here. Now starting on the top here on my whole home audio tour, there was a hole in the wall right up here where the wires were coming out because the old setup had a amp up high on a shelf, like a wire shelf. I did get rid of that wire shelf, and I closed up the hole right there as well, you can see. And then right over here we had a wall plate with RCA jacks that fed subwoofer preamp output to the whole entire house. And then up here we did add an outlet. We have some power going into the bathroom. This is a good future expansion if we ever need power up high. Let's say we want to add another shelf right here. We have the capability to have power right next to it here on the back. Now moving down in the closet, we have our WIM here. This is our WIM streaming audio player. There is a dedicated video up with this, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about this, but this actually can do everything streaming wise that even the Juke does not do. It can do a lot of cool things like internet radio and things like that, Spotify, Pandora, you name it, this guy does it. It does have subwoofer outputs as well, which is awesome. It's very high quality. It does accept optical ins and outs. It has RCA level ins and outs, and it has coax ins and outs as well. So this is the WIM streamer. Go see my video on the WIM if you want a more detailed explanation about this guy. And that's what we are using right now for currently streaming to the whole house. Now below that, the sponsor of the video, this is the Juke Audio. The 6 and 8 zone amplifier. We currently are using 8 zones. And on the back of the Juke, it is just literally a bunch of green plugs with screws in them, and that is how we got our audio back to the entire house. That is what powers the speakers, is the Juke whole home amplifier. And then back on this side, there is a USB adapter that goes from USB to analog audio, and that is what we are using from the WIM to feed the Juke all of the audio that it then transmits throughout the house. We'll show you that on app a little bit later in the video. Now on top of my Juke here is the remote for the WIM, and then this remote here is for the LEDs that came with shelf, which are right under there. Nothing special, they just do cycling between colors or flashing. Think it's pretty cool. I just have it on cycling right now. All right, right below that on the shelf, some important things for the whole home audio system. We've got our Ubiquiti Flex 2.5 gig switch right there, which is providing Ethernet to both the Juke and the WIM there. We've got our dot right here. That is providing smart home. If we want to use that, we can. We don't necessarily have to, but we can feed that to the analog input on the WIM. Next to that is a 4-port RCA splitter. That is taking the output of this Behringer Ultra bass processor and feeding it to both sub down here and to the house via some wall plates, which we will show you momentarily. Underneath that, we have our Panamax MR4300. This is a power conditioner surge suppressor for the whole system, and it does keep the voltage steady and also suppresses any lightning or anything like that if we have surges in the power. All right, right below that on the very bottom, we have our PSW10. This is a Polk audio subwoofer that I actually got off a marketplace. The screws are a little rusted. I never touched those up with black. I'll probably have to go back and touch those up to make it look better. But what you can't see behind that, you'll have to go back to my video, is we have wall plates back there for sub. We have wall plates for Ethernet, and we do have power right behind this sub right here. And that was all put in my video, so please refer to my whole home audio closet refurbished video. There will be links for all this in the description. Okay, that is going to round out the tour of the theater closet. Let's go into the next room here, which is the home theater. Okay, we are in the SCSR home theater room right now, and there is nothing related to the whole home audio system in here except one thing. There is a wall plate behind the home theater right there that feeds this closet right here. So if we want to, we can feed audio in either direction here, from here to the home theater closet or vice versa, in case we want to feed this audio to the house or the audio in there to in here. Other than that, this room is a 4K home theater system. I built the screen myself. There are videos about that as well. It is using the Cosmos Max 4K laser projector, and it has a Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. Other than that, this has nothing to do with the whole home audio system, so let's go ahead and move on to the next room. The next stop here is a familiar one if you watched all my videos on my bathroom remodel. This is my guest bathroom here, and it does have two 6.5-inch Mica in-ceiling speakers, which are fed from our Juke whole home audio amplifier. There's not much to say about this room. I always wanted to put audio in here. I finally was able to do so when I remodeled the bathroom, and I did seal this audio zone from my bedroom because my bedroom is no longer connected to the whole home audio. It has its own audio independent system in there. So we did not need to have that zone. Since we only have 8, that precludes us from putting another zone into the bedroom, and it's pretty unnecessary as we have a nice 7.1 audio system now in the bedroom with Dolby Atmos and everything like that. So this is the guest bathroom, guys. Guys, welcome to the forum. I like to call it the forum because this is where all the magic happens. It's pretty dead most of the time, but this is the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and you can see it is nice and sunny outside. And inside the bedroom, this is not connected to the whole home audio system. It used to have that speaker and that speaker connected. Those are disconnected, except this middle one here is now feeding center channel from our Marantz receiver right here. So we do have front, left, and right. We're using the speakers from the old theater. So we have left, right. These are Atmos. So the left and the right up top are height for Atmos. That's the center. And then we do have our surrounds back there. Nothing else of interest in this room ever happened, so we won't spend too much time on it. There is also a Polk PSW10 there in the corner as well. One of my favorite subs of all time. And in here you also see the Cinema 70S. I do have 2 of these guys, one in the living room and one in here, providing the audio output. And that's going to wrap it up for the bedroom tour. We're back in the beautiful SCSR sunroom, and I wanted to briefly show you guys what was in here. I have a whole project plan for the sunroom to get this TV up and in the air and some surround in here, but for now, the only thing we have to worry about in this sunroom is these in-ceiling speakers that have been here for a minute. 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers. They're supposed to be 8s, but in reality they're 6.5s. And those are fed by one of the zones in the amplifier closet over there from our Juke amplifier. Nothing else to worry about in here. Eventually I would like to get that TV up in the air there just like that and put some 5.1 surround in here. But that is a pretty large project that's going to take a lot of time and running wiring and stuff like that. So for now, that's all we have right here. All right, pay no attention to that huge bird over there and this beautiful pool. But out here in the SCSR backyard, we do have 2 nice speakers up here. Those are also Polk Audio, and they are the upgraded ones. I will put the model number right here on the screen for you. We have our 4K TV out here, and we also have these speakers fed by the internal system. This is on its own zone. However, that speaker over there is not working, and I don't know what has happened to our wiring, but it is not getting audio from inside the house. It appears to still be connected, but not 100% sure. I have to get in there and check and see why. Maybe there is a short between that and the Juke or something like that. But this all comes from inside the attic, and I thought it was connected when I checked. I'll have to get up there and try to figure it out sometime. But yeah, this is the outside. I plan on actually putting another amplifier out here, back up here to power these outdoor speakers, because I don't really need to use the indoor stuff. I just want to get audio from this TV onto these speakers, and right now I can't even do that. So that's going to wrap it up from outside in the SCSR backyard. We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound kitchen right now, where you can see we have all these beautiful Samsung appliances just chilling. We have the nice Samsung stove, which we can wake up right here. Yes, it did come on. We have this nice Samsung microwave. We have our Samsung dishwasher and our Samsung internet fridge. Here we are in front of our internet fridge with the Supercar Street Racing channel up. And that is going to go ahead and play right here and be loud. All right, go ahead and pause that. So in this room, we do have two 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. They're actually 8s. They're marketed as 8s, but they actually come down to 6.5, which is annoying. So those are fed by one of our zones on the Juke, and then down here we have a amplified subwoofer here, which is fed from the outputs of these speakers. So there is wiring running up. There is a project for that on my channel if you guys are interested. And that is pretty much it. We do also have an Echo device in here if we want to do anything smart-wise. Supercar Street Racing living room is looking fresh today, and we are in here with Brad. And in the living room, we have a bunch of speakers in here actually. We have these center ones up here, which are fed by the whole home audio Juke in the closet right there. These other ones in the back are for surround, for the Dolby Atmos system up here, which is not quite Atmos yet, but it will be. We have a Cinema 70S, a center channel, front, left, and right. We are about to add front, left, and right there and move Dolby Atmos up to these height speakers. It has its own Ultra Bass Pro as well, and also our DMark for our fiber and our Eero 7. I am going to be redoing all of this wiring back here again when I do the speakers. I'm going to do front, left, right in the wall. We do have a Polk subwoofer right here, and we do have my Cerwin Vega CLS 15 right here. So we have two subs in here, and that is pretty much everything in the living room related to audio. We're back here in the Supercar Street Racing office slash guest bedroom, and in here we have two 6.5, they're really 8s again, in-ceiling speakers being fed by the Juke whole home audio system. And then also we have this nice PSW10, another Polk audio subwoofer, which adds some bass fill to this room. There's not a whole lot to be said about this room, basically the same thing. This is a zone from our whole home audio system right up there in the ceiling. And this room actually sounds pretty good with the sub going, and you would love the way this sounds. And then of course we have Studio B right here for Supercar Street Racing. This is where we edit when we're not out in the studio, and then a beautiful view of cold Florida right outside the window. What a nice view to work with here in the Supercar Street Racing office and guest bedroom. When you're in the office here, you do have a nice bathroom here. This is actually the master bedroom, by the way. And when we walk into this bathroom, you notice immediately we have a 6.5-inch in-ceiling speaker right there, which is also fed a zone from our amplifier in there. And if we walk into the shower stall in here, we also have a 6.5 in here. Now these guys are set up in stereo, so this is left and this is right, or vice versa. I don't know exactly which one, but this gives you nice audio when you are in the shower here and entertains you while you are getting clean. And then in the Supercar Street Racing humble closet in here, we have two 10-inch subwoofers here. We have two subwoofers powered by internal amplifiers, but the wiring comes down from the speakers in here to feed audio to that. I have a project for that on the channel, and it took me about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours total to do it. But we have our JBL sub here, and then we have our Sony sub here. Both have built-in amplifiers they are using, so they're not getting line in, they're getting speaker level input from the speakers up here. And that wraps up the master bathroom, or the office bathroom. Let's go out to the Supercar Street Racing garage now. Now out here in the garage is kind of a special case for whole home audio, as these are fed a zone, but it has its own sub and amplifier up here on the top shelf. We have the Onkyo receiver up there, and we have a JBL sub up there feeding these two 8-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. So you can actually use this television here, and we are now powering up the TV. Now we just did power up the TV, and that is feeding the audio up here on the 6.5-inch speakers. and also feeding the sub up there. And you can see we got Supercar Street Racing on TV right here. So you can also feed this and the patio, which is right outside that door we will show you next, with the whole home audio system. So this is on its own zone as well and allows you to either use this TV here or the interior audio system for feeding the garage of Supercar Street Racing. Now our last step on the tour is actually the patio. We have Polk Audio outdoor speakers fired up by one of the zones. And you can see right here the Polk Audio speakers sitting so fresh above the patio right here. And they provide audio out here if you want to relax, chill, have a glass of wine with the neighbors. You can put the audio on from one of the zones, and that is the same zone as the garage. All right, guys, we are directly in front of the Juke Audio app, and you can see right here on the screen all 8 zones that I have set up. And you can see here master bathroom, master bedroom, kitchen, pool, guest bathroom, living room, patio, and sunroom. All of the zones are active except the patio and the pool. And that is how I run it most of the time. Now, when you go to settings, you do have to put an admin password in. You guys can't see this. Okay, in this part of the Juke setup, you can set your network up right here. You can see we are connected via Ethernet, and you can see our local IP address right there, 192.168.0.172. You can go ahead and do diagnostics of your whole system. You can do zone diagnostics, upload your logs to Juke so they can check it out, or do live troubleshooting so they can actually log onto the device and see what kind of problems they see live, which is pretty cool. And here is the information for the device, and you can check for firmware updates. This one is fully updated right now. You can change your admin password, clear your cache, log out, and contact Juke support on this page. Now here's your inputs. This is where you are telling the device which inputs you want to use, and then you choose which input you want to go out to all the devices after that. This is where you set up the desired zones that you want this group to go to. So right now we have analog. You can see it at the top left there, going to everything except pool and patio, because we're not using those at all right now. And here on the top page, you have a volume control, which allows you to control all of the zones independently. And you can see how I have mine set up here. Sometimes some rooms might respond a little bit differently to volume than other rooms. So this allows you some fine tuning to each room. And then if we go into one zone like master bathroom, you have a little icon you can set up for it, which is cool. You can see the little shower icon. And then you can also adjust the volume here, and it shows you the active input is the analog input for the master bedroom. And if we look at bedroom here, it has a little fireplace by it, which is pretty cool. And then you can also adjust the volume here independently on that one as well. And you can do that with all of the zones. And you can see here patio and pool are not active right now. I don't use them most of the time, so I just left them off for now. So when you're using your group inputs, you have to tell it which ones are enabled or disabled. Right now, I only have the analog input enabled. All right, so that is gonna do it with a look from the app of the Juke Audio. Pretty cool, has a lot of different controls available. If you need more than that, go to the Juke Plus, where you have individual EQs for everything. You have a subwoofer output, and you have native analog inputs. It costs about $1,000 more, but if you need it, then you just need it. So go ahead and grab it from the description below, and let's wrap it up with Brad. All right, guys, so that wraps up the whole home audio tour with the Juke amplifier there, the whole home audio amplifier feeding 8 zones of audio into the entire house. If you have questions about anything in my house or you need assistance, just let me know. And that's gonna do it for today. We're gonna wrap it up, but we're gonna show you the Juke audio amplifier on Amazon real quick as well. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office, and behind me is Studio B for the SCSR compound. And today we are taking a look at the Juke amplifier online. And right in front of me right here, you can see the Juke amplifier chilling so fresh and fly with a solid 4.4 star review. This guy is $1,499. And I love this thing. It has so many cool features. It is smart. It does smart home. Every separate room has its own volume control, which is awesome. And you can also turn individual rooms off and on as well. And Juke Audio was so kind to work with us on this and gave us a little discount on the upgrade from a 6 to an 8 zone. Now you can get this 6 zone for $14.99, or you can get the 8 zone for $300 more. But if we go to their other amplifier, the Juke Plus, that one costs a little bit more, but it does give you more power. It does have native audio inputs that are analog and a few other things that are more desirable than this. So if you want to spend a little bit more, go ahead and get the Juke Plus. Now here's a look at both of these guys on the website. So the Juke 6 and 8 is $14.99. The Juke Plus is $24.99. Now it is limited to 6 zones. So if that is an issue for you, you might want to stick with the 6 and 8. But the cool thing about the Juke Plus is it has subwoofer outputs as well and 100 watts per channel. Does also long range Bluetooth streaming, so a little bit better Bluetooth connectivity. It does also have an equalizer for every zone. And like I said before, it has analog inputs as well, which is helpful for some people if that's on your need list. Go ahead and check that out. Looks like it also has a Wi-Fi antenna right there. They may have upgraded the Wi-Fi system. I don't really see much about that. But looking at the Juke 6 and 8 right here, has 14 reviews, all 5-star reviews. And there's the 8 zone right there, $16.99. $14.99, so $200 more if you buy it directly from here, and you do get the 8 zone. And then you can see right here, amplifying every room. And of course, it does support multiple users as well. You can have multiple people log on and control their environment. And there's the back I showed you guys a little bit earlier. Up to 16 channels. It has an Ethernet port, and it has 2 USB connections that when coupled with an adapter, which does not come with it, you can actually do analog. It is 2 rack units tall. So go ahead and check out the Juke, and thanks again for supporting Supercar Street Racing. You guys are an integral part of the channel, and please like and subscribe. It helps us so much with the algorithms. It helps keep our videos up at the top and shows people that we do have support from our fans. So go ahead, like and subscribe, buy all of your products, anything from Amazon you want. Click on any of our links in the description and you can buy anything you want, and it gives us $1 or $2 here or there to keep the channel up and running. But we got to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs. Guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio today, and we have graciously been provided this eMeet 4K Nova camera here to go ahead and check out on the channel. This thing is pretty cool. I'm looking forward to opening up and testing it against the Logitech that sits right in front of me right here. So let's not delay this any longer. Let's get this eMeet 4K Nova camera opened up and check it out today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, right here in front of me, I have the eMeet 4K Nova camera, graciously provided by eMeet to Supercar Street Racing to come right to your house and review. So let's get this eMeet camera opened up right now. But first, we want to just take a look at the box. And it does say that it has 2 microphones. It does have autofocus, and on the screen right here, you can see it has noise canceling mics, 73-degree field of view, auto light correction, USB plug and play, and a privacy cover. And we want to see how this compares to the Logitech Brio that's sitting right up here and that you're looking at me on right now. So we'll probably put those side by side as well. Let's get this box opened right now. In front of me, we have the eMeet Smart Cam. And I did take a picture of the back of the box because it was so small so I could read off to you guys the model. This is the E3131 Smart Cam Nova 4K, and it is part number E3131111. It's Shenzhen eMeet Company is the actual company name, and they are in Shenzhen, China. There is an 800 number on here also if you guys are looking for support. It is 888-959-5320. They are open 9 to 5 Eastern Time. And we have the eMeet camera right here in the box. Let's go ahead and get that out and see what's inside.
We have a nice user manual right here, right on top. Looks like the privacy cover is right underneath that. Now this is a USB Type A, so it does not use USB Type C. If you need that, you're gonna have to get an adapter for it or figure out a different way, because it is only USB Type A. It does also have a stand here that goes on the monitor, but also on the bottom of the stand, it does have a screw mount if you wanted to mount this permanently somewhere. And there's a good look at the front of the eMeet, and it looks very similar to the Logitech Brio, but it is not the same camera, 1000%. It also is 1/3 of the price of the Brio. So basically, if you look at the front of the eMeet Nova, you can actually see a microphone on each side of it. It has dual mics. Now let's get this eMeet Nova plugged in and see how it works. All right, we do have the eMeet here. You guys are looking from above now. I'm gonna go ahead and take off the little retaining clip on the eMeet's cord here. And I'm gonna go ahead and just plug it into this front USB, and it did recognize the eMeet camera. So let's go ahead and get this source added to OBS Studio so we can take a look at how this looks full screen. And here is the eMeet 4K camera, which I am going to actually place over here on the other monitor, but I wanted you guys to get a good idea of how it looks compared to the Brio. Now the Brio is actually this. There's the Brio, here is the eMeet. So let's get this set up so you guys can see how it looks. So I'm just going to temporarily run it back here onto the monitor and point it at me. Now that's another thing, it does twist left to right, so we are going ahead and plugging it in right there. Let's go back to the eMeet now. Now here's the eMeet camera ready to be tested on Supercar Street Racing. So there's a good view of the eMeet and what it looks like. Now it is a little bit washed out. We could fix that with the actual properties on the camera. It's on 57 right now. Now that did help a little bit. I like it with a little bit more contrast there. And we do have some other controls like camera controls, zoom, focus, exposure, aperture, all that. So that is the eMeet 4K Smart Cam. And now let's take a look at these two side by side. All right, so I am looking at you right now on the Logitech Brio in the upper left-hand corner. I am looking at you now in the eMeet Nova 4K in the lower right-hand corner. You guys tell me what you think. I think the eMeet focus is a little bit better than the Brio. It has some issues with the lights in the background, and sometimes it loses focus because it's trying to focus on these. Other than that, the picture quality is pretty close to the Logitech for the value of about 1/3 of the price of the Logitech. Now, I did tweak both the Logitech and the Brio. When I first got the Brio, I tweaked that one, so this is the one you're looking at right now with me. And then I did tweak the eMeet 4K cam just now to get a little bit more contrast out of it because it was kind of washed out. All right, guys, we're 100% on the eMeet 4K Nova Cam right now, sitting right here in front of me. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at this on the eMeet Amazon website here. Now, eMeet did send me this free of charge in order to review, so I'm not going to pull any punches. But I'll be honest, it has issues with the this is called moire right here on my shirt, but that is common with cameras. Some cameras have issues with those kind of stripes. Here's the eMeet Nova sitting on Amazon here, and it does say that it's Ultra 4K HD. It has autofocus and noise canceling microphones. It is USB Type A, so remember that if you don't have a USB Type A plug available, you will need to get that. And also it has a cover, it has a privacy cover right here that you can actually put on it, and it does have a stand for the monitor, or it has a screw-on thing on the bottom where you could possibly permanently mount it. Right now this camera is on sale. It is $49.99, and they do have a 10% promo code and a 15% coupon. So it is actually quite a bit cheaper than what it is listed for here. And it's also 29% off. So this is kind of a good time to go buy the eMeet if you need a 4K webcam. Now the 4K eMeet is sitting at a solid
4.4 star reviews out of 5, and that is 66 people have reviewed this camera, and I do believe it is kind of new, and that's why I think it only has 66 reviews so far. Now here's a look at the resolutions that are available on the eMeet camera. It can do 1080 or 2K or 4K UHD. It says that it's crystal clear for conference calls also, and it's just showing you as plug and play, and it shows you just plug that right into a USB type A in any computer, and it should just automatically be recognized and have all the drivers and everything automatically. It says it's kind of flexible because you can tilt it forward and backwards. And then here is a small video that we'll show you guys right now. Alright guys, I wanted to show you the eMeet website and how you download their software. So if you go to eMeet.com and you go to support, you can download the eMeet Stream app and stream live to your favorite platform. And you can download the eMeet software and firmware here if you click support and download eMeet link. There's all the software, and here is the tuner software. So this top one is for Windows and PC. eMeet Stream and eMeet Tune are both for Android and iOS. Let's go ahead and download the Windows software and see what that's about. It is similar to Logitune, I believe, which is running right now for my Logitech Brio. We're going to go ahead and install the software, and it is probably going to complain because the camera is in use on OBS Studio, but we will see. All right, here is eMeet link. And it says that the camera needs a firmware update. So it does say that the camera is in use right now for OBS Studio. Now look right here, it says the camera needs an update. And if we click update now, and you can see on the right hand side, we do have all of our controls for the eMeet. And you can adjust the flicker to either 50 or 60 Hertz if you get flickering. Now it says the update is complete. And that is how you work with their software.
All right, guys, I did tweak the brightness a little bit just now on the eMeet Nova 4K, but I just wanted to thank you guys so much for watching the video and tuning in. I want to encourage you please to go down into the description and order this eMeet through my official link. And I do appreciate all the support. Please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. And the next time we are available, we will bring you more high quality videos like this one. So thank you so much. And we're going to get out of here right now. Buy your eMeet Nova 4K. I do enjoy this camera. I'm going to keep on using it along with all my other webcams on the site. We'll see you later. All right, here we go. Oh, it's so brutal. Hey, what's up, guys? It is Thursday afternoon, and I got home today only to find a little present at the door. So, today we are going to be taking a look at part 2 of the audio system for the SL65 AMG, and we are going to be doing a little unboxing. So the power amplifier arrived today, and I want you guys to have a look at it right now. So here on the table we have everything for the SL65 audio system, most everything. We have the 5-channel RCA cable, front, rear, and subwoofer. We have the 60.7 infinity kappas for the doors. We have a USB hub for the head unit. We have the joining head unit. And here we are about to unbox the power amplifier. Now, I did decide to try a lower price amplifier because I have worked with this company before, and I have a pair of speakers from them and they are amazing. Power amplifier is very affordable for a 5-channel amp. Also, I do a lot of research before I buy anything, and this has incredible reviews. Now granted, the audio rating on it might be a little inflated, but that's of no concern to me because I will not be pushing this amplifier anywhere near even conservative ratings. So this is the amplifier. It is made by a company called Rockville. They are an up-and-coming audio company. I have a pair of their powered monitor speakers right here on my composing station, and they are absolutely great. So this is the Rockville Phenom RXHF5, excuse me. Now, of course, that power rating is probably inflated, even though they claim that. This is about 130 bucks, believe it or not. So it's a very, very good deal. So what we're doing right now is just unboxing, make sure there's no issues with the amp, physical problems in the in the shipment or anything like that. So this is the bass control for it. So this will probably mount in the center console. Here is the actual amplifier, and 1 second and I will get that out for you guys to take a look at. So right off the bat, taking a look, you've got this amplifier production certificate with this CEA rated power. 204 watts RMS per channel is what this was tested at 1% total harmonic distortion plus noise. Taking a look at the amplifier, wow, pretty impressive. I definitely like the way this thing is built. You can see right here on this side it has 2 beefy 60 amp fuses right here. There's the power ground remote, and here is the speaker outputs. And on this side we have the inputs. Like I was just saying, we have the inputs right here and the crossovers on the side. There's the input for the bass remote, and all the settings for the crossovers and the RCA inputs there. And if you're doing high level inputs, there's a breakaway cable for that. So this is the Rockville RXH-F5 5-channel amplifier. Looks already to be a really high quality piece. Please subscribe to my channel, like this video, so once we get this installed you can see the rest. And we'll see you soon. Alright, here we go. Going in the water for the first time. Alright, we're out here at Palm Cove Marina, and we were with Joe here, Deuce of Duval. And he's loaded, and we're coming here to pick up his new boat. It's one of these boats up here somewhere. And we're gonna do some things to this thing once we get it.
How's it going, guys? Good, how are you? Good.
Palm Cove Marina. Alright, so we're looking for the boat right now. Okay. Right there. Hydrosports boat.
20-foot bay boat.
That's it right there. It is on the second level here.
2004 has never left this dry storage. 270 hours, which is very low. Got some pretty good stuff on it. Trolling motor. Got the power pole on there. So that pole, see that thing's like hydraulic. So when you turn it on, it comes out and like jabs the ground and locks you in, which is nice. Boat's been fully gone through. The motor has. It's gonna be a little dirty because it's been sitting here without somebody using it for probably 6 months. So we gotta.
It looks a lot better in person than in the pictures. I'll be honest. It looked faded in the pictures, but it's not. That's just the paint.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, the pictures are really deceiving. Like when you pull it down and you see it, it's in phenomenal shape. Really
Let's get this thing down and get a look at this thing.
We're just gonna grab it down.
How long ago did you work here?
Almost 20 years ago.
All right.
Used to be a boat jockey, run these lifts, man.
Look at this thing coming down. All right, there it is. Joe's new boat. All right, we are taking a look at Joe's brand new Hydrosports boat here. Got the trolling motor, the Minn Kota. And then here comes Joe to climb in his boat. We got to get a thumbnail with you in it. Alright guys, welcome back, and we are here with Dukes of Duval. And you guys just saw on this video a few minutes ago, you saw his brand new boat. And we have the kids back here in the back chilling.
It's Audrey!
That's Audrey back there.
Carter.
And Carter right there. We're headed to Publix to grab a few things first, and then we're gonna head on over to Palm Coast Marina.
Cove.
Palm Cove Marina.
Video of the goat one.
Yeah, that one.
That we're about to film.
Yeah.
No, Carter.
Heading to Palm Cove Marina.
Correct. Yep.
Grab the boat out of. It's probably back up in the slot. So
they're putting on a rack.
All right. So they get it ready for us. We're gonna wash it down real quick, and then go on out and have some fun and go to lunch.
And watch that video.
Watch her video. Hit her up.
What do you say, Audrey? Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Thanks, guys. Okay, here's Audrey at the new boat. Audrey, what do you think about the new boat? Carter, what do you think about the new boat?
I love it. Dad, I'm the first one to get
Are we gonna go for a ride? Be careful on that ladder. So we're gonna get this thing all cleaned up and then take it for a ride. And we'll update you guys in a moment.
Oh.
All right, we just gave the boat a complete wash inside and out.
Quickie wash.
Quickie wash, and it's looking fresh to death. Really, really cleaned up.
One more time, Brad. Blue brush.
Got it. Cleaned up well. Does that stuff under the seat come out? Look. Right there. No, that's just paint. Never mind.
Dad, there's fishing gear.
I know, there's all kinds of
It's Audrey. There's puppies.
This is how the boat looks after a quick wash. And it came out really nice, especially all the white up here that was really dirty around the edge.
And me?
And Audrey and Carter helped us too.
Can I play you guys some music?
Nope, can't play music on it. And so we will update you guys on the water. Right, Audrey? Carter, we're ready to put this thing in the water, right?
Yeah.
Let's go. We're just waiting for the guy to come grab it.
And me.
Yep, and Audrey.
That's good.
Make sure you
Audrey,
subscribe.
if you make me drop my phone, you're gonna be in trouble. Yep. Put that on the polishing wheel.
The only thing that I wish this boat had that it doesn't is a wash down.
What's that?
Where it's either a freshwater or saltwater wash down. So like when you're out and you get a bunch of dirt on the boat, you at least have like a tank full of water. Or you have the ability to pick up water from there and just rinse it down.
When will he get our boat?
So you're gonna come get yours next, probably. All right, here we go. Going in the water for the first time under new ownership. And down it goes. First time.
Hey, what channel do you guys stay on? 16. Oh, always 16 now?
Our working channel, 6-9.
That's right. 16.
Happens in a 16. But I called the Coast Guard first.
Not you, right? All right, grab the line.
Oh, man.
He's going to dump it.
Grab that line.
You never see driving, huh?
What's that?
So you're just gonna hold the boat while he gets out from under it.
Sight unseen?
And then you're gonna pull it down.
We cranked it up. Yeah.
Worst case scenario, Rich will come get you.
Yeah, you don't mind, do you, Rick?
I didn't know the boat was for sale. Now I'm offended.
I won't pay what I paid for.
Oh, I
paid $7 grand for that
He
thing.
paid for 15,000.
$7 grand, Rich.
You're not supposed to tell that, sweetheart.
Dad.
What's your name?
That's Audrey.
Hey, Audrey, I'm Rich. Nice to meet you.
So keep it off the. Hey, push it off. When you're part of.
All right, here we go. So we got everything set up and we're headed out. And we just got the bumpers?
Can you get that back bumper when you can?
What back bumper?
That's right.
Can you get it, Carter?
Carter, untie the bumper.
All right, here we go.
That other boat stopped at once. Just put it right here, Carter.
Okay, I will.
A notification.
Okay, I will.
I have to say that. Oh, down. I have to say that. It's your turn.
What do you think so far, man?
Love it, man.
New boat.
I want it.
Thing's sick.
Gotta get that horn to work. But that's the only thing so far that I've found that doesn't work on here.
What's this one for? Motor trim?
That's for the power pole.
And there's your trim tab. Oh, that's the power pole.
Yep, those are trim tabs.
Okay.
That'll level the boat out.
What about the motor trim?
Oh, right here. Right down here.
Got it.
Actually, you know what? Oh man, this thing is so old school.
Does it work at all?
Yeah, it does. It's just a bottom finder, so there's no GPS.
Hey guys.
Oh, we do have our phones.
But if I take this radio out, Brad, dude, I got plenty of room.
Let's flush mount the good one. I'll follow you and you talk.
All right, y'all sit down.
Okay, you got to sit right now.
Sit down and don't
You
let
gotta
those
sit.
spill.
Get this thing up. Oh yeah, look how good it like raised up.
Daddy, you
guys, we're out here at the Palms having some lunch, and Audrey is our camera person. She's doing a great job. And we're just waiting for our server to come, and we're gonna get some delicious food, right? We're gonna get some lemonade, some waters, and some Diet Coke.
I'm gonna have a lemonade.
Audrey's gonna have a lemon. Am I in the frame? Make sure it's on me.
Yesterday was my birthday.
It's Audrey's birthday and it's Father's Day, so we gotta text my dad and say Happy Father's Day. So I'm gonna take a picture of myself and Audrey and send it to my dad and say Happy Father's Day. What's this called?
Fort George. Fort George.
Fort George?
Yeah.
Are there sharks back?
Heck
Pretty
yeah.
cool.
Hopefully so.
Wait, right over here?
Hey, you'll be fine.
Thanks, son.
I have a
Guys, this is the new ceiling fan. Just kidding. This is the new ceiling fan that we were provided to review. And this is from Keener, who have been so gracious to our channel to provide us with multiple types of devices to review. So today, we're going to get this out of the box and install it somewhere, which is going to be difficult because I don't really have a lot of places with standard bulbs, but I do have a spot on the patio I think this will look great in. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside on Supercar Street Racing. Keener makes this E26 base fan for adding a fan anywhere you have a light, and I think it is just very cool. Comes with a little remote here too. We are unboxing this now, and if we pull this top part out, we can see inside we have a bunch of little fan blades right here. This thing is so cute. And we have the base right here. Let's get this thing opened up ASAP. Inside the box with the Keener turn your socket light into a socket fan light fan is this cool little motor right here that is so cute. Comes all packaged up in this styrofoam condom. And then all you have to do after that is take your blades right here and put them right inside of it. And I think they just snap in. We'll get those unboxed. We'll get this unboxed. Get it a nice battery because there is nothing else left inside of the Keener fan box. I got everything unboxed here now, and the remote looks like AAA batteries in there. Got to go see if I have any. Then we have this nice little extension right here as well. And basically, now here's the actual screw-in base, but they gave you a little extension, which we will probably need. So you just screw the extension on right there, and then you screw this into any standard E26 bulb base. Let's go see if I got batteries for this. Back to the Keener fan light. The batteries just go in just like this. 2 AAA batteries replace the cover. And then let's get on to the process of assembling the fan. Back here on the Supercar Street Racing desk with this nice LED lamp light to illuminate our assembly of the Keener fan. Now they do provide you with all these blades, and I'm assuming they're super easy to clip in. It looks like they clip in this way because there's a little indentation right here which I see inside of this, so I think they go this way. Let's see. They do. So you just place them into the fan like this. A little bit harder once you get a few in because you don't have a surface to put them on, and then this just continues to go in with the dot facing towards the bulb socket. Make sure they're in all the way. They will click when they catch on the blade. And this one just does go right like this. And now they are secure, and I believe that's a light, but I don't know yet. We have to check. There's your fan fully assembled, and it does have a light on the remote right here, an on-off switch on the remote, a timer, and then these 1 through 5 buttons here, which might be the speed. We have to check the manual. We have the manual out now for the Keener fan, and you can see right here, it does do different color temperatures and brightness adjustments on the light. And it does have installation instructions right here in English, and it says, ensure the power supply is disconnected, so basically turn the power off. You install the 5 fan blades, so it doesn't want you to put this in anything that's not solid. I am going to do that anyway because I don't care. Mine's going into a lamp with a neck that can move. We'll see what that does. Might break. You insert until it clicks, and then here is your remote. The upper left on the remote basically is the LED on and off. The upper right is the fan on and off. The middle button here with the power is the LED and the fan on and off. And this is a timer to turn the thing off after a certain amount of time. And then at the bottom here, we do see the fan speeds. It doesn't say which is the fastest fan speed, so we'll have to test that out. So it says if you turn off the wall switch and turn on again within 0.5 seconds or after 5 seconds, the fan light remembers the mode that it was in before. There are also instructions in here for changing the color of the light, and that has to do with how much time is taken between turning the light switch on and the remote. Let's see. And then there's instructions here for making it warm white. And when they're saying the C button, they are talking about A, B, and C, which are also diagrammed here on the page before that. And there's a bunch of safety features right here to think about before you install the fan. Here's a good up-close look at the remote on the fan, and you can see on top here there is a light switch and on-off switch. The light switch for the light, on-off for the fan. This does both. There's a timer right here, and then the bottom here. All these right here are fan speeds. We have to test that out when we get outside. So I was just chilling here with the Elecan LED fan light, and I noticed this might be the infrared receiver for the remote. Let's go. Okay, this lamp is definitely on. I have no place to put this because I have no regular standard bulbs in my house. So let's see. Oh my goodness. Let's go. This thing rips, dog. All right, so it is on. Let's turn the light off. The fan is on, so let's see what 1 does. 1 is the lowest speed. 5 is the highest speed. And this thing is ripping. I wish I could use this on. The light on, works perfect. Light off. You push it, it changes the color temperature. Every time you press the light button, it changes the color temperature. Let's try to find another place to put this. Is it going to twist the cable? Okay, what happens when you install this fan on a cable? I believe the cable is going to twist up. This is so cool. This is high speed. This is low. So that's how you install the Keener light fan. For now, this room gets really hot. Basically, I think this sliding glass door and the lack of enough ventilation from the AC system gets this room hot. So what I'm going to do is install this fan right here, right next to this AC vent. And I'm hoping it will pull air out of the AC vent and pull it down towards the ground. Let me get that installed now, and we'll see what happens. Let's go. So this light is pushed out. That's cool, man. How cool is that? Oh, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! And then we have this remote here so we can do the light. Check that out, guys. Now this fan will blow the air coming out of the vent around and circulate it a lot more. And then we turn the light on with this. And we can change the color temperature of the light with the light button right here. The fan speed's down here at the bottom. This is the highest speed. This thing rips, dude. I love this thing. Now let's turn the AC down and see if it actually circulates some air. Okay, we have the AC on now, and I can feel the vent, and it is definitely pulling air and dispersing it around the room. You can really feel the cold air over here now where you couldn't before. Behind the camera, you can feel the cold air being moved around the room from the tiny fan. And you have that extra light if you really need it. Legit, and I feel it way across the room over here. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed the mini fan light as much as I did. This thing absolutely rips. It's putting out so much air. I'm so happy with this for my office because the AC is on right here and it is pulling all the air down into the rest of the office, which gets hotter than the rest of the house. Alright guys, we did review the Keener light fan. It screws into any standard E26 socket. You can see right here and right now that this thing is absolutely cool. It totally rips. It would be so good on like a patio where you don't have a fan and you just have a light switch. You can go ahead and plug this right in and it will work for you anywhere. I just don't personally have any place to use this because I have no E26 sockets that are mounted to a solid base. And make sure you go ahead and click through our links and like our video so that we get maximum exposure and grow the channel. I did dent this pretty bad when I dropped it, but it still does work. Look at that dent. Where do I start? Good morning, everybody. This is a video that is painful for me to make, and some big changes coming in my life. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today I've just got a couple of things I have to talk about going on in my life right now. So as you guys all know, my channel all started with car. It was all about my Toyota Supra, which regretfully years ago I sold. Probably the largest mistake I've ever made in my life. The biggest mistake that has happened is selling that 1993.5 Supra hardtop, which I bought brand new, by the way, almost. It had like 13,000 miles on it, not a scratch. And I modified it and ended up selling it. And I did make money on it, but after all the mods and stuff, I actually lost money, of course. Which brings me to the current situation that we are in right now. So what you see right here are videos of my E93 335i convertible. We can see here some hours being put into this car. It was modified, not heavily, but modified. It did have a MHD tune running E85 E50 blend. It had a VRSF large intercooler, and it had a VRSF charge pipe. Amongst a few interior modifications, which also included the ID4 digital dash and also had the Android head unit on the inside. We have a lot of projects here on the channel, as you can see, with my 2011 335i, things like ethanol tune and running the car up to 160 miles an hour. Car has been with me for probably 7 years almost, maybe 6 years. I did buy it in 2017-ish, 2018, and I did pay $18,000 for it. At the time, it had an aftermarket warranty, which made it attractive. The car had lower mileage. I can't remember exactly how many, but I think it was in the 50s when I got it. So haven't driven it very much. And through the years, we have put content up on the channel, and the car has been with me ever since. And you can see here me doing a project on MHD on that side of the screen there. And here we are next to the Supercar Street Racing channel. Obviously, the channel is named for car videos, but has kind of evolved over the years to also involve reviews and unboxings of awesome products to deliver to you guys that I just enjoy doing that now. Not that I'm not dedicated to the car scene anymore. I absolutely love cars, but there's almost only a certain amount of content you can get with the same vehicle unless you want to take that to the next level. For this BMW 335i, though, for me, I didn't want to take the car to the next level because I always had issues with the car. Now, I won't say I always had mechanical issues, but the car has been kind of bad luck. I've had issues with wheels and tires over and over and over again. And of course, with the VMR V810 wheels, 2 of them got damaged by me, and I waited over a year to get replacement wheels for the car, during which time I suffered with curbed up and bent wheels. So you can see here the car right here on the channel. It is on the banner on the channel as sort of a, an ode to my love for cars. However, the time has come to do something else. And here we are standing next to my Epiphone Les Paul Goth bass here that matches my Epiphone Les Paul guitar, and thinking about all the good times that we had in the BMW and a lot of the bad times we had in the BMW. I have been stranded on the side of the road in that car probably 15 times. And if you know BMWs, there is no spare in that car. They encourage you to run flat tires, but of course the first thing everyone does when they get new wheels and tires is they ditch the run flat and they go with Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's, which in my opinion are the best street tires made, unless you get the Pilot Cups, which don't last very long. They're super sticky, but just don't last very long. So that brings me where we are now. So I would say maybe about 4 months ago, I started noticing the car would idle, kind of like surge up and down at idle, and nothing bad, but just a little bit of up and down. It would start hunting for idle. I didn't think a lot about it, and I just continued to drive the car around. So at the same time, the car did need a PCV valve. So I did the PCV valve hack on the car, which is you actually cut out the old PCV valve and JB weld the new valve in. Now, the reason for doing that is BMW does not offer just the PCV valve. They want you to replace the whole valve cover at a cost of $500 and something for the parts, and then it's another around $1,000 for labor to put that in. Long story short, I did take the car into Sam's Automotive to get that work done. So Sam's Automotive took my car in about 4 months ago, and we made a point while we were in the car doing the valve cover replacement to go ahead and do the plugs and the coils on the car, because you're already in there and there's no labor. They already have to disassemble the whole car to get that valve cover out. And the reason we went with the valve cover replacement is it was leaking oil, and I wanted to get all the maintenance done that I could get done on the car. So long story short, we put the car into Sam's Automotive and we asked them how much that was going to be. And it was going to be around $1,800 to get the valve cover replaced, do the plugs and coils, and that is with parts and labor for everything out the door. So we put our car in Sam's Automotive. So that leads me to where we are kind of now. So we picked up the car from Sam's Automotive probably about 3.5 months ago. When we got there, we asked for the bill, and unfortunately, right before we picked the car up, we got a call from Sam's Automotive letting us know that when they went in to check everything after they had done all the work, that the serpentine belt was failing on the car and that needed to be replaced. So of course, we had no choice. We went ahead and got the serpentine belt replaced, which means more labor to disassemble the car and get that belt out and replaced. Unfortunately, that was another almost $1,000 on the bill. So they handed me a bill for almost $2,900 for the BMW. Now, don't forget, the car has just started raising in value because the car market has gone up. However, the car at that time was probably worth in the, I would say, $10,000 range. They don't hold their value very well. And even before that, they were worth $9,000. So the car has lost almost half its value in the 4 or 5 years that I have owned the car. So here we are with a $2,800 to $2,900 bill from Sam's Automotive, which we had to pay to get our car out at that time. So here we are with our BMW freshly repaired out of Sam's Automotive. I just spent $2,900 on the car, and then we started having issues with the wheels again. So when I just took a trip to California, and when I went, I left my car somewhere and the wheel and tire went flat. So long story short, we started doing some investigations on the car, and the wheel had a crack, a hairline crack on the back side of the lip, and we ended up stranded again with a flat tire on the BMW. So what we did at that point was we actually JB welded the crack to get the car back on the road because I don't have a spare. And then we ended up taking the tire and wheel to a repair shop, and they actually repaired the wheel 100% the right way, and also said the wheel was bent, which didn't make sense to me because I had never hit anything with it. Maybe it was bent from VMR. And then we got the car fixed and back on the road temporarily. So we get the car back from Sam's Automotive at that point, and we get the wheel fixed, and everything is going great on the car. At that point, I started noticing some weird sounds coming from the car, and I wasn't sure what it was, but I was a little worried about boost leaks, and also the car was throwing codes when you would get on the throttle more than 25 or 30%. It would throw a code related to, it thought that there was a pressure difference in the turbo, between the turbo and the intake valves. So at that point, I made the probably not so smart judgment to race a very fast Audi. I believe it was an RS6, I'm not sure, with a good amount of power. Probably felt like it probably had 600 plus horsepower to the wheels. On the freeway, raced him, did very well in that race, and after that, the car was running absolutely terrible. So after that point, we did have some issues, more issues with the idle stumbling. But other than that, the car was still running okay. And we kept driving the car because I wasn't ready to put it back in the shop yet. But eventually, we had to put the car back into Sam's Automotive. So here we are taking the BMW 335i back to Sam's Automotive for the second time, not knowing what's going on, and the car was throwing codes up until that point related to a boost leak is what we suspected. Sam's Automotive did dig into the car, and they took about 2 or 3 weeks to come up with this conclusion. They did a smoke test and found that the pipe that connects the hard charge pipe, so there's the throttle body, there's the hard charge pipe, and then there's a silicone coupler that connects from that hard charge pipe to the intercooler on the VRSF intercooler. They did find that that coupler had been rubbing on the pulley. I guess whenever there would be in boost, it would expand, and it was rubbed a hole right into the coupler. Now, I was overjoyed at this point to have found the issue, and at that point, my challenge was to get a replacement coupler from VRSF, and they are email only, so I started the process of trying to get a replacement silicone coupler for my right below the charge pipe. So let's back up a little bit. When we took the car to Sam's Automotive with having just raced the Audi, the car was running poorly, but not terrible. But however, on the way to take the car back to Sam's Automotive to get that part looked at, the car was running terrible. It was backfiring. I could barely keep it running. And that was before he found the silicone coupler had a hole in it. So he did find a hole in the coupler, fixed that issue, but then called me and said that he could not figure out what was going on with the car not running properly. It would start and idle fine and then start hunting up and down the rev range. And I think I have a video I'll throw in here to show you what the car is doing. And then when you actually drive the car, you can't go over 5% throttle and the engine just completely cuts out. Feels like someone cut the fuel to almost none, and it almost wants to go dead on you. But if you let off the throttle, it backfires and stuff and then continues moving. So after about another month of absolute ridiculous waiting for my car, I did tell Sam I needed to come get my car at that point. So I told them that I would be there that Friday to pick the car up. So I did Uber over to Sam's Automotive to grab the car from him. And the mission at that point was to then flash the car back to stock with MHD and take the car home and see if I could troubleshoot it myself related to maybe the software or the tune. That was my last resort for figuring out what was wrong with the car. So we did try to flash the car in the parking lot at Sam's Automotive, but unfortunately, Sam went to plug in my MHD CAN cable, and he forced it into the OBD slot and bent the pins on my cable and smashed the pins inside of the CAN port. Then we began another 3-week process of getting the actual CAN, the OBD2 connector in the BMW repaired by Sam, and it did take 3 weeks' time to get that done. So here we have our 335i, and at that point, we have flashed the car back to stage 0 MHD, and it made no difference. So then we attempted to flash the car back to completely stock, and we were able to do that with a battery charger, which we had not been able to do before, which leads me to believe our voltage was just too low to flash over at the shop. We get the car flashed back to stage 0, and the car is still running absolutely terrible. So at that point, we weren't sure what to do. I started thinking about maybe selling it or taking it to the actual BMW dealership to see if they could figure it out. There is also another high-performance BMW shop here called Bavarian Rennsport, so we thought about taking it to them, but I made the tough decision to sink some more money into the car and bring it to the actual BMW dealership. So we dropped the car off at Tom Bush BMW early on Friday morning, which was just 2 days ago. And we had explained to them the modifications on the car. So the car does have a downpipe and a charge pipe, which is not a big deal. They should still be able to work on the vehicle. And they said, okay, that they would give it a shot. Now, keep in mind, the car has stopped throwing codes completely for the last probably couple of months, and the car runs absolutely terrible, but throws no codes at all, which is very strange. I kind of thought that when I flashed it back to stock, it would start throwing codes, and it did throw one about the gas tank level, which is probably not related to that at all. And so we get the car over to Tom Bush BMW super early on Thursday morning. We had a Friday appointment. They let me drop it off early because of Hurricane Nicole. So we got the car to them, dropped it off, barely made it over there. It was a very difficult drive because the car was cutting out the whole time. And we left the car at Tom Bush BMW here in Jacksonville on Atlantic Boulevard. Tom Bush BMW called me first thing Friday afternoon and said, come get your car. We don't want to work on it, and we have no clue what's going on with it. It doesn't throw any codes. Can you please come pick it up? So that leads where we are right now. This car is sold and it will leave hopefully first thing tomorrow morning. Already removed the ID4 digital cluster. This is for sale. If you guys know anybody who is interested, I will let it go for probably $600. It is for the E90 BMW. Right here in the box, ready to be shipped if anybody is interested in that device. So that's where we are right now. I have sold the BMW 335i, and it will be leaving tomorrow morning between 8 and 11 a.m. Hopefully, if everything goes as planned, and I believe everything will. And so that's where we move on to the next step in this channel evolution, as we will be buying a new car. However, it won't be very soon, and I will tell you why. I have been on a mission for the last almost year to pay off my house, and that's what I intend to do. I'm set on this. I won't change my mind about this, and I will not buy another car until this house is paid off. Previously, we spent over $70,000 on the pool. That project has completed, which leaves me time now to start paying this house off so that when I retire, I will not have a house payment. So there will be a car coming. We don't know when and we don't know what. I have my eye on some things that are interesting. I have been considering a lot of expensive cars. I've looked at McLaren 720Ss. I've looked at 911 Turbo S Porsches. I have looked at Tesla Plaids, and I am not leaning one particular way or the other, although the Plaid is attractive to me in a number of different ways. We can make that move to electric if we do that, but we don't know yet. But you can follow the channel and keep up with what is going on our channel. And you will know as soon as I know, and maybe also you guys will look for another car with me. But that's going to do it for today. Guys, this video is very difficult to make. I am not doing well as far as my attitude right now. I'm pretty sad about selling the car, letting it go for well under what it is worth because it does not run properly, but that is what has happened. And we are going to move on and make the best out of it and maybe get a new car. So guys, I'll see you in the next video.
What are you guys doing with Cat TV? Bubba? That's a squirrel. And it's bigger than you. Bubba, get it. Cooper, get it.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we are going to be working on my well pump, and we are going to refurbish this pump with this amazing international blue gloss for the pump. We've got brake cleaner to spray the pump down with first to get it all nice and ready to paint, and then I will also paint the pipes and the tank with gloss white here. If I have enough, I have some here as well. And the first step is to prep the whole thing. So we need to put some stuff down on the ground to keep the rocks from getting painted, and we need to tape off some things so we can do this in steps. Let's get that done now. All right, guys, out here at the well pump, and the first thing we are going to do is prep this guy for paint. So we've got the towel down here, and we are going to spray this guy down with brake cleaner first, all of it, then come back and do white on the tank and on the pipes. Then we will mask off or cover the tank and the pipes and do the rest in international blue. So let's get the brake cleaner. All right, we got our brake cleaner out here and our paint. Stuff should dry pretty quick, but this is just to make sure that the paint sticks, gets all the dirt off. You really want to do it properly. Not saying that this won't work, but you can lightly sand all the metal. This will dry quickly. And we'll take off all the dirt and grease from being outside for years. I'm not removing any stickers or anything. I'm literally just going to paint directly over everything. That would be a lot of trouble. But yeah, this stuff, you can see it's already starting to dry. So it's really good for taking the dirt and the grease off. And then we will paint everything white that is going to get white. I need to cover the rocks up more back there. I don't want them getting painted. Let me find something to do that with. Okay, I decided to take a little bit more time and prep the concrete because we don't want that sprayed blue. Actually, we could come back and do stone on that one if we really wanted to make it look cool. The tape is not going to stick, but we can still get some tape in there. Otherwise, we're going to have blue paint all over our concrete. Yeah, that's not working great at all. But that will help. Last step, maybe we can do the concrete like a stone texture. But we just need to get something close to the pump here so that we can spray right up against it. It's going to be a lot about just what you see, because you don't see everything on this pump. You can't see the bottom. So once we have that part masked off, then all we really have to do is cover everything else like that. And we can get kind of close without getting the concrete in all these places and the rocks. Tough part's going to be getting the pipes almost all the way down. Maybe we'll get some extra rocks to cover up where we don't get painted. But yeah, this thing's ready for white paint on the tank and the pipes. Come back through and mask those off when we do the rest.
Oh, it's not coming out very well. It's splattering a lot. Yeah, this can's got issues. Not sure what's going on with the can, but it is enjoying splattering instead of coming out properly. I've got another can of gloss white that I might have to go get because this one's just not doing great. It's okay. Let me go see if I can get my other can. Alright, I got the other can of paint here. Probably gonna look way better and perform way better. Yep, this sprays a lot better. So I'm gonna mask off later the pipes when I spray the pump. But for now, this is just about getting a good, nice coating on the pipes and the tank. Surge tank up here, whatever it is. Getting rid of all that rust and corrosion that's built up over the years. Come back and do this cap on top. Blue. Okay, making sure I got all sides. You can see anyway. Used to do this for my dad. We refurbished oil field equipment. Pretty good at it. Hopefully when I tape the pipes, the paint doesn't come right off. About that sticking. And also getting all this down by the rocks. Pretty good. Okay, so that needs to dry for probably a while. Let's see, one more spot I missed. I'm gonna have to let that dry for a bit. A few hours at least. Especially because it's on plastic. Maybe let that dry for 3 or 4 hours before we come and try to do the second part. But yeah, so that's the first step. Looking good already. Right, we are back out here. And we need to mask off the pipes. It'll take a minute. Got some exciting plans for some of the little pieces on this. I'm just using regular painter's tape here. Sorry, I know I'm right in the way. Masking off all the pipes. Hopefully it doesn't rip the paint off. It's hot. Trying to get just the part that's going to get spray painted here. Okay, that should be good for that. Tape's not sticking to anything. I'm gonna get this part. I think this will get painted by accident. When I get the side of this thing, I see a couple other places I need to get. Tape is not sticking at all. Now do some copper accents. Don't think we'll get underneath of this. I'm a little worried about this white pipe. Yes. Tape is not sticking. To itself, even. Which is a joke. Gotta be something with the heat.
Okay, it's not supposed to be pretty. It's just tape. So, no comments. And we have this international blue gloss. It's just very hot. Not coming out very well. It can. It's pretty. Awesome paint. The international blue. Okay, we are back out here, and unfortunately the camera shut off because it's 93 degrees outside, but we are on the next step here, and I think what we want to do now is probably the black parts of the... Yeah, this is completely dry. I mean, it's so hot out here, it can't help but be dry. I'm gonna mask off what we don't want to be black, just with plastic bags, like that, I think. And then we're gonna do this valve as well. It normally has a black handle. So that's going to take some tape also. I don't know what happened to my other tape. Had a whole nother thing of tape. Ouch. So we're just going to get a quick spray of black on this handle here. And try not to get anything else black. Just the handle. Which probably has never been turned, ever. And we're going to do the controller box as well. So we got to get all this mass off right here, so we don't be painting anything white, black. That's white already. I know it looks like a cluster right now, but it's going to look so good when we get done. We have like 5 different things to paint.
This handle has never been moved. It's literally been sitting in this position for probably 10 years. It may not even work anymore. All right, so we don't have a lot of black paint, so we're going to be very careful with it. And not use too much. But I think we can get it. A lot of it like that. Don't have much paint at all. This is a matte black. Yeah, this is almost empty. Yeah, basically empty. I might not even have enough to do this. I'm hurting over here on the blue part because I can't get to it. Ow, house is like 1,000 degrees. Okay. There we go. We have our black valve knob and our black controller box. And I want to do both the little plugs in copper. It's going to be fun trying to get that figured out. Oh, okay. You can go underneath the plug, at least partially. This is going to look cool. Surprised the camera's not overheated yet. This is going to be a quick and easy little addition to the refurbishment because it's such a tiny piece and I'll probably only have to spray it once. Man, I've dropped like 45 things today. I'm really not doing that great on dropping stuff. I mean, I'm doing good on dropping stuff. I'm doing not good on not dropping stuff. That makes sense. It's going to be a quick spray on this part and not get any copper on our white, brand new white paint. Yeah, we're using metallic copper paint on this. And then I think we're going to do the concrete base with stone. Stone lookalike. I think it'll look good, honestly. That's going to be copper for now. And this guy here, going to be copper. I don't know, I think I want to redo that. I want the threads to be copper. Which is going to take a little... I think it'll look better with copper threads too, because it'll make the bolt
or the cap or whatever this is seem, you know, fully copper, which is probably just some cheap metal, of course. So then we will mask off some of this so we don't get any copper on it. Try to do it quick and easy. I mean, that stuff goes everywhere when you spray it. That's already masked off. I haven't quite figured out what to do with these valves yet. We got our copper. Okay, let's go for it. Close up. This paint is so cool. Ah, I love this stuff. And that's not sticking right there for some reason. Oh, it looks so good. I'm stoked. Get close. Oh, it looks so awesome. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Wait till that looks, what that looks like after. Let's go and do our valve here and see if we can do this guy copper. I think we can. Yeah, I think that's the jam. I think we're going to try that. This is the hose bib if you want to connect a hose to the well pump. That's perfect. I think it's getting copperized. Alright, I got that one. I probably should cover up this part. Okay, that thing's ready for copper. Oh, here comes the wind. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh my god. That's awesome. This thing's gonna look ridiculous when I get done. That's cool. Back here in the back, we just have some weird valve. Crappy looking valve that I don't use anymore. I mean, I guess I'll just leave it. Not sure what to do with it. Copper? Copperize it, I guess? I don't know. It's not used. Kind of in the back. I don't know, but that looks crazy cool. The copper on this looks ridiculous. Ridiculous.
think I'm gonna leave that back valve. I don't know what else to do with it. Probably should just take it off. Maybe black, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that one. It's kind of half white now. And pretty much I can paint it like that. Yeah, why don't I do that? Gotta find a color though. So I'll do black. The copper just looks sick. Not gonna lie. Ah, okay. It's a whole valve. Oh. Almost just painted the whole pocket. This thing's so heavy. Okay. That's that. It needs to dry for a while before we can do the concrete base. But, dude, sick. Sick, sick, sick. Alright guys, so we are back at the pump, ready to remove some of the condimage. Let's see what we got here for the reveal. Not sure. Oh, we got a little blue paint right there. That's okay. Not going to be perfect, but it was really bad before. Okay. So we're pulling off all the tape. All of the plastic bags. And check out the wheel. Oh, already got some junk on it. And there's a little bit of blue on the controller box. I can touch that up later. No big deal. The main point is to get the whole thing done. Oh, I see some blue on the concrete. So I think maybe we will paint the concrete later with the stone. So we'll mask off the pump and paint the concrete. So far so good. Looks like the white paint actually stayed onto the pipes, didn't come off with the tape. A lot of tape. Probably come off easier if I tore it off in the order that it was put on. A little bit of blue got through the tape. It's okay. It's gonna happen. Forgot my microphone, by the way. So you're probably hearing. Probably not hearing everything as good as before. Just getting the last bits off. Yeah, some of these places could be touched up for sure. If not, looking for perfection here. This thing has been out here for 10 years. And anything is better than what we had, right? Inefficient way. At this point, our job is to unmask it. And that is all, right, people? A little tiny bit of blue. I got through the tape, nothing big. Not a big deal. The valve over here in the back didn't exactly get fully painted either. I can see some missing spots on it. So just needs some touch up. But it won't be a big deal to touch that up. Yeah, the concrete got a little bit of paint on it, not sure why. Probably didn't have it masked off that great. But on the flip side, honestly, we could probably just cover that with lava rocks. There is the surge tank, or whatever it's called, the storage tank, all in white, looking good, fresh. Not bad for about 30 minutes worth of work, honestly. I could have spent hours and hours meticulously masking this thing off, but it sits out in the weather, and the whole point is to make it better than it was, and I think we have completely accomplished that. What about you guys? What do you think? Looks good. So yeah, that is it. Now we'll do some glamour shots. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Maybe you have something you can work on in your yard like this that's been sitting forever and make it look better. But no, you got that phone holder thing. Yeah, so the camera overheated, of course. That's what happened. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole.
Oh, it won't?
And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Where's your stool? Oh, put it inside.
come out, honestly. But no, you got that phone holder thing.
I'm okay with just sticking it somewhere on the bottom.
This thing is tilted up at you, right? Or is it so ugly? Sure didn't have to put it up here. Just bend the wires like this and go straight through if I... Because I've got 3M stuff, and I've got the good 3M stuff that's not going to come off, or I've got Velcro. What do I do with all of it? What about this? All the way to the back, where you can still get your finger on it.
Oh, I like it. Yep.
You gotta have to get into there to hold the button down if it needs to be paired to somebody else. You kind of need to see it too.
Oh, perfect. Yep.
And then the wiring straight back. Yep. So I found a place to put your charger cable through. Look, charger cable can go.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Right through that hole and right up to here. So do you have it? Right through that little.
Yeah, pull it back. Grab it.
That's exactly what I do with mine. I knew there was like a, it certainly does. Look, it's got threads. That's how you flush mount it. Oh, it comes apart. I don't know how to get it apart though.
That's a couple times. Oh, literally.
Perfect. What's it hitting? All right, I'm working on this Bluetooth again now that we've got the bass knob already mounted. I cannot find a good place for this, to be honest with you. All right, I'm drilling a hole in the bottom of this for the RCA cables and the power wire to go through. So I sent a hole straight through to the back here. I'm gonna put the Bluetooth adapter on the top. But first I gotta feed all the RCA cables through the hole. Camera's 1,000 degrees for no reason. All right, I got the Bluetooth adapter mounted. Sorry about all the noise, but it's very hot in here. We're good to go on the Bluetooth adapter. We got the bass knob mounted, and I got the power run for the charger for the iPad. So pretty much this dash is ready to go in. Everything is done on the dash. I used double-sided 3M tape on the Bluetooth adapter and ran the wiring back through the back. So now we can go ahead and get this thing installed. Okay, I'm gonna clear everything out and go ahead and try to put the dash over the steering wheel. To install the dash, you simply slide it over. Now I can work on running the communications cable underneath the cart for the display. So I'm gonna go around to that side and start that process. Camera's probably gonna overheat again just because. So the communications cable is just gonna run right next to all the other stuff and down through the same hole. I'm gonna try to just run enough up to the top just for what we need, not a bunch of extra. And tie it up under the cart if I can. I don't want a bunch of extra wires in the bay. There's plenty of wire, that's for sure. Okay, I have to get under the cart to do the rest. Got the first zip tie on. Now I'm just following these other cables and I'm gonna zip tie to them. It's got its own hole to pass through though, the one that I drilled. Okay, right here we take a turn through the new hole. Okay, I got the comm cable run into the bay here. I'm gonna try to pull some of it all the way over here so it's not all in the bay. Let's see what I can do here. There's so much slack. Yeah, so this is gonna work out perfect. I'm gonna come down like this. I'm gonna stuff the rest on the side of the battery, and I'm gonna come just like this and zip tie to these guys.
the comm cable is done. That means the display should work now. Our display's on, we're good to go with that. To get this plug through, you have to put the wires through first, like this, before you slide it over the wheel. And then there's just enough room, I believe, for the wiring to go down. But you have to take the corrugated stuff off of the wiring. See how it goes on now? No problem. And you can also pull it till you get to that part. Now, I need to know if I have enough. I don't think I do. I think all this needs to come off. It can go back on after, but you can't get the dash on with this. That's how you do it. It took me about 10 minutes to figure out how to get the wiring through the dash. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole.
Oh, it won't?
And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Because there's no notch. We need to connect some stuff and we need to finish this real quick. I just wanted to make sure this was able to go up and everything.
All right, so here we're back, gonna work on the subwoofer. Found this thing actually on the side of the road. Somebody had a sign that was just said free stuff. So I found this subwoofer along with an amplifier, and it's been sitting in my garage now for probably 5 years. So I'm like, perfect timing, break this thing out, clean it up, get it working. The porthole was rattling around in there, so I'm gonna take the time. Brad already screwed it back in, and I'm gonna take the time to seal it off, caulk it up to make sure we got a good seal on it. And then after that, I'm gonna go ahead and carpet it, fresh and new, put the subwoofer back in. Hopefully we'll be able to hear some sound out of it here in the next couple hours. We're on the home stretch with just probably 5 or 6 more things that need to be buttoned up, and then hopefully everything will be done and we'll be able to fire it up and test out the new system.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and finish up getting your blinker control back on and start plugging things in your dash so we can get this thing back together. Are you signed into your Apple stuff on here?
Yeah, I think it should
cool.
be, yeah. Where's the SCSR whatever scissors?
These nuts.
Oh, that's a good sound. That's going through the speakers, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get the pair?
Yeah, I just don't know how to get this thing in parry mode.
Oh!
Okay, we're back in the garage. Joe has carpeted the enclosure and he's over here working on the quick disconnects for the subwoofer. I have the entire dash back together, minus the bezel. We're gonna leave it kind of open just in case we gotta get back in there for now. I've got to reassemble the turn signal and get the steering wheel back on here momentarily. And all 4 speakers are working and tested. The iPad is connected to Bluetooth. And yeah, that's it.
you doing?
Oh my goodness gracious.
He's so happy.
Oh my goodness.
Look at him ready to pound.
All right, you want leftover black eyed peas?
Sure.
All right, I'm stacking it. Oh, all right. Okay, Bubba, Cooper, stop. Jesus, Cooper, stop.
Cooper, why? You don't even care about mice. He is looking straight at it though.
All right, you guys, seriously. Goodness gracious.
This is the best. Oh, he tried to.
Get it, Bubba. Get it, Bubba. Oh my word.
So cool. What?
You're a grand old flag, a high flying flag. That's it.
That's it. I don't know the rest of the words. Da 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 wave. Da, 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 the land I love, home of the free and the brave.
Exactly. Okay, so you got the peas, he's got the corn. Y'all are both good.
You are just ridiculous, you know it? You're ridiculous.
Alright guys, give me 2 seconds and you'll get dinner.
This is the best video ever. You!
Cooper, please stop. That's enough, buddy. Enough. Enough, asshole.
Oh, this is good.
Alright.
Oh! Yes! This is you if you break in! Yes! All right.
Guys, we have something to do today, and this is a clue about what it is. Look at that. Right there has been a problem for a long time. But today we are about to fix that problem because I think I saw something. Don't you dare. Today we're going to fix that problem because I think I saw Amazon pull up a second ago. Let's see what's out here. Oh. A frog. Nope, there's a box out here. Let's get that box inside. Let's get this opened up. Back in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen now with Brad, and it is a lovely Thursday afternoon, but we have something here to help us fix that ridiculousness right there. And this lighting in the kitchen is ancient and old. I think I have had it for over 10 years, but I did update the bulbs, but not the actual fixtures. And it is time today to not only update 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because we have 8 things in this box to help us with this upgrade today. And we're gonna get these out right now and show you guys how we're gonna get this kitchen more modern, update the lighting fixtures, and it's gonna be a great time today. So I'm glad you guys are here with me. Welcome back to the channel. Let's get to work here, man. Let's go.
Inside of the box, we have this Govee recessed RGB WW downlight. And today we're going to be taking these out and installing them in the place of these older fixtures. And what that is going to involve, you can clearly see that that one was cut a little bit too big because the light will not stay in. And these we just have to pop out and go ahead and cut bigger with our drywall saw. It is going to take a little bit to do them all. It's not a major amount of work, but it is an amount of work that is going to have to be done. It is definitely going to make a full mess, so we're going to get out something big to kind of put down as a drop cloth before we start cutting. And we will get our drywall saw out because you can't use a hole saw because there's already a hole. If there was no hole, we could grab a hole saw and easily cut these out, but what we're going to do is trace out and put up our drywall saw up there after we trace and go ahead and cut out these lights. Now let's get these out of the box and see what we're dealing with. Gonna need this. And somewhere, there it is. You guys don't often see the setup. All right, directly in front of me right here, we did finally get our microphone working. We have our RGB WW Govee recessed downlight that we have to go ahead and get unboxed. So let's get our trusty SCSR scissors out and go ahead and unbox these right now. And they are both going to be identical, of course, but inside of the box, we already do see a DreamView sync manual here. So basically DreamView means that they allow any of the Govee lights to mirror TV or movies. We do already have some DreamView stuff, so this will be another set that is capable. And here is a little template that we will use to cut out the holes. And then they have these cool little handles for the lights. Govee always does great on the presentation because they are not cheap products. There are copies out there that are cheaper and do the same thing, that are trying to literally copy every product that Govee has. I work with a couple of manufacturers that do just that, but hey, they come with a little gasket too to seal up the ceiling. The gasket does just go on it like that. So there are the 4 lights. This is not sponsored, they did not pay for this, so this is all me. There's the transformer area, and these are the transformers, and then these are the clips. And inside these boxes you do have 3 little wiring nut clip stings that are easy quick connects, and 2 of these clips that go on the Govees to hold them into the ceiling. They go like that. They clip right in, and what you do is you cut the hole, push them up in the ceiling. This goes above the drywall like this and just clips, and that is how it is held directly into the ceiling. These clips are easy. Once you strip your wire out, you have 3 wires per clip. Here's the junction boxes. They're so easy to use. You just flip that out. They have these 2 stripped wires already ready for you to go. So one of these on each one is a connection to this circuit of the actual junction box that allows you to connect another 2 sets of wires to each light. So you can branch off twice with these. All right, let's get the second box open, which should be identical to the first one. Same thing in this box, user manual, and hopefully 4 lights. All right, we are all set to remove the old light, and basically these old cans are just clipped into the ceiling. And all we have to do right here and right now is remove the plug that's on the back of this guy, like this. And that comes straight out, and you can see where I tried to patch this up to get it to stay. Basically, the can was too big because the hole was too big, and we tried to make it work with some cardboard, but it has come out over and over again, and now it's time to get rid of these lights and throw them in the trash. And you can see we took some original GU10 light sockets. We bought IKEA bulbs for them, That's what we were doing before. These are actually very hot, by the way. This is about, it actually is almost burning my hand. So we're gonna trash these. We're kind of at a bad position here too. All right. So that's all there is to these. Now, inside of this box is where the power is, and that needs a Phillips screwdriver to get out. They got smarter as the technology got better. There is no more screw, it just kind of clips. And that is that. All we have to do simply is unwire this one and wire the new one in after we cut the hole. So let's turn the lights off first of all, because we're not using those anymore. Power's off. No danger of getting shocked now. And we don't need the wire nuts anymore. The new ones have clips. And this wire is disconnected, and so are the wiring nuts. Okay, I'm just marking the circle now. Be careful when you do this. Don't slip your pen or you will be painting. All right, there we go. You have about 1/4 of an inch of an error to make before you would be showing hole. Don't ever show hole. So let us go ahead and get our drywall saw, which is right underneath here. Okay, we got our hole cut. We do have our workman's pliers, and we have some work to do with our workman's pliers. We are going to be cutting the wire about 1/4 of an inch on each one of these. I'm matching what I saw inside of the stock Govee electrical box. I matched this. These are the clips for the Govee. 1 clip per wire. You just take this, push it directly on here like that. Pushes in, does not come out. This is your neutral wire, that was your hot wire. They just push right into the clips and the clip holds on to them. See, those are in. Now you do the same with your own wiring, but your wiring has to go through that junction box right there. So you take something to punch out the junction box hole to bend it. I'm using a drywall knife. Once you bend your hole out like that, you can pass your wiring through it and connect it. And there is a third one for a ground. I'm gonna go ahead and get that. We got our gasket around the light that helps seal up the attic from your house. All you do at this point is plug it in. There's a lock. You just turn it, push it in, turn it, pull out your clips. Watch your ceiling while you're doing this so you don't get it dirty. The wire was caught. Check that out, push that up in there. That light's installed. Now we should be able to power on the new Govee light. Let's try it. There it is. Substantially brighter than the other ones, as you can see. Look at the brightness there. Look at the brightness over there. This is quite a big difference and a very good color as well. Let's get moving on these other ones. Okay, we got the third light installed right now. Apparently I didn't record that, but there is the third light ready to go. We have 3 out of 4, 5, 6, 7. So probably 30 minutes into the process and we've done 3 lights. The next one is up here above the sink. Might be a little bit easier access. Not sure, might suck. I think I could stand on the countertop on this one. All right, we are in the Breakfast Nook today in the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we have some stuff for this project that we have in the box. Let's go ahead and get this unboxed real quick. I bought a bunch of supplies to go ahead and fix the electrical for good. We have some Romex wire here. We have a wall plate. We have a bunch of electrical boxes, 4 of those. And then we have, of course, some blanks to go on top of these boxes to shut them up. And we have some quick connectors here. They're the push-in style. What we need to do first though is make a few jumper wires, because there are some areas up in the attic where there was some wiring done in a shady manner. We're gonna replace that with electrical boxes, and we need some jumper wires. Let's get busy on that. Okay, we do have some Romex wire here to make some jumpers. I'm gonna go ahead and cut off a section of this and make 3 or 4 jumper wires. So I have some extra up in the attic. Okay, we are up in the attic now, and you can see our work area is literally right here. We have a couple of things we have to do. One of them is not going to be fun because it looks like we're going to have to extend this wire over here to get it on a stud. There's a couple of places where there's wiring outside of an electrical box that we are going to correct today. So our first thing is we're going to extend that wire over there and put it on an actual stud. Okay, we just got down from the attic where we mostly completed the electrical. I got to get back up there one more time, but I need another electrical box to do it with. And we can see right here that I'm about to tie these wires together, because when we touch this wire, we have lights finally. And so what we're doing is permanently wiring this on, because I don't need a switch anymore. Everything will be smart and controlled with voice. So actually this is coming out. That's just a remote control for the Lutron dimmer, which blew up because I shorted it out. And I took that out, and now I'm gonna wire these all together. They will all be controlled via voice. Need the tools. All right, all we have to do right now is just put one of these on. Notice I'm doing it without gloves or anything. This one is hot. These are cool. These, you can actually see the wire through it. That's that. Okay, here's a good look at the new Govee recessed lighting. It is way brighter than what I had before. These are on 100%. I have to get them joined into the app. We'll add all these lights, hopefully, and put them in one big group. One other thing we forgot to do to finish this side off, we have these wall plates to put on. So basically, we don't need this switch anymore. The other switch is for the dining room. We really don't even need that one. So in its place, we have this one blank and one wall plate. So they give you these screws. Unfortunately, they're all flathead screws. So that's why we have our good old Black & Decker lithium ion. That's all this was, just a remote. Okay, we are on the phone now, and we want to go ahead and get the Govee app open. And what we're going to do is try to add all these lights. So we hit plus, and there they all are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's go ahead and add the first light. We can't add more than one at a time. We got to do them one at a time. That sucks. First one is connecting to Wi-Fi. Kitchen 1. Okay, we're back on the GoPro now with the Govee recessed ceiling lighting, and you can see right here that we have put them all in a single group called Kitchen Recessed Light. That means we can control them all with voice. So we went into the app, I'm not gonna say the name, you know what it is, to add these lights to a group. We created a group called the Kitchen Recessed Light group, and now they are controlled by voice. Alexa, turn off the kitchen recessed light. And there they go, let's turn it back on. Alexa, turn on the kitchen recessed light. Alexa, set the kitchen recessed lights to yellow. Alexa, set the kitchen recessed light catch. And if we want to do a scene, we can go inside of the app to do that. So we go in here, we can do a scene like night. There's the scene called night, so that is actually going to take the colors of the night scene. There's sunset glow, there's dusk, and there is rainbow. Oh, emotion, one of my favorite ones is profound. That is set on profound now. And guys, that is gonna do it for this edition of Supercar Street Racing. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you again next time. There'll be a link in the description to pick up some of these Govee recessed lights if you would like to. And do the channel a favor, like and subscribe. We'll see you next time. Hey, what's going on everybody? Supercar Street Racing. Today's Friday. Haven't updated in a long time, but today we are going to pick up the car finally. It's been about 2 months since I dropped my car off. We've done some major changes to it. So today is the day that we are heading out to Tuners Inc., me and Chad, and we are going to pick up the car. So first I want to show you this craziness though. So I have quite a few native plants in my yard back here, and this is a century plant.
that bloomed, I would say about a year ago, and when they bloom, this crazy thing shoots out of the top, and it was taller than that tree. And so I cut all the leaves off of the century plant, and finally this thing broke off, and it fell on my patio furniture, but fortunately everything's metal. Don't have any damage, but it's pretty crazy, this thing. That's a living century plant. So these things bloom once in a lifetime and then they die. But yeah, pretty crazy. So tomorrow I have to deal with cutting this thing up and getting it out and trying to remove that base somehow. Oh well, that's just something I'll have to deal with. Waiting on Chad, we'll have another update. Hey, what's up everybody? Me and Chad here. We're headed out to Orange Park, worst place to go in the world to go.
Watch out, vehicle stopped on shoulder ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Wait, this is running. But we're headed out to Tuners Inc. and we're gonna go check out the car, see what's going on with it, see if it's really drivable, see if we're taking it home today. We're taking it home today on the back of this truck if we have to.
Tow it, we have to.
Yeah, we're gonna tow it if we have to. We'll call AAA. I got AAA. So we're headed out there, and I guess we'll shoot some more video when we get there. I'm almost positive he's gonna have this thing on the dyno still. So we'll talk to you in a minute. Got the motor back together. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's gonna make some noise today.
It's gonna be loud as hell. But need a bigger wastegate spring. Tighter. It's the new turbo.
New hot.
Yeah.
Going on today, Brad? No.
Working.
Oh.
This is what I call working. About what?
What did you say about the dash? About changing the dash?
Oh yeah, the guy's got my new dash ready to go.
Oh, okay.
And the new center console. So he's removed it and all that, sanded all that sticky shit off,
right.
Repainted it, polished it, and same with the center console. So we're just waiting to put all that in now.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, it'll be good. Can you turn on the two-step while you're in there?
Give me just a minute before.
All right. so we would have to have a switch. Okay, don't worry about it then.
I mean, we can do it. Do whatever we want.
Nah, don't worry about it. He's good at the clutch. That sucks. Get some video of him going crazy.
It's spooling already.
Oh, yeah. Alright, got Chad here to take over. See if I still can drive this thing. Haven't driven this thing in 2 months. I don't know about the clutch. That's right. It happens. Clutch is not fun.
That's what happens when you don't drive a stick for 2 months.
Right?
That external gate is loud.
Very loud.
It spools quick.
It does for big, you know, semi-big.
That spool is insane. Way faster than your other turbo.
Oh, yeah.
Way faster.
Raining. Seems kind of dangerous. This thing needs gears. Dude, it's straight up on empty. Ask him what fuel's in it. I don't even know. And it's
E85.
Dude, it's on dead empty right now.
It's E85. I can smell it. It smells like oil.
It's pretty violent. Is it showing peak?
Yeah.
Why does it say 26 right now? This thing's not working.
It is working. It is working.
Why does it say 18 right now?
It's 18 vacuum.
See if I can not stall it.
Just have to give it a lot of slip.
Your turn.
Yeah, put some gas in this thing.
You drive first. Switch places with Chad, or it starts pouring.
Just gotta hope I don't kill this thing.
so hard to drive, man. I mean, it's not hard to drive. The clutch is very hard to slip. This dude's coming from an auto.
Yeah, I haven't driven a stick since
He's definitely gonna stall it.
Since I sold that MIC.
Shit, you did perfect. You drive better than me. God.
It's quick, dude.
Damn. It's literally out of gas, I think. Like, not completely, but
we're gonna end up pushing this thing.
It's on fumes. I mean, I need to put like a gallon or something into it, or two, before we go to, before I hit the E85 station. I wasn't watching that news gauge. 18, 22 or 23.
Actually, this clutch is not as bad as I thought it would be.
Can I get it in gear? Fist straight up. You're going too far. That's
okay.
it. Alright, let's pull in before we run out of fucking gas.
Right here.
About to get some E85 because this car is on empty. Like, super empty. Right there.
Where they're going and who did they get that we're going to remember? Well, they got a kid that used to Diaz, 21-year-old outfielder who had 2 home runs in the Futures game, and I've seen him play, and I thought that he got way more than me, and they couldn't beat him to be a star.
Got it. I got it. Helps to push the right button. My God, how long does it take? So cheap.
218, that's cheaper than that thing.
That's cheap. Gonna fill this thing up. I think it was bone dry because the fuel gauge doesn't work anyway, but if it's on empty, it's on fucking empty. But the fuel light wasn't on, was it? Fuel light works. Okay, then it wasn't bone empty. It had some left.
The gauge doesn't work.
Gauge doesn't work, but the fuel light does. Well, the gauge works, but because of the way the AEM is interfaced with the factory computer, nobody can figure out how to make it work right. It comes down in like big chunks, and it's not accurate when it comes down. But when it gets to empty, it's fucking empty.
It just jumped.
Did it jump up?
Yeah, it just wouldn't jump like that. It just jumped.
Weather's nice and cool today.
Yeah, this would have been perfect for it to tune it.
Didn't even get a dyno sheet. All right, we're out here at the gate station on Blanding. I was literally putting fuel in the car and it died, and now there's no fuel pressure. So we're waiting on Tracy to get here to see what the heck's going on. Obviously, probably fuel pump related. So we'll see what happens when he gets here. All right. Checking out the fuel pump wires. Fuel pump fuse is melted. Under here. Fire averted.
Minor repairs. All good.
If it burns to the ground, just buy a new one.
No.
I got insurance. And if you can get that thing on.
I can.
Smart.
You learn a lot from a dummy.
Yeah. I'm self-taught on the internet.
This thing, that motor's strong as shit, right? This thing runs really good.
I think with good boost, it'll be a beast.
It's not fast enough right now?
No. It's got to be faster than the old car.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me to run it up like 30-ish pounds.
Let's do it. What do we have to do that?
Well, just like I was telling you about the wastegate spring.
What happens when the spring goes in? What is it going to make boost-wise? What's it tuned for?
Oh, it's tuned up to 35 pounds.
So it's going to make 35 pounds if we put a spring in it. That will do that?
I would keep it at like 32-ish.
That's what it's tuned for?
It's tuned for as high as you want to turn it, but...
Well, I guess I don't understand how we turn it up. In the software, right?
Yeah.
What's it set for now? Is it a percentage or something, or like?
It'll make 31, 32 right now.
With a bigger spring. Stiffer spring.
Yeah, but we can tell the software whatever. We can tell it to make 40 pounds. It would. With the right wastegate spring. I would beat on
30 is good enough.
32 makes just over 800, and I would, that would.
It did make 800?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You have a sheet for it? A dyno sheet? You have it saved anywhere?
I will look in just a minute. I had that on.
I'd like to put it up online. Got the new license plate because I had to. I had to get it because it was available.
What is it?
2JZ swap. I know. That's what's awesome about it. Makes no sense, so it's awesome.
What you need?
Screwdriver. Just a screwdriver. I'm going to swap the plates out. Hang on, let me check. Oh, nah, it's some stupid Allen wrench. It's got to be some kind of Ricer Allen wrench thing.
Is it a Torx or is it a...
No, it's an Allen for sure. Yeah, it's like a smaller Allen. Gonna take this plate off. Put on the new one. The plate that makes no sense because when I ordered it, I thought it had a GTE swapped into it, but it doesn't. It has a built GE, but I don't care. I'm surprised I got the plate anyway. I think it's awesome. I'll change it next year maybe. Of course, I've got to have these stupid special Ricer bolts in my car with my Ricer name tag, which doesn't even, is not the car I own. Love to get rid of that one day. Let me get this out. Got the new tag installed. Actually looks way better. It's just a better looking tag than the green and whatever. Oh man, made sense when I thought I bought the car. Headed back home now, over to Arlington from Orange Park. Got the fuel pump wiring fixed, and so we should be okay for now. Chad and I want to redo the fuel pump wires though, make sure it's all good. So, state of the car right now, making about 22 pounds of boost. It's making 650 to the tires, and Tracy said that at 30 pounds of boost it made 800 to the wheels. I don't have any dyno sheets, so cannot really brag about that. We'll see you guys next time. We'll figure it out. Just got back to the house after leaving Tuner's Inc. Got the fan on the engine, trying to cool it off a little bit. I'm about to fully detail the car as best I possibly can. It has been through some tough times for the last 2 months, so about to do that now. Gonna start with the inside. All done with the interior detail. That took me about an hour because it hasn't been done in 2 months. And now I am going to start the engine bay detail process. All right, sitting out here in the garage. I just got the engine bay detailed, 2-step process. First step is degrease. Second step is to engine shine. Got that all done. That is the new 6870 turbo. Turbo made 650 wheel horsepower at 20 pounds of boost, and it made 800 wheel at 30 pounds of boost. Still got to take it and get everything finished. The wastegate spring is not stiff enough, and so the wastegate is opening too early. So all done with the video for today. Got the car cleaned and ready to sit in the garage until the next event. Got the new plate going. So yeah, we got everything good to go. For now, it's going to be a work in progress. I do have some interior parts to put in. That will be for the next video. I'll see you guys soon. Supercar Street Racing. Things are looking beautiful in Northeast Florida today. As you can see out here, we have this most amazing view available of the pond and the pool. And from the sunroom today, we've got this on-foru 10-meter LED strip light for the closet where we made the charging station. We're going to take a look at this, unbox it, see what's up, and let you guys know, and do this whole entire project on the channel today. So hang out, let's chill, and let's go. Out in the SCSR sunroom. And today we've got this on-foru 10-meter LED light strip. And this is for the closet where we installed the charging station. So that closet has no lights, but now that it has electricity, we can go ahead and put a nice light strip. And I contemplated doing a smart strip, but really, honestly, I don't think I would ever use that part. It really just needs a control panel, and inside of this box we have the on-foru, the names are just hilarious, light strip, looking so hot and fresh, and inside of the box we have the power transformer. And I'm actually happy to see it has a pretty long wire here, because what we're going to do is plug it into the outlet in the closet, and then we are going to run that down the side of the wall and up and around. But we want it to be a full U-shaped pattern, and in order to do that we have to put the power control near the bottom, which is a bummer because we'll have to reach down. But what we'll do is we'll put it up a little bit on the wall. We'll put it up a little tiny bit so that we can actually reach that, but it'll be down around knee level. Or we can actually, yeah, I don't have an extension for this, I don't think. I might have one. I have a bunch of actually I might have an extension for this, which would be cool. We could actually put this up higher and then extend down and put the light strip on the bottom. But you also get these nice clips here and some extra 3M tape
And of course, the light strip has on the back of it stickiness for your enjoyment to stick it directly to the wall, and we will get rid of this stupid sticker. But yeah, here's the light strip. You get the little clips and the screws, you get the power supply, and then this is a on-off type dimmer control that we will show you guys here momentarily. But I think I have an extension for this, which would allow us to put the power up higher and then run down to the power strip down at the bottom. I am an absolute wire hoarder. I have to force myself to throw away things, and I think that I see, it's actually really long though. Yeah, this is so long, oh my God. Yeah, that's exactly what we need, male to female this, but it is so freaking long. Like there's absolutely no point in using that. So we're not gonna use that. That's like a 20-foot long extension cord. We'll have to figure something else out, not that one. Inside the SCSR charging station closet now, and you can see right here and right now that it is very dark in here. We've got just our production lighting here, lighting the way, but what we're gonna be doing is down here, and of course the GoPro battery is already at 30%, barely used it. We're gonna be connecting power here, run over to this wall. We'll just clamp the power wires to the wall there. And then we're gonna go up the side of this closet to the top, around, and then back down this wall here. And that will be our closet lighting system. So that is going to take a little bit of work here. And the first step is to get the power wire run and see what it's gonna take to run power. We're just gonna go straight over here. I hate to do it that way, but that's really the only choice we have. There's no other way to get power to it, so let's get rolling. We have our power transformer here, and unfortunately, there's not really a great way to get the power over here unless we go through the wall. I mean, I guess technically we could punch into the wall here and punch out, but I don't think it's worth like actually putting a hole in the wall for this, because then it has to be repaired. So I think the best bet is power transformer below here. And then I think maybe just like, well, the problem is going to be no matter what we do, our control is going to have to be somewhere where we can get to it. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to start about right here so we can at least touch the control. So let's go, yeah, I mean, it needs to at least be height of hand, so I think right here is fine. And then we'll just have to run the wire in the corner here. Unfortunately, I hate that, but I don't think there's any other way to do this. So let's go ahead and stick our wire there. And they did give us some 3N strips to do that with. They give you like these little squares, so you just stick those on and then you just pull off the backing like this. Sorry if it's a little dark, I don't have great lighting yet, I ordered it. So we're going to stick that right over here on the wall at a height where we can actually get to it when we're ready to work. It's not going to be ideal,